so much people food. And when you take people food, all them all do, a rob, kill, rape, you name it. You understand? And it became the #1 murderous country in the world. And that is what the PNP created. And we have people like Ezidan now. Today, will want to defend the PNP. And that's a great achievement from the PNP, right, Ezi? Right, PNP? Let's talk about that.
Information, man. You know, come back here now. Alpha and Vice.
Because in coming to, you see the problem, you know, too many people on them labor right platform, intelligence, connecting and all of you people will come on these platforms, brethren. They look of rubbish argument. The only reason why them get with it, where them are saying, because we don't allow them them talking, you know. And that's a problem, you know. If we don't just allow them, may understand, interject when them spread a lie, because you know that them plant a seed. But like way must say, you just make him talk. And that's the problem, you know. How can you come and compare a number and beat up your chest with a number when you can't give away a contrast it with?
Yeah, so
that's the different. Yeah, you got the number now. Give me number.
Yeah, I have the number. So 13 and between the period where you asked me, the PNP figure was like
what period? Tell us the period. What period?
Between 1997 and 2007. I put 2007, so I'm going to give you 10 years. And that is 6,000. Because, to me tell you, say, normally, I would have day home, and I could have do this by my laptop or on another phone. But to me,
no, but what I'm saying is, brother, what I'm saying is, bro, you did not know. You did not know. You're not going to come pretty up nothing, brother. We are big man. Brother, listen up. Bro, listen up. This one I'm saying, bro. You are now getting the information that I just asked you for. You say you did not know, bro. But there's nothing wrong with that. We know everything, bro. Bro, we don't know everything. Let's go. Go ahead. Let's go ahead, bro. Let's go ahead.
All right, let me
bro,
tell you.
It was your words. Let's go ahead, though. Let's go ahead with your data.
You know, I don't
the data,
have one politician number in my phone.
Brother, you don't need a politician. I'm not a politician. Brother, I'm not a one politician I'm a chat to and a thing there. And I win him next time, my brother.
Yeah, and look
so, but listen, me I say no, bro. Listen, me I say no. Leave that alone. Let's go to the data.
Yeah, so the PNP have
moment. The point that we should have reason on. What are the causative of why so many Jamaicans lost their life? I think I hear some figure from Winner that from 1989 till present, over 47,000 Jamaicans lost their life. Brethren, when the Jamaica economy started to go down, when we have the financial sector collapse, Jamaican people turn to criminality, right? The state, we once have a failed state where the government could not provide the resources to equip the police force and have the adequate amount of numbers to provide proper policing to Jamaica. And if you look at the statistic right across the length and breadth of Jamaica, in most communities where these crime
got
get a call. Somebody wanna
In most of this community where this crime. Oh, bloody hell, man.
You on your phone, Major. When your grandpa, my brother, you on your phone.
They really
All right,
cannot win the argument. They will
yeah, go
never
ahead,
be able to win the argument. And it is something that they know. And that's why they come with these numbers and then just throw some wholesale numbers out there. And the moment
nothing for defend it, brother.
yeah, the moment we begin to retail the numbers, to break it down in smaller bits and to ask the questions and to put them into perspective, they cannot contribute to that conversation. See how long in gang and search is sitting? He's defending a position and he knows nothing about the position. And it says only one thing, that it is the talking point that Peter Bunting give to them for roll out on the internet him come with. And that is the problem we have in Jamaica, because these people have platforms, and when they begin to speak, there are people who listen to them. And him not sound too fool.
I have a suggestion.
So when him attack people, listen to him, kind of sound fool.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Somebody should jump right now and Google 1997 right to 2007. I had the numbers. I'm sure it's over 10,000. Just 6,000 while ago.
Hold on. I did.
Hold on. I'm doing it right now.
Who did?
No, I did, and it was over. It said when I do the calculation, it said that it increased from 1,000 to 1,350.
No.
What I did.
What we're looking for?
Hold on. Just give me a chance.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
And I did a calculation, right, of 1,500 per year, which would have ended up to 13,000 something for the whole 9 years.
I want that figure to be accurate, you know. Add 19,
Yeah. What you're looking for? How many unaliving happened from 1997 to 2007? And that may wait for forgive me.
Well, we should have the accurate figure too.
He's back.
Here, hello. Hi. I start from 1998 up to 2000 and hold on, 2000 and is it 16? Yeah.
No.
I shouldn't have been
1997 to 2007, sister.
1997 to 2007.
Yeah, to 2007. Yeah, let's calculate the amount.
We are talking about PJ. Because that time argument. These people are dangerous in the Jamaican society.
1987.
Dangerous.
No, 1997. 1997.
No, it's not showing me. Okay, I got some numbers here, but it doesn't show me 1996 and 1997, and that's why I said I start from 953.
statistics.
In 1998, it was 953. In 1999, it was 849. In 2000, it was 887. In 2002, 1045.
You didn't find 2001?
No, like some of them skip.
Yes, some pages are looking to find it.
Hold on,
1997 was 1,049.
Hold on, the connecting. Another thing to note, people. We have to be careful where I get the information from. We have to go to statistics
right.
and then place there. Because guess what? Just like how they go up on Google, go scrub Mark Golding information if you say in Ghana, Jamaica, and they edit you much time until it end up start show up down in the editing that are UK. Them go up on there and then try to scrub out the information too. Just like in a 2023, when me I look up Mark Golding and Sandra, everywhere you look, you see a picture with Sandra. If you look for Sandra now, only 2 pictures you see with Mark Golding and Sandra on there. They must scrub the internet like a crazy. So we have to make sure it's the source where we get the information from legit.
On that note, protecting. On that note, I would question. Mark has done a number of things, you know, that would cause me personally.
What's shocking to me? And see my give number now easy. Then I put up number say from 2016 to 2025. Yeah, but easy done. Give me the number from 1997 to 2007. No? That's what I wait for.
You only know one number under JLP. Nothing go under PMP. That is it. And I see him to me say earlier, we have to care for these people. We know them, you know. That's all him care about.
You
Never give you number under PMP.
No, 2007.
You go look for PMP and you see when he come back with 6,000. Remember saying go look for PMP and come back with 6,000. But when he find JLP,
God.
No, man, that's how them dangerous, you know, man.
Everybody's a shit. Hey,
Man,
everybody.
come on the platform and say me I tell people like, I'm asking me tell me one line, me tell me how long you can answer. They ask me tell me just one line. Me tell me.
What was that?
You said 2007, right?
Yeah, 97 to 2007.
Let me see if I can find that.
You see, what they can't go around, you know, the same narrative that Bunting came with. The last 9 years, Dr. Wallace has the highest unaliving rate. But he also said that the unaliving rate moved up by 25%. When it moved up
But if you look at the data, but you're a rubbish even argument further. Is a 52, if you round up a 53% increase from 1997 to 2007 on that PMP, you know. This is an argument just make no sense, you know.
You want to start from PJ. When PJ took over 1990.
This is what I'm saying. No, but no, they might calculate not a period in Andrew Wellness's governance. So we are take 9 years of PMP or 10 years of PMP and put beside Andrew Wellness 10 years.
53%.
Mr. Vegas.
Yeah.
So you see, are you decide the criteria? You know, you said 10
No,
years.
I'm not deciding the criteria.
No, but at the same thing,
I'm asking you.
still, you know.
No, I am asking you. What I'm asking you, easy done.
Yeah.
If you're gonna compare Andrew Wellness's 9 years, how much years you are comparing? How much years you are calculate from Andrew Wellness?
9, the same amount of years to any PNP prime minister.
How much years you are calculate? That more I know.
9 years.
9 years. So give me 9 years. Of me I take 9 years from PNP, 18 and a half.
97 to 2007.
PNP and show you 6,000 other Andrew on this 9 year of 13,000.
How do you get 9 years? Sir,
I mean, can get here. I try a TikTok with the pan, and if we go somewhere else, me show you where I go on, you know.
My question
is them information then.
Mr. Vegas, they got a minute,
Yeah.
please. They got a
Go
minute.
ahead.
See where I go.
Go ahead. Oh no, we get nice.
Easy.
She
Easy,
can't
hold
wait
on
until
now.
she Google it.
Easy, hold on now, Mr. Brown, hold on now. So,
All right.
Mr. Vegas, in 1997 we have 1,800 murder, and it was consecutive until
No, right, child. No, wrong number.
No, go back and check it.
1997, you say?
Yes, go back.
How many?
1,800.
No, that's wrong. That number wrong.
And 2002 was 1,600 and something, and all other years was over 1,500. How do you get 600?
1997 was 1,038.
No, brother, no.
Yeah, man, 97 was 1,038.
No, that is correct, Vegas.
And the final year was 1,584.
74.
No. 2007 it was 1,584.
84, okay.
Yeah.
And I say something.
What's wrong with the number there, brother, right side? The number is right.
I'm asking the gentleman to calculate for me.
Google.
No, we're asking you. Yeah, are we alone in a sense? So you said. So watch it now.
Superstar like you think.
No man, leave it superstars. Leave it superstars up. Listen me I say.
Bro.
So you're at 6,000, right?
Yeah, 6,000 odd. But it's not fair, you know.
Hold on,
it's not fair. That's why I never want to go there.
Stop the one.
It's not fair to JLP. Because look here.
Stop the brother. Stop.
But the number wrong, brother.
It's not
yeah,
wrong. The number
wrong.
is correct. This is what the government of Jamaica give us. Not even Andrew Wallace can come debate me on this and beat me. Not
brother.
even
All right.
All right. Hey, stop. Let us calculate the number. Gentle people.
Wow. Oh, come on.
I would.
Make him give us the year to year number, Vegas.
Yes,
Year to year number.
I don't ask for.
Mr. Vegas, you know the
Yeah.
man asked me for do?
Yes,
Me
sir.
don't have, me say if me in there home or me have a different phone, me
So you
read
come by
it
six.
out
Oh,
to
you come by the six. Oh, you
So
come
well,
by
so we not can
6,000.
reason honest, and we are Jamaican, you know.
But oh, you come by the
Give
6,000.
me the annual figures, brother.
I have it here saying about me that alright. Now go
Read it
paste
out
them,
to me.
cut
Tell
and
me them.
paste them ear by ear in the comment section. No matter how long it take me then. To show you say I not have me not the
Spend the
information.
time do that. Spend the
I
time
have
and do that.
all information.
You want the one numbers every year.
I go to usual
1997,
Davis page because of
2007.
that my blog, you know. You see me? Because you might not know until Davis will tell you until Davis.
All right, let me calculate something together then. Me go show you me go rubbish argument. 1997, right?
Yeah.
Was 1,038, right?
Yeah, 1,038.
Right
Now,
number.
yeah.
Yeah.
Your figure, but I'll check them after.
No. It's a figure where everybody can fact check
Yeah,
together.
but two may I say we are going to do it. Yeah, go on.
1998, 953. Como that to go now?
953.
Yeah, plus
2000.
1,038.
2002 year.
1999, 849. 1999, 849, right?
Yeah.
So that our how much that?
Give me all of them, man.
138.
1,038, 953.
953.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Plus 849.
plus
That are 99.
849. So make
2,887.
No, hold on. Make you add any address here. I don't want-
Me no want to take all day, man.
Yeah, all right. Just give me a figure. Just
Can
make
I
it
just
one.
add
No,
something
me want
here?
you to check them,
Afterward.
brother. Brother,
Yeah.
you can come with the point, me not help you.
Listen, me
Me not
trust
help
your
you. Me again.
judgment. Yeah,
Brother, you
just
come with the point, me
make
no.
your
Me
point.
want you, no, me
Vegas,
want you
make
check
your point
yourself.
now. You not have no objection, you know, me no object, me no interject nothing. So make your point. And that me do, you know, me listen, you know, and then me check what you say afterwards, you know.
All right. So me could do a rough calculation then, right?
Yeah.
1997, 1,083, right?
38, 1,038.
1,038, sorry.
130.
Zine?
Yes.
Yeah.
So boom, 953 plus 849. 953 plus 849. Somebody right?
Yeah.
953 plus 849. Somebody all right?
What calculator can do that easy? Someone must have a calculator with them.
I'm doing it.
All right, good.
953.
Can I
One
add
second.
context to what you guys are saying? Because I think the impression that you guys are seeing.
Well, I'm sorry, bro. 1 second. We'll just check up something quick.
Let's finish this first.
So 1,038 sis Marcia. Plus 953 plus 849
Right?
plus 887.
887.
What was the murder rate 2001 in Jamaica?
Hold on.
Not the rate.
Yes, the murders. Yeah, amount.
The numbers 1,100 and something. Remember how much?
In what year?
2001.
2001.
What I think
2001.
1,100. You know how it Vegas?
Me have all of them, you know, just to a one phone me I use.
How about me tell you then? 1,100 and something, I think.
I don't have 2001 too.
Let me tell you 2,000.
2001, 2002, 1,000 plus.
I have 2002 and I have 2000. But I have
2001, 2002 is how much, Marcia?
2002 was 1045.
Over 1,000, yes.
1,139, somebody said.
2001.
1,471
For what?
for 2001.
No, I don't get so much.
That right?
Yes. Somebody said 1,139.
Think of 1,100 and something. That I remember me talk about.
Yeah, 1,130.
No, let's be sure. Let's be sure.
No, me I tell you, say somebody just type it in. 1,130.
Somebody just type it in.
1131. Okay, let me add that.
I believe that's the number.
Uh-huh. What
All right,
else?
so this is saying in 2001, Jamaica's murder rate was 43%. 43.7 per 100,000 people. This translates to a total of 1,471 murders for that year. So I don't know when I look at me. I look at something.
All right, let's go with the lower figure to be on the safe side.
Yeah, man, go to 1,100.
Let's give me a lower figure then. All right.
Yeah, man, give me lower one.
All right. So with the 2001, we get a nice figure. So 2002, 1,045. How much that we got, sister?
Equal 5,903.
All right, so I'm going to get 2003, 975.
Plus 975.
Yeah.
6,878.
All right, so right now we don't reach 2,007 yet, brother. So you get 6,000.
Add them, man. Add them up.
No. 6,000.
We almost 7,000 already, you know.
6,000 already.
Mama, 6,000 and something, you know.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you. And Black King, blessed love, and the panelists, blessed spiritual dialogue. Let me say this, right? I'm going to read a sentence here, and because I think you guys are mixing up apples and oranges, so the discussion gets a bit confusing. I'm just going to read this. It says, when Jamaica gained independence in 1962, the murder rate was 3.9 per 100,000 inhabitants. So when you hear people spill out the high numbers, that's just an absolute number of the number of deaths. If you're going to do a comparison, year-over-year comparison, it's okay to use those numbers. I think the murder rate, for example, in 2009, the murder rate was 61.82 persons per 100,000. Remember, the population has been growing. So I think you have to be consistent and speak in terms of murder rate. So there were 1,683 murders in 2009. However, the murder rate was 61.82. In 2011, the murder rate was lower. It was 1,133. So I think prospectively, for people to get a good understanding, it's best if we speak in terms of the murder rate. Because if you just throw out a number, if you're going to do a year-over-year comparison, like what I've been saying, is that this year we're on a trajectory to be at 170 murders. Last year, it was 1,209. The year before was 1,300 and odd. I remember doing my radio show in Atlanta, and I think it was about 8 years ago where the number was 1,680. So I think to make the dialogue be a little more smoother, I think if we were to do that, it's the best way to go. And finally, let me say that I think for any of the folks on the other side, like Easy Dan, they should be rejoicing that the number is falling. So
I don't want you to discard the argument, though, you know, because who said I'm not rejoicing that the number is going down? I see what you carefully did a while ago, you know, but look here, if we are gonna look at the truth, we need to look both as we need to include in the statistics the rate and also the blood is here, the amount of murders, because there are countries with more people than Jamaica that record less murders. So if you're going to talk about rate alone, we are talking about actual lives.
No. But I think you misconstrued this argument very easy.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Marcia.
And the gentleman, Mr. Brown, that used the 1962. I don't think we should start even from 1962, because we gained independence in 1962, halfway through the year or over half of the year. So we great then.
It's a data point as to what's happening then. It's to get
become independent, the murder rate start to climb and the dollar start to depreciate right there. That's where it started. So I know I would quite understand why you don't want him to start there.
No. Hold on. Easy done. You're wrong again. Hold on. Because I think it's throwing a curveball. I'm connected. I think you know very well that he's throwing a curveball. I want to keep him where he's at. We are at 6,000 unaliving from 2000, from 1997 to 2000, and we stopped at maybe 2003. So how did you get your number to be 6,000 for the whole of the 9 years of PJ Patterson?
No, when I said 2000,
PMP. Yeah.
the only year.
We were
I am
generous with the
having
number. We were
difficulty.
generous with the number. We were generous with the numbers, and we still
But
surpassing.
the numbers.
Sir, we just checked it with you. You said you got 6,000 unalive in a game. What's 6,000 plus? What's 6,000 plus? We surpassed the 6,000 way I say. And what the gentleman is saying to you is, if you look on it that way, that is how on manipulate the numbers. Because if we look overall, yes, I agree with you. The numbers can't lie, but guess what? The gentleman was making
Was this in a disagreement with it?
This what I'm saying, sir. This what I'm saying. You have to listen to me, sir, brother. The murder rate per 100,000 people. And
but that is an accurate way how you look at it.
Right. So
it's a standard what you use.
So what was the murder rate in 2005?
Capital in 2005. And 62.5 details of how much
62.54. Which year we surpassed that?
No, I don't. I don't think we surpassed that. I'm not even sure. But what I am saying.
I think so that how was you put it? 2017, right?
2005 it was 62.54. 2017 it was 58.65.
Okay.
They play on your brain, you know.
No. We're not. Sir.
Don't go personal. Come on. Don't go personal.
Sir, you're being an oxymoron, brother, because here we are there now. 1 minute you say, yeah, man, that you're going, and we'll point to it now. And you say, no, suit your narrative. You switch.
No,
brother. Yes. The angle that you're trying to take it from, bro, you're saying Andrew Holness have the highest murder rate in his under his governance, bro.
I never say murder rate, you know. I said the most Jamaicans murdered under any two-term government. Andrew Holness all that record without nobody.
But me ask you a question, though.
You never know that, Vegas. Just admit it.
No. I'm not arguing that with you. What are you comparing it with? Which
every,
9 years? Which 9 years are compared to?
Every prime minister, but I'll show you where the trick there. Because I'm going to be honest, it's kind of unfair to do it the way we're doing. Listen, you know why? Come down. So we cannot compare murders in the 80s with murders today in 2000. So yes, me just show.
So why you do it?
This is the same thing you do all the time when you
talk
about
a phone talking point.
Easy done. Easy done. You what me have to say. Hear what me have to say. You are here now almost an hour, belaboring a point that no make no sense at all.
To you?
My prime minister and my government have so much positive in his 9 years as prime minister of this. To 68.7%. My prime minister have the largest infrastructure development ever been undertaken. Yo, Bridget, let me talk, man, and shut up your mouth. Because you come here a chat agwash, brother. When you
what
make
agwash?
You understand, brother?
Positive. What about
my prime minister, the largest spender on education, healthcare, infrastructure. You understand, Reggie?
Let's touch on healthcare.
So that is what we should be here talking about, the positive of my government. My government also are able to have a 40% reduction in a crime over last year. No prime minister never have this type of achievement. So, brother, you want me to ask you for do? Exit the live, brother, and go on with the propaganda and go find one PMP like go chat your hogwash rasta.
Yes,
John.
John.
Make sense.
Right approach to take, man.
No, I like the point. We disagree with that one. We disagree. Me I enjoy the defeat. Make him see it. I schooling. I school the people in the comment section.
Yeah, I'm not support that neither still. And we now got everybody now got up on the same page. And if I have an opportunity for reason with him still, I make him put forward an argument, and you can challenge his argument. This is not going to be the first and the last person we're going to have this type of conversation with, or this conversation will be shared anywhere.
The numbers and crime for the past 9 years. It is what it is, right? But the Prime Minister and the government has made a concerted effort of reducing that. He must put the police force. It is the best the police force has ever been. It is the best result the Jamaica Constable Force has ever achieved since its establishment. So what are you coming here to talk about? Let us talk about the positive, brother. The numbers is what it is. Yes, Jamaican love kill Jamaican.
Be careful of your word. No, be careful.
We can't sweep with that.
Major, be careful. They'll censor the program.
Major,
Black King, tell him now.
Calm yourself. You never do good for your party.
Jamaica, chill, please.
It's political calculus. It's type of reasoning.
Easy done. Hold on. Hold on, Mr. Brown. Hold on.
Mr. Brown never finished, no. Mr. Brown never finished.
No, yeah, but give me a chance. Please. Give me a chance. Ruler, we have you somewhere, and we want you to clear up it for us before you move, because we don't want you to feel left and say, you beat us, and we want to know, say, if you're left with a clear point, and we understand.
I agree.
I ask you this question, right? It was easy. You said that over 9 years, the PNP, right? The PNP would have gone as 6,000 murders. But from the calculation to 2003, it's shown that it's already over 6,000. That's less than the 9 years. Where did you get your facts, and where can we find your facts different from ours? Please, direct us.
You can just use Google, man. Just Google it.
Yeah, but a Google we use.
Google.
It give you the accumulative years. It give you
but Google is a search engine, my dear. You have to tell us which site to go on Google.
How much you say Andrew Wellness is family?
13,000 something, and it give you every year.
13,000 how much? 13,000 how much?
I would have to go back to see the actual figure. But
what is the murder rate in Jamaica for 2024? And I'll tell you how much is it for Andrew. What is the murder rate in 2024?
We were, look here.
Just tell me that figure.
I don't know the rate.
Do you know it? Vegas?
I don't know the rate.
Because 1141.
1141.
No, that's not the rate. That's an absolute number of persons died.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking.
The dialogue less contentious. If you use a murder rate that's consistent used throughout the world.
No. What he's saying, Mr. Ruler, what he said, and we want to hold him at what he said. He said he want to use the numbers because the numbers don't lie.
So from
what we are saying, on the system was here. What I am saying, because I want to get it clear now. He said is 6,000, and 6,000 at 2003, we would have already gone over 6,000. Now it's for him to prove to us where he get his facts from, and if he can't prove to us, then we don't need to move with the conversation, because we can't have him around all over the place. He needs to tell us, because we have proven that it is over 6,000, so he is manipulating the same numbers that he's depending on, and we can't allow him to get away with it.
What else can I depend on but the numbers that are here for the public?
So tell me the site you're going and find it. That's what I want.
You know what? I'm gonna add up all of them.
Go on the JCF.
No, it's hard to get it there.
Force.
Hold on. From 2016 to 2024, for Andrew, the total amount of murder committed approximately 12,461. That is 2016, So I have 2016.
No, me had 2025 into it,
No,
That's
no,
why
no.
I got 13,000 plus.
But you can't add 2025 when 25 not gone yet.
But I mean to where we are now.
But you
When
can't
you
do
take a
that,
mess up
man.
your data, brother, hold on, what's it called?
Wait
Brother,
a little
you take a
bit.
mess up your data, bro. Well, I connected. That I gonna destroy your data, brother.
Okay, so you said 12,000. 12,000.
Judge, God. Yo, you're the baddest thing me ever buck up on.
Hey, brethren, we'll let this man come here and take in labor rights for your laughing stock.
John Mayer.
Yeah, man.
Not this man
Seriously,
alone.
let labor right,
John
don't
Mayer.
let labor right look
John
like a
Major.
laughing stock, brother.
John Major. John Major.
What you saying,
Listen,
Mr.
man.
Vegas?
Listen what me say, bro.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not this is not the only man I share this, brother. Every PMP had bunt in them I share this, brother. Just stop, make it sound as if what he must say, not out there, bro. Just challenge the argument, no, bro, man. I know him alone, I say, bro, where you think him get it from? You know, you caution them to say anything bunt in them, say that them are run with. You never hear that? Connecting, tell the man, say the man, them are run a plan, see the man. I know him alone, I say,
Gosh, I'm saying now, it's true. You have to go so.
the man say them attack true, brother. The man say when they get them cue. The man say when they get them cue from the man, the PMP leaders and candidates and whosoever them and the people, that them run with, bro. So if the man make an argument, challenge him an argument, bro. You know, take no time. Or when we over here, I challenge it ourselves. You know, it's not different from when a man come and we challenge it with him. Make him put him argument, ain't rubbish shit. The man jamming a corner, the man can't tell him get to 6,000. Make him answer. You see?
But Mr. Vegas, you know we have to rely on the data that provided to us by the government.
Yes, and I will wait from you.
No, but look here. Yeah, make it look like we have exclusive right to
Bro, you come up with the argument, brother. You come up with
information.
Sir. You come up with forward the argument and you know have no data to support it. We wait for the data, brother.
No, I said I gave.
We are going to baptize you, brother. You see, before you left today, before you left today, we are going to baptize you on Sunday. So just get ready to put on your baptism clothes. We want to have the
as long as we are getting baptized for the right thing. Yes,
Good.
Yeah.
So we're asking you now, sir.
We're
asking you now because obviously they told you them take care for the life. Listen to me, son, man. Them take care for the life and they try to give you some information and they mislead you. So them already let you down, bro.
Mr. Vegas. Yes, Mr. Vegas.
If we talk about each other, we're not going to understand nobody, brother. If we talk about each other, we're not going to understand each other. This one,
yes, the information.
This one, the first one.
All right.
Me ask you for your data from 1997 to 2007. You came back with 6,000. That data is incorrect, sir. Would you accept that? Because we can't move on with the conversation if you're not willing to be honest, bro.
No, what I'm saying.
No.
I
not
don't
what you're saying.
have
I'm asking you a question.
Data.
Listen to me, son. We check it
So
with you, brother. Stop now. We check it with you, pan your son. I like to go behind your back or check it. We check it with you here. We are give you some generous numbers, bro. Right? No. What we're saying to you is, do you accept that whosoever just gave you the information of the 6,000 misled you? No,
I don't really accept that still no, because
all right, look more, brother. Have a great day, brother. Look more.
You know where I get that from?
Yeah, man. That's why you do these things. Because you spend an hour talking about the same thing over, and you can't argue an apple versus an orange. It's going to be confusing. I think if people consistently go along with murder rate, I know it's not that easy to remember those, but at least have a chart printed out that you can look on. Standard across the whole globe, they talk about a rate per 100,000 people. And if we were to do that, we can get a better picture. If you're going to talk about a year-over-year comparison, it's okay to compare, which is what I've been doing in a lot of the chat rooms. I make mention that the number of murders committed thus far, right, has a 39% drop. And I'm projecting that it would be about 750 for the year. So what you want to do is compare what happened last year, which was 1,209 versus where we potentially could be this year. And 2 years ago, in 2023, it was 1,300 and odd. I think if we do that type of comparison to add up numbers whole some that way and present it, it's not the way to do it. I just want to make that point. And finally for me, you know, as I've said before, and I won't take long, I lived in the United States for 47 years, came back here to Jamaica, and I slowly building my knowledge in terms of what has been happening. And for me, I can tell you, there are about 30 out of my friends who went to school with me at Excelsior, went overseas, are now moving back here. A couple of them called me the other day and said they were in limbo, and they would come back to Jamaica. And when they hear the murder rate, they're saying yes. So I think if we focus on that and talk about that dialogue, I think we do better. Anyway, big up to all of you. Black King, big up yourself and all the panelists. One love to everybody.
You know, Mr. Brown. You know, Mr. Brown. I just wanted to say, it is so sad. It is so sad this morning. For we as Jamaicans who are playing around with analyzing numbers. From 89 till present moment, we have our own sisters and brothers, old people and children, right? And what we old people and children, right? And what we should do, what each and every Jamaican should do this morning, is to do a self-introspection and ask ourselves a question: what can I contribute to stop this analysis among one against each other?
Absolutely.
Right? We are not, we have with one against each other, it has to end in bloodshed, right? We need, and no matter what resources maybe the government put into security, it comes down to the people to change their mindset, right? We must learn how to forgive each other. We must learn how to respect the laws of the land and make the courts and the police deal with criminal issues more than go seek revenge. And this is the problem that we are having. See, a young lady from UTech, just the same age like my daughter, has been missing. See, a young lady from UTech, just the same age like my daughter, has been missing, and a young come evil bastard take her away and presume analyze her. And from morning we not mention that, right? And we can to look political view that it. Prime Minister, the number is what it is, and we need to find a way to correct it and stop analyzing it.
I just want to add something here. Not going to stay long. I want to address something that this is Ruler Brown, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
You were saying that we shouldn't go by the numbers and go by the rate. I don't necessarily agree with that. And let me tell you why I don't necessarily agree with that. Because we have to go by the raw.
Bro.
Hold on, let me finish up, please. Let me finish. We have to still go by the raw numbers per year. For a population of just under 3 million to be murdering in excess of 1,200, 1,500 per year is not sustainable for a small developing country like us. And I think when you look at it, people, if we are going to go by the rate, as you are saying, people are not looking at that. The world is not looking at that. What the world is looking at, like our friends up by north, the Americans, the Canadians, and the Britons, and other countries that come to Jamaica for tourism, they are looking at the raw numbers per year. So the numbers per year is significant. You can't have a population just below 3 million and murdering 1,300, 1,400 people per year, right? So I get your point, but we cannot negate the raw numbers per year. And it's a raw number that we have to look at to get it done. Once we get down that number, your rate that you're talking about is going to come down. So nobody's going to go and calculate the murder rate and say, last year it was 60 or 100 or what. No, we have to look at the raw numbers. And for a country this small to be murdering people in excess or unaliving people in excess of 1,000 per year is unsustainable. I just want to add.
Carl, and I appreciate that input. The point I was trying to make, though, is that universally, if you're going to compare countries to countries, you go with the rates. If you're going to go with the year over year, you go with the actual numbers that you're talking about. And the first sentence I read when I came on, it says when Jamaica gained independence in 1962, the murder rate was only 3.9 per 100,000 people. Our population was probably 1 million at that time. And they said one of the world's smallest, lowest in the world. And in 2022, it was 1508, and the murder rate was 53.4. So it went up, what, 40-fold? 25-fold or something like that per 100,000, the highest murder rate in the world. I agree. When people hear the big number, it pulls them in right away. But if we want to be consistent, we have to go with the murder rate. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the murder rate, but the numbers per murder per year has a direct correlation with the rate, right? The two of them go hand in hand. It is reciprocal. You get you get down the murder rate, you get down the numbers per year, the rate will fall. Okay, so we cannot isolate one for the other because one have a direct impact on the other. You get down the yearly numbers, the rate is going to come down. But at the end of the day, nobody's going to go back to 1962 and look at the murder rate when we were at just 1 million people and say, listen, it was 40. Yes, there's some significance for that. But in this dispensation, you have to look at the sheer numbers per year. Because when America and the West take out travel advisory on Jamaica, they're not talking about murder rate. They're talking about the numbers per year, especially since probably 2000 coming up, right? They look at the sheer numbers.
From my understanding is that they when they're doing this, they both look at they both do the rate and the numbers, right? So isn't it unfair to any country where its population is growing, and once the population is growing, the murder rate is going to differ? It's just like what do you call it? They call it inflation.
Yes, population size per capita, right? Yes,
right.
If you're gonna compare countries per country, you have to look at the ratio per capita, the population to what is going to happen, to what is happening, whether it be crime, economy, or whatever, right? So yes, if we have a country murdering 1,500 per year, and that population is 10 million people, then probably it's not. What 1,500 people is not significant, right? But what they're saying for a population size like ours, $2.83 million, 2.83 million people, that level of murder per year is not good. It's too high. And if you work out the rate, you're gonna get a high rate per 100, right? So all right. If you even compare rate now. So go back to when the population was at a lower level in comparison to now. I am sure if you work out the ratio, it's going to be higher now. Even though we have grown in terms of our population, we are still murdering more people per 100,000 right now, if you to really do the calculation.
Carl, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to get this off my mind. Black King, I just want to say to you, as the host of this live, I don't come here to mean you and your live and the guests. No form of disrespect. But sometimes the foolishness get to me, and I have very low tolerance when it comes to foolishness. And I cannot tell you how to conduct the live, but each day I am here and I like to participate. I am saying that this government has so much positive achievement since this government was voted in power in 2016. We must be here highlighting the positive of our government and selling the vision of our party leader and prime minister.
Yes, my brother.
Going forward. Also, the PMP, when the PMP then depend on live, I chat them propaganda, I am sure that they are only talking to their people, right? Because no labor right in a sensible mind now go sit down on a PNP live and listen to hogwash, right? And why is it I can't see the hell for it? Why we are willing to accept these people on our live to speak to our supporter by filling up them brain with negativity and propaganda? What benefit that bring to our party and to our people? I don't see it.
I support that 100% too. I was going to say
I really can't tell anyone how to conduct their life, but that was my opinion. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, John. Now it's crunch time, people, and you're not gonna change people right now, you know. As we are protecting JA said earlier, you sow a seed, only growth can grow, right? So in a time now, if we dispense about and try to convince the body about crime rate and numbers. No, another time feet now. We have 3-4 months to election now. We need to be spreading our wings, talking about some of the positive things and how we can propel the government going into the third term. Because listen to this morning, you know. Him come and say from 1997 from 1997 to 2006. Him get 6,000. I know I'm getting. When Vegas check up to 2003, him already has 6,000. We say, all right, man, I'm asking, how you come by the 6,000? He might defend the 6,000, yes, and him can't get a per year breakdown. So it don't make a sense.
But remember, say he was on tea time for about 10 minutes, you know, and they were feeding with foolish information, right? So you can definitely say this man is being coached, right? And we are willing to have this man over here for more than an hour to talking rubbish. You understand?
Yeah. But all that time, we cannot try right now. You know, make sure you try to convince the body and in a competing with nobody now because you're not convince them. If they're not sit to for the line, go ahead.
Hello. 1 second there. Winston or John Major, I hear what you're saying about one thing. Actually, I do think that you guys are underestimating. You're not underestimating the intelligence of the Jamaica Labour Party supporter that we are here reaching out to and we're speaking to. Do not underestimate the people of intelligence. You know, somebody come up in here and start spilling lies and all that. And for you to think that, you know what, it's going to be getting to the JLP supporter head, that you're telling me that you don't think that they're intelligent enough to disseminate lies and to know straight up that, you know what this person is talking is rubbish. What it does, we need to look on the positive side of it as well. What it does, it shows, it concrete to us, it cement our belief that these people will go at anything to come out there and put out lies. Because you just said it yourself, you know, the man take over 10 minutes, he was on tea time, getting foolishness from people. Even when Mr. Vega said to him, can you agree that whatever you was told, you know, was incorrect? He did not say, well, I wasn't told anything, you know. He just said no, which simply means he have people there who feeding him with information, but he did not come and say, well, nobody now feed me with information, you know, because if it was me, I would have come up and said, what are you talking about? Nobody not feeding me with information. But clearly, we see that him have people feeding him with information. Is the information that either feed him with was the correct information? No, that again can put and, you know, cement it for us even more to say, listen, these people, they're out there, as Mr. Vega said, they're out there, they're passing on all these lies, they're going around and spreading all these lies. And you know, we hear what Kashan said, we hear what Bunting and all them people gonna do. But Mr. Vegas was right with what he said, you know. Please do not underestimate the Jamaica Labour Rights supporter. Them we out here reaching out, trying to reach out to on a daily basis, brother. Not underestimate them to get them.
You know,
but at the same time, Black King, at the same time, when you say 100%, I agree 100%. But you see, right now we can't leave nothing to chance, you know, because
just 1 second the call.
Go ahead.
1 second the call. Protecting JA, are you still there?
Yeah, man, there.
Okay. Connecting the dots, are you still there?
Or somebody jump out.
Yeah, man,
for real.
No, I just want to make sure.
No, man, we live, man. We live, we listen everything, man.
Okay, all right. No, that Rory
You
was there
know,
a long time, so I mean, just want to bring him up.
as I said before in a black thing, many a morning when you turn on the light, sometimes I am the first video. Even this morning when I turned on the
Mute
second
your mic,
time,
Rory. Mute your mic,
I was the
Rory.
first here with you, right? And I am saying that if I come across too strong or too arrogant, I apologize to you for that because you are a person who display the utmost level of tolerance and respect. And I also wanted to display the same level of respect to you and respect your life. And every guest that come here. Right?
Nah,
I
man,
just want to
everything
get
cool,
that
man.
out of
Everything cool. You
I
not have to
just
worry
want to
about
get
nothing,
that
that's man.
out of the
Everything
way.
cool. Everything cool. We
I
don't
just want to
take
get that out of the
nothing
way.
personal here,
But
so brother.
you see the negative thing again, Black King, that I wanted to speak and very strongly.
Mm-hmm.
If I am a government minister, you see, nobody could not attack my ministry and try to bring it down the gutter in an election year, and I don't come out and debunk it. Right? I am saying right now, they are running this false tape concerning the babies in the chair from Uganda, right? And attacking the health ministry. And we know that the health ministry come on a fierce attack for how many years now, right? And you know, you're nobody from out of the health department come out and say, well, listen, this is not so. You understand? It is we who are here each day are debunking that narrative, right? The other thing again, with the Minister of Education recently, when Peter Bunting stood up in the Parliament in the upper house and chatting one bag of lies and misinformation. Suppose that contractor never had the guts to come out and defend his reputation. The man was speaking on behalf of the government, you know. The contractor came out to defend his reputation and his company, right? And nobody from the Minister of Education come out and speak on the issue and call out liar Peter Bunting. You understand? We are behaving in a manner like say we are not in an election year and like misinformation is not going out there and I try to capture the mind of the electorate. And I think we are doing a poor job as a government concerning the way we debunk misinformation. And I will stick to that to the day I die. And I end here.
All right. If I may, I believe that the ministry has responded to the babies in those chairs. I think so. I think that's our release from the Ministry of Health. But I tell you something. I don't have a problem, you know. As a matter of fact, I like when these comrades come in these boxes, you know. I enjoy it. Because they mix up every time they come in their box, they look like that, you know. And let me tell you something. If we allow them to stay on their lives or stay on other platforms and spread these lies, I think it will have more effect on people's mind, especially those persons who are searching. Lies, let me give a quick example. Lies are far more convincing than the truth. If you are a man like I was, you're a man like I was, hold on a little bit. We used to move around a lot of women. The women believe the lie, I tell them the truth, they don't believe you. I lie, they believe. So I do have no problem when they come with them pack of lies. You see what I'm doing today? You see what I'm doing? The little man today, when him. You see what he did him? He turned in an idiot because he come with 6,000. By the time we reach 2,000, 3 or 4, and nearly 7,000 we reach. And 4 years left out that 4 years not counted. And those 4 years, it was 1,000 plus each year, including 1,674, 1,584 or something like that. So it gone way up above what him I say. So I don't mind them, my brethren. One of the things that we have to realize, you know, we have to realize that the PMP now accepts, the PMP now knows and accepts that Dr. the Most Honorable Michael Owens is a thorn in their flesh with the performance of the government. They thought they would have the 1,000 plus unaliving club created by the PNP, and of which PJ Patterson is the lifetime president. of the 1,000 plus unaliving club. They were convinced that they would have that to go into an election campaign in 2025. They don't have that. They were convinced that they would still come here, because people are sitting down and cheer in a corner of the hospital. The hospital open and can only get better. Every single week I see Christoph working in a new clinic, whether up refurbished or brand new. They were convinced that some of the pain points, the bad roads, $50 billion now is being spent on repairing roads. You have several road work going on and infrastructure work going on simultaneously. While they might grade up some work and patch it, they might build brand new roads, including trenches to carry the water. And I mean, the whole infrastructure is being transformed. When you look at what happened in Marine Bay, oh my God, when you look at all the other pain points that they were relying on, and those things are transforming rapidly. Because people don't like bad road. I don't like drive my car on bad road. And those things are being corrected rather, all through the length and breadth of Jamaica. Where they expect them to go, like I'm playing, they might come with life. We have a duty as persons who represent the JLP and who are choosing Jamaica to bring them in their box. I'm not telling like alone, let me tell it. What I realize is that the more easy than talk is the more in foot going in short. And that's why we want him to talk, because every time you talk in chat to cut some crap. You can't have a situation where PJ Patterson inherited an unaliving rate at 561 and move it go 1,674. I hand that over. I hand over 1,000 had to Prime Minister Wallace, and no Bunting and tell we say it go up by 25%. And went up on the PJ by 300+%. 300 plus under PJ from 92 till the left office. It went up on a Monday 500 plus. It went up on the PMP between 89 and 2007 by 400 plus. And it go up under them again 3 times the PMP come in power. 3 times the unaliving rate go. 4 times the JLP come in power. We kept on unaliving rate. I'm brother Brown might have left now. I don't see him name. But brother Brown mentioned something about 62. The highest unaliving rate between 62 and 72 was 157. The PMP get a rate of 147 in 1971 and then drive it go by 899 from 145 to 899. Eddie bring it down. By the way, 50% is not the first time that unaliving rate will go down on the JP. Eddie Siaga slashed unaliving by 50% in the first year, 1981. I was in the force at the time. Moved from 889 to 490. Under Siaga and that was the highest rate under Siaga, 490. It came down as far as low as 405. So nobody PMP didn't come and now we can try to clean up. They are afraid of history. That's why they don't want it to go back all the way back. Because they are terrified by the history.
But and you know what me ask the question I need to ask you too. If you are a plumber and somebody call you to fix the pipe and the pipe has spewed water, high pressure. You expect as a plumber comes to the water to stop? You don't expect them to do some form of lock off the water and carry
lock off the water and bung up some pipes,
yeah, and bung up some
flow.
Before the pressure, the water stop.
Absolutely.
Eh? So they expect say Mr. Wallace will come in a power and immediately the crime rate will drop to 0. You know that works, sir. It's easier to escalate than for curtail, you know.
There's another point call that I want to land on. I want to land on this point because the PMP is using it too. Peter Bunting, liar. We can't call him liar no, you know. Can't tell lie on school on so and he might tell lie all over the place. Liar Peter Bunting is now trying to let the country know that the state of emergency and the prolonged use of the state of emergency is what caused the unaliving rate to go up. Lie, Peter Bunting, I tell. Peter Bunting, you're a liar. You're a fat liar. And you should not be you should not be believed. Your credibility is trampled now. So take for yourself. It is inaccurate for anybody to say that the prolonged use of the state of emergency is the cause for the unaliving to go. Lie. Fat lie.
Oh, is that
big fat lie Bunting. Let me explain that. Let me just explain that. In the unaliving rate went up in 2017, the following year after the JP came in office, to 1641. And immediately in January 2018, and the recommendation of the head of the army and the police force, they imposed state of emergency starting in St. James. And I will, if I ever tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that the only division in Jamaica that got the states of emergency for 1 full year is St. James in 2018, January to 31st, the 1st of January 2018 to the 31st of December 2018. And I remember Prime Minister Holness told this country when the PNP opposed the state of emergency and voted it down in 2018 December, bringing to end all the states of emergency which came after St. James. About 8 hours or maybe 8 to 9 of them strategically placed. By the way, the rate came down from 335 in St. James to 105 under the state of emergency. 70+%, over 70%, it came down 70% in St. James. The only division that got it for 1 full year since 2018 and now. And the national reduction was 22% from 1641 to 1,287. If the PNP did not vote against the state of emergency in December 2018, by 2019, the unaliving rate would go under 1,000. The police were very happy for the state of emergency. I meet these guys on the road. I know some of them, I still know some of them. We work together. And I say, Margie, I know all this concert as a detective, you're on a crime scene, on a living scene, and your phone will ring off. One double one up the road. I mean, that's crazy. So what we're saying to me is that they have no time now to investigate and to package the case and put information together. But you have to fly off for one guy one next. So you don't have time for you to investigate putting properly, and then you lack resources, you lack vehicle, you lack personnel, you lack everything on the PNP. So you must have the rate high. And they told me that they were gaining ground. But after that now, the PNP started to strategically oppose the SOEs. They will give you for 3 months, then they vote it down until they eventually stopped. So they are the ones who created the increase over the period of time. But my leader, Dr. Andrew Michael Lones, is very focused. He's very purpose-driven and focused. The government went straight after they changed the Minister of National Security in 2018 April. Changed the Commissioner of Police same time, about the same time, but in March. And they came with Anderson, Major General Anthony Anderson and Dr. Chang as the minister. They went about purposefully to build capacity in the national security apparatus. Then by aircraft, Mr. Police are have airplane and helicopter. Never had that before. They have speedboat to cut off the flow of weapons in the place. Even COVID, I saw them building new police facilities for training. And they train until they pay them now. So that high attrition rate has been cauterized as well. So these are pain points that the PNP would want to have to go into election, and they don't have them. So they have to be telling us fat lies, led by Bunting and Golden, telling this country fat lies, and we hope people. So no problem. Make them come on the live. Invite them to come, because they don't have nothing to tell more than pure lies. And then come and say, you're easy to answer to me this morning. So no flying here, me tell them. Tell me one, and how long you can't answer in there spend 1 hour. And you can't tell me one lie me tell. And then gone. In the hand side. So these are some of the things that they do. And we should not allow them. We should put them in their places. Make them talk.
And on that note, connecting, the reason why I come back on the platform is because I think we have to understand what is at play here and what these people are doing. Yeah? And please understand, gentle people, that you have the undecided voters. We have to take that into consideration. Also remember, this is a digital era. Undecided voters follow Black King platform. They also follow the PNP vloggers and platforms. If a man stray and come over here, so in a phone space, I believe in a UNO. And the intelligence owner have and the information owner have to set that person straight. If people follow him from the other side and come listen to him here. The other day I did a conversation with one who said, my teacher. He had a following. Why? Because we had almost 500 people listening. Do you believe all those people were labor rights? No. But people get to hear that what they're putting forward is rubbish. You cannot say do not invite these people into your space because this and this and that. You have undecided voters who are willing to listen to your conversation. When they come on the platform and people see how stupid their arguments are, then people will understand. So, but we can't listen to the man. We can't take what he must say with a grain of salt. Not even with a grain of salt. When people say take it with a grain of salt, no, you can't take it with a grain of salt because it don't make absolutely no sense. So there's nothing wrong with a black king, chopped and Chuck do it all the time. If they want to come in the space and want a conversation and they're going to be respectful, me not have a problem with the gentle people. What you challenge them with the argument. And with that said, why is it even more important? This is what you're up against, gentle people. It might be a little longer. I want permission from the host to play it. It might be about 7 minutes longer, but I want them to just listen what is at stake and why Peter Bunting and all of them, Mark Gold and them, why they are looking for stuff to feed the vloggers. Black King.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So listen up to this now. This is one of the PMP.
Mr. Vegas, maybe you want to Black King back.
Yeah. Please. This is one of the vloggers them where basically dominate the space over the PMP space. You might one of them where them are feed information. You Richards them get fed information. This little man you see come now, they are all being fed information, and this is the script, gentle people.
Have a fix for true in a caution. You know, feel like.
So don't put in a big box. Just mute up so that can hear, please. All right. Happy Sunday, gentle people. Here is what you need to take note of. As a person in the social space. Yeah?
Fix for true in a caution. You know, feel like say we need to want to fix for true in a caution. You know, feel like say we need to sort out the part there. Balance. What if you get up every while going in the country? Nobody not talk about the Prime Minister being investigated for insider trading, tax evasion, all of them something there. Nobody no business about that anymore. People are gonna come on platform and are gonna talk about especially Vice of the Nation, because I see him come with a style, I'm gonna pick it up. Hear him come with a style about choose Jamaica. We have to listen to what them attack say. Because basically what I'm trying to tell you say, if the party are put forth something good on the table, like you look and you say, boy, this good or that good, choose them. And you know what Vice of the Nation I tell you, say, in the same length and breath, ignore the corruption. That's what I tell you. Ignore the corruption and choose this. Yeah, man. Let me see the manifesto. Big man, me no responsible on the manifesto. Screw manifesto. Me want to see a good thing for your manifesto. And the personality of the leader, me a go for. Personality. Some people go talk about, yo, you have to see what manifesto for know one plan. They want to see people come and promise you all kind of sitting and nothing no do. So I'm not tired for they see them something there. Look on the personality, then you will know the type of person who you are put in and actually believe so well anyway. Look on Portia. Portia have a personality where she is a person where caring, she understands, she loving. A great leader. A great leader. She never need to have one PhD. It's just that the fact that she can listen and hear the people them crying and hear the people them say, you know what, Portia, we can't pay. And she go sit down and she we can't pay it. And she go sit down and she go think and she come to her team and say, listen, we need to get water to these people because them don't have any water. Children are up there. We have to find some way, mechanism to reach out to them people. Other people personally want somebody who care. That charisma there. If they not have that and just think, say, yo, we just go by the books. Yo, you have to wait and PMP. Why me I go up on the party now for go talk about debt to GDP? That don't make no sense. Why me I go up on the platform go talk about NIR? That don't make no sense. Me have to talk about where me see a go on. Me have to talk about the nepotism where me see a go on in the country. The bullyism where me see a go on in the parliament. You all them things that me have to talk about because guess what now? If me know as a person on the other side of the fence, I go talk about for them conversation on my platform and them talk about the same conversation on for them platform. When a man has stroll through and hear you over there so talk about NIR and debt to GDP and then him hear you over there so talk about NIR and debt to GDP and him go and him look and he say, but debt to GDP is 68% and NIR at that time. He must say, well then, come like a JLP, the better party man, come here, PMP talk about it. I'm here, Labour talk about it, so. You can't do that, brother. You can't do that. Make the people them who design for talk about them something, talk about them something there. Damian Crawford, Mark Golin, Julian Robinson. Make them take on them conversation there. And when me hear them say something, I hit me run with. Me hear them run up and down and talk about debt to GDP and NIR and them something there. When me listen to the political conference them, me hear the Campbell a burn a fire upon the debt to GDP and NIR. So anything when me hear Damian Crawford and Date the Campbell, I lit fire upon, I got me up my eye and my ears and say, yes, at this me forgot they go repeat. I that me go out they go repeat. Some watch what them I say. And when I see what them I say, I go out there. Just like when them did a complain about over Portmore becoming a parish, I see Fitz Jackson, Mark Golin, I say Ray Tate and them are Ray. I feel him side me the pan. Yes, Mark Golin. True. We don't want Portmore become a parish yet. Constitutionally right, and we have to do it. Anything when I say that, me repeat. Me now go and say, on platform, I go talk against the prime minister, the opposition leader, and say, but it now go affect we because we still going to get our vote. So when the man there in the parliament, I beat up it, as a matter of fact, me never care. As long as me see him oppose against something in the parliament, that's my duty to oppose. Labour right duty is to present for them something. That's why you have the opposition and the government. So me a defend murderer because the whole thing. And she did it, she feel like she on top now because it's a complex situation, you know. Complex topic. And she play a Uno card for me. And she never knows so me have the reverse Uno card. So we just wait for her to say something. When we know so well then, alright, this now, we're gonna have a leverage. And I hit the man them come up there and tell her, you know, the man them say anytime it's a caution or something where no say him have over you, I done it done. You can't get him leg off for that, brother. You see, me go up in the box and me go talk sitting and me realize, look, nah, it with them. Me not, you think me a change? When they tell me now about education and about this and that and right, and me know say the $3 trillion have you and you say, Kasha, what you think about the education? I say, yeah, man, everything good with that, man, but me still can't understand where the $3 trillion gone because me see one report. I saw you have to deal with them. I think I got to run in and them chop and talk about, yo, education, this and change the conversation now to education and me and them back and forth. But and another that me want to talk about. Me can't. Yeah, man. So I'm to the $3 trillion. How that go? We realize say we can't find it all now, you know, and this and that, you know. Switch it upon them. Some man, they want to explain every single thing. Me not have an explanation for every single thing. Me have things where me want answers for. So guess what me do? Me try seek the answers to them things. So from as long as you come to me with where me no want to answer for, me not going to really tolerate the conversation. As you come and you make a statement, say, well then, you know, that's how it go. Yeah, it is what it is. But what I want for $3 trillion? I start a different conversation. I'm going to get them right in my chat now and say, yes, that's what I want to know. But so when I see one report come out with the Auditor General say $3 trillion, what you know? I start to explain to them now the $3 trillion, I say, what you know now? Want to the money them where they take away from the illegal people them, where the money they got. Long time the man them used to have one brother with name. His name Maestro. No Maestro we know him. Used to name Paul. He used to come over here a long time. Remember that brother there? Mm-hmm. The man said, somebody tell me this, we talk to him and I say, yo, the man say, it's a caution. You have to know how you talk to caution because the man they know how to reason. That the man say, you know. That's why I come around my life again, you know, the man say, yo, you have a good to talk to him because you didn't think you have him in a one corner and him find some way out of the conversation. Some way him find out of the conversation.
You like the other night when Packer them go play them sitting and say, oh, you gonna get yourself out of this now. What them a play where KD night say.
Oh, right. You check us. Let me explain. Brother, I'm gonna depend that, brother. You have to know for answer. First thing I gotta tell you, say, can remember me hear something when me not sure, and me I say, boy, this son away, but me I say, big man, don't the person can clear up that, you know, I carry that. Me can't make a comment on that. Me, personally, I think Peter Pattis was the best prime minister wherever was. He did a phenomenal job. He's an excellent leader, and if he come back again, get back young, and come back, I will give him another 18 years because this man did an extraordinary job. Yo, the man them cuss. But me answer them question. You can't tell me, say.
Yeah, they must say you don't answer the question. Of course you answer the question. Go ask him.
My view. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, go.
But I show it.
So now just why the engineer they come with the list so him claim him go look the prices them. And just why him they go do it.
Yeah, because him send him the
yes.
Jordan send him the list with the item them and everything. Me have the list. Cause the engineer send it to me. I'm say everything cool, man. Everything good, man. Them the pan them 100. And match me I go start playing. And them the pan them 100. And match me I go some blood clot rose. Find some new friend in this. A whole heap of people up on TikTok. That me I tell you, them can find them way out tight. Them put themselves in it. Them can take themselves out tight. That's so me see life. Me, I really want to be a part of that bridging. If me there one time, hi, how are you? Yeah. If me there one time, 14 time come around, just go do my X and come. One time, 14 time come around, just go do my X and come. And this and all them kind of thing that people are like, you know, all my life and all them kind of thing there. At the end of the day, and them they sit down and go like that. One thing I learn in life, when you do something and somebody don't appreciate it, you stop.
Remember you when they can't defend themselves on the live, them and pull up your inbox with message. Defend them.
What? But the live on them thing, the bridging. And from me go up on a live and I see them come there, but just take on my body bridging. Me just cut. One night I see me there, and I see Jordan go up in the box, and me there over front of the line. Me just come out for the live. Me not talking with him. Him alone can't talk about them. Me know who me actually want to sit down and run and reason with. If me just say, oh, I come in the box, would I stay? Me I don't communicate like that, but me know say, if me up there, me say one thing, oh, I the back with me say. I'm going to come out for a live, him gone east, me gone west. Simple as that. We have some people them that like you, but at the end of the day, them come up in the box and them try to play that, to try to correct you to make it look like, say, well then, you are the liar, or try to whatsoever. You understand? Try to bring you down. In the panel live, you're not even with us. You're the wrong with a little information there, and so it go. I saw it go still, so you know next time now we can probably say, all right. And you understand what I say? You want to do it.
Man, just check the enemy.
You want to do it publicly. When you could have messaged me and say, yo, caution, I know 4, no, but at 3,000, I'm going to say, nah, I'm going to let go the argument then. Because probably if I continue, then my final say a 4 and a 3. No.
But if all the person thinking that the information, they're the engineer.
The man get the engineer, might me say one of the worst person, the man get, might me say something about me, the man couldn't get anybody else to blow. No, not the engineer, bridge, you know. Up or something there to try to prove a point, bridge, and God see and know me the writer, so that the engineer will send something to me. And I say, I can't believe, said the blood now, boy, knows the minimum wage was $5,000. them better off down, Virgin. You give the man the leverage, Virgin. The engineer never know. We don't know where the man find the information, brother. Come in and see no labor to talk about it. And you as a PMP, pitching in the gun to shoot a PMP, Virgin. Remember me tell you, that's like, me not put him back in. You know what time I see him come over here and send request? Because I never, and if I go up on the live and see the Jordan, just watch. If you see him coming out the box, me not in an argument, me just come on. Me just come on. Same time, come and say, yo, he's not a team player.
But yes, then keep on forgetting, say this is one team. And if the team fall, everybody fall.
Not for them. Not for them. Them try to be more, like them want to say, more intellect, I'm more factual than a person that are this or that already. I'm more than one time I see the man do it, I don't remember one next time, Dino do it already too. Them always do it. I'm going to tell you this when I see with the labor right them. No matter when a labor right set in a box, brother, the whole of them they go defend that.
What do you mean? And they are idiot, I try to prove.
Remember, a politics. A politics. Yeah? I'm going to tell you this now with politics now. You say, me would know, say, you move the buckle. But see, if you don't find out, say, other person move the buckle, me not talk about the buckle. You have to find out for yourself and then me come defend it. Think me I go come tell you, say, yeah man, I know I ain't move the buckle. Your duty to go find out that. My duty on the opposite side is to find out where you are the wrong. Your duty on the side is to find out where me do the wrong or whatever me do wrong. Me not supposed to help you to find out where me do wrong. Remember, and them in a power. Them in a power. And you say you want your party to win. So how you are going to put dirt out upon your party and your fellow people them will support you to try win. That sound like it makes sense?
Yeah. Our grand finale. The back foot and have them down, Them man, they go back and give them
big man. Let me tell you this, man. From when we start go downhill, from when you Richards come round.
Virgin.
From when you Richards come around, if anybody understand on the day from a long time, I will have them to the neck
at all time, brother.
Me and Howard no really talk. You understand? No, I kind of write off Blair to me, no response, but me write him off now. But the thing when me analyze and me like when they're in the box with Howard especially, Howard out of everybody else, Howard. But everybody else, this is how we rate with that brother there. Him, I make you know, say, if you ask one question, and the labor go on like him no want answer, he say, answer the question, him a back up what you say. Him not go talk about, yo, let me ask you one question, and ask one different question. So if me a talk about education, and realize, say, yo, I have the labor them with the education, Howard now move off of it.
You say, if I lie, yeah, tell him I back up your lie.
Me say, you recharge, I go tell you, we don't want to talk about, let me ask you one question. How much better in the hospital? Him change the conversation. You recharge, ever do that? Ever? Him nah back up on you, I said, none at all. When him see them in the corner, I beg for them life and you have them. You recharge at the man who come save them.
Save them, brother. That me not like. He might save your brother. Me don't know what.
That's why them always ask for you.
You try to figure out this thing and it's a puzzle maker. Me can't understand how you fight hard to get down something and when you get it down, you go back to rise it up back. You go renewing it back again. Why make sense?
You're the our live with our comrades in the box. And a man go say something, he might make one simple mistake, All if me hear the mistake, I go and let me hear.
Him I go call you out.
And say, right, tell you.
And I tell you to tap it.
Really say. You understand what I'm saying?
Who put the one floor? Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan loved that style of thing. I remember, me did I talk about the thing there, the basket. And me the thing say a $3,000, the basket to go. Me say, blood now, Jordan go find, say 4,000. A 4,000 how much? $4,000. The minimum wage at that time was $5,200. Me said the man killed me in the show, Virgin.
Sending the engineer inbox.
Me said the man I give the man the information.
You get all the mad boy about
you say bum buckle, man. You know in a sense, you know, say brother. If you even know that, hold it to yourself.
Just not enough.
Information go give the man so him can have it now. We go run with Bridget, cause him never know. All along when me I talk about the $3,000, cause me never know. Me think of $3,000, you know. The man go search for the find say, I'm not 3,000 and 4,000 a dollar. And minimum you against it would be nice.
So
that's what I'm telling you. Said, John,
so he can't believe my youth. And so in secretly hate that is a
Exactly.
That is one up against gentle people. That enough you understand. Mark Gold in them all of them want to say I put out information and feed them all them bloggers them and them people them surrogates them. Just notice it. And it come from high. It come from high to the low. It go for the high. But I think I don't know. I just through them lie and them just throw some things. Them strategically plant lies and disinformation. So when them three are coming out on a space, bridging, you have to deal with them and expose them, because if undecided voters end up on these platforms with these people, a digital era we in now, not even radio around the place again, bridgings and sisterings. We in a digital era where a person has scroll by and him say 500 people or 400 people or 300 people on a live, that person will stop by or will more likely to stop by. And that person that stopped by maybe an undecided voter. You see? So we have to be very mindful of that. And nothing fit chop them up when they come down in space literally with intelligence. I want to have it. But just know say why them strategy. Them strategy is to sing the hymns that is coming out of Peter Bun. If my brethren never know say my brethren no me rated to be such a liar. I me see my brethren out there plant line seed and me I say blow out. But he has to do it. That are the mandate. And that you're up against. So when them stray, deal with them accordingly.
Beg you say the Vegas, please.
Yeah, man, go ahead, family.
Blessings, Liberite. Blessings, everybody. Blessings, Jamaican. I have a lot of respect for John Major, and I would have said to John Major, I agree with to some extent with what you say. But the only thing different I would say is that we still need to carry the conversation with them if them come. We're not going to go on them platform and build up them platform. But if them brave enough to come, when me look with connecting the dots with you Vegas with protecting, I relax in the box, in the comment and listen, because me know that me have more than enough labor right capable of dealing with anything any PNP can come with, because PNP can only come with lies and make believe, and we have the facts and the data for challenge anything. So John Major, look, know your people them, know your striker them, know your goalkeeper and your defender, know your team, and just relax and watch the thing go. We don't have to say all the time. Me don't want to talk all the time. You understand? But when you see a team out there, trust your team, and we have to learn. So well, when we have a lot of information, and some of the time, some of you guys, the big Italian are punch so hard that you know miss things. Just watch the comments when you not talk. Because no for we don't in the comments.
Sorry for cut you. But when we see how people like I'll travel them, I beat them and win at them and stand up and listen.
Yes, they don't learn well, man.
When we see how connected I put forward the history, I stand back and protecting them,
Yeah.
When we see how kizzy them and lashika them and petal them and punch them,
information to
and punkus them, brother.
Yeah.
A backbench me going,
No,
brother.
you don't need to say
because you were going to, me know say me have top striker for my team. Me don't worry about no stray boy. I no stray man.
You see what I say? Because
we have three top strikers. We have Marcia them and Bridget them with give up information quick and fast.
Yes, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So John Major, no worry your head when you see them come around and we are fix them up.
Take a drink and relax, because we have to fix them and rub them out one at a time,
Because people are listening. Notice when them come out, when they come out, when they come out, the people them are stop by and are listening. And do believe that you have people who are swing one way when them hear the truth
people
and when them hear the real information.
People are swing Vegas. And we see it every day when we get a chance. We see it every day when the people, the new people, come up in the chat today. As we start chat and we are chat to them. The new people, we not talk the people like we're on it every day. I talk. The new people, we are come and I learn, and people are coming and say, I never know this, I never know that. I have to go look into this, and I have to go look into information we are put out. And if we are put out the right information, the people who we are calling to get them support, we will win them. So, Major, we're good. Just look by your people, know your people, and just relax and make them fight if you're in the mood. Me not in the mood all the time, me don't want to talk. But love it, I'm going to watch it. If me see something I slip now, then me will say something or try to get a talk. But we
just notice the live them. Just notice the platform them, Virgin. When they come around, people will stop by and listen because them hear a debate or go and hear a conversation.
Right.
Remember saying we will there every day and we are put forward say, yeah man, this I do, that I do, but we will be more likely to average or to accommodate or to entertain the same set of people them. You see? Unless we take strategical approach to grow the platform, we have to grow the platform. We have to tap up the live.
Yes, man.
We have to when them come by and them have a conversation as long as it's respectful. Because that's the key, you know. Because some of them come and them disrespectful. Once them respectful and them can have a conversation and because they're
100% Mr. Vegas. 100%.
Yeah, man.
And
I want to correct something with I want to correct something with Caution says we will hear a labor right say a lie and don't correct it. That's a lie, and we proved that this morning. Because somebody made a point about the data, the murder, the unalive rate in 1 year, and connecting corrected it.
Yes, man.
Yeah. You understand me? So when people hear connecting, when people forward and hear that, you know, yeah, I mean, right choice. And of course, it can be an oversight. But what I'm saying is the fact that connecting was willing to say, no, check that number inaccurate. And we look and we see the number and we come to a general consensus. That's why people respect on the platform and say, yo, look how the man could have run it that a while ago. Because if we did put 1,800 for the unalive rate that year, it did have fly past the number we matter about, you know.
Yes. Look how easy you kill him. Look how easy you kill him. With that 2024 and it passes 6,000, we get the information. Him can't come no more.
Yeah,
we're done with him.
I made a mistake.
In the relevance again.
I made a mistake.
So we have to corner them.
And I was prepared to correct it before the program was over. I realized that I was wrong number. I said, no, that's inaccurate. I realized that.
Papa.
Yeah.
We're there. And we have the people who can do the job. We come in and we do a thing. And we have different purpose. Vegas should tell you have people who come up and warm up the crowd. You don't mind doing that a morning time with Black King. You understand? We come in and we set the program for the day. And then the big striker them come in and finish off. When we are doing relay, we have like a apprentice come in and do the first round. And then we big one of them come in at the last round. You understand? So we must value people and what we have and do our work accordingly. If you're not in at the eat, come on, man, I make you and go in there, you sit down in the line like me and listen and enjoy. That's the way me I say. But for the general conversation, me I love it. I'll cook my dinner now. All right, later.
Bless up yourself. Rory, you request the box long time and you're there.
Go for Rory. 2 years I sit back and go and listen to it still, see me?
Yeah, man.
I go and listen to it and see what best we can learn from you. On a general, you know. What best we can.
But from your point of view, you have anything to add also?
Yeah, honestly, we just go on in on the live at the and listen to the live at first. I must see second time this may come up in our box. For me, man, no matter what time Black King come on, I always there. I listen in and I tap the screen and I send what I can send. You see me?
Straight up. No, man, I think we see you already still. So, man.
Yeah, man, I follow Black King and Plank and the whole of them, man.
Yeah, man, I know you want to win, man. I think me first invited.
We're not really upfront in the politics like, but me come from a labor right here, you see me? I'm a man, see my family, them a labor right.
I wish constituency you're from?
Spanish Town, we come from. John's Road area, Babsy Grange.
Okay, Mama B.
Yeah, Babsy Grange.
Yeah,
that's my FP. Come from half John's Road.
Yeah, so why you have to tell about Spanish Town? Why the changes are going on Spanish Town, you know?
All the changes are going on, because right now them are move the station from out of the town and I put it on the bypass, so them are build up the police station there. Right on the piece of open land there on the bypass from the roundabout.
Yeah.
You understand me?
In terms of inside of the town, because a long time I don't come Spanish Town, so and the changes I make me know, because me know them then change up the route them and all of them. So they put
Well, the Prime Minister put up a whole back camera in the town, if as well you see it now. Because one at the time you see them catch one murder where go right at the gas station for one of the camera them. The umbrella when the guy that they pull over when they shot the man right in the gas station.
Yeah.
So a whole back camera there in the town from down at the hospital gate, go right back around to Oxford Road there, so of the cameras.
Okay, cool.
Whole little investment are going. And so my whole building, them down on a whole little project are going night on, you see me? Because you say you used to come over Spain there, so you're supposed to know Salpan Road, which part the crazy gym there.
Oh, yes, man. Yes,
them lit down a building there, so we don't know what them are put up over there, so now. Because if I see building start lit down a place I clean up, you know, so some farmer establishment I go put up.
For real.
All right. Down on the highway there, which part of Figure Jonathan, you know, part of Figure Jonathan, which part of Swamp Upland there used to be in front across Marchpen Road. Right, the Salpan Road there, so you know, part of Jonathan Grant there.
You mean salt factory?
Man, no salt factory, man. Remember say, you know, a tambourine farm there.
No, sir.
You know, farm prison there.
I don't really know the place I'm like that. I just drive through Spanish.
It's where you left Oasis, you know Oasis there?
You see, if you're going to talk to me about Spanish Town, you have to talk to me about Greendale, Thompson, and go up them side there. Most of them side
on the bypass. You know on the bypass.
You know where mainland then there?
Before you reach mainland and Marchpen Road. Before mainland there, there's a name Marchpen Road.
Okay.
Before you reach mainland, you have one stoplight before you reach mainland stoplight. Another one there coming from town. So you go by train line.
Yes, man.
All right, after when they come at the stoplight, there's a name, there's a prison there, what they saw.
Oh.
The left hand where Grace have them place.
Yeah, man.
All right, over the right hand side, one big open swamp upland you there.
Them are develop over this, sir?
Yeah, man, them are develop over there, sir. Them cut all the road and run the gutter for go back across the road. So over there, sir, develop.
Oh, them say nothing now go on.
Yeah?
No, them say nothing now go on.
How all the bad things are going? You see all you know Ilron?
I hear about it, but I don't know it.
Well, all the bad business are going on Ilron, because CB have things are going on there, Grace have things are going on there. All the bad things are going on down the Sagat. All right, see when you're there on the toll road coming from off of Mandela, like you go Wolaba. When you look over your left side at the toll road there, so you see what investment are going
on. That I go back to Cameron side.
But no, man. When I go to Olaba.
Okay.
You're not going to take a turn off. You're not going to take a turn off and come back in a Spanish Town.
Yeah, man, I know where you're at now, man.
It's when you pass, you look over on your left side, you see all the factory I put up down there, so. CB, I put up 4 coupe down there, 4 coupe pig pen and all of them something. But for them, my AC, and the AC coupe them have down there.
Oh.
I see even where the pharmaceutical place there near Medcare, they have built a big place right past Salpan Road, right in front of the prison. All the political investment are going on Spanish Town, man. And the Prime Minister said he might go fix up Spanish Town because Spanish Town was the first capital. Remember you hear him say that?
Yes, man.
Man. So it's just a matter of time. He just need a third term. After the third
term. And I hear that. And I hear how much sitting going on Spanish Town.
Spanish Town, what they found.
What things are going on?
So right. Rory, how
Yeah,
the
what I
people
say?
am feeling in the era? How the people am feeling? Them in a spending mood and them enjoy themselves or what
Them
going?
by saying
People are
that,
looking
all
at
right,
what?
you see, overall, Spanish Town is divided by the two parties. You understand what I say?
Yeah.
You have De La Vega City, Rivali, and them places are the PNP area. Them. You see what I say?
Yeah, man.
I have Marching Road split between Labour, JLP, and PNP. You
Yeah.
understand me?
So we look like what we no vote down there?
We always win them. Labour always win over Spanish Town because nobody can get rid of Babsy. You understand me?
What me I say? The increase, because increase me I looking up. Me I look increase in voters.
You have more JLP area over Spanish Town more than PNP areas, you know.
Okay.
Almost outside of Spanish Town. You're gonna have that. Like all right, this is St. Catherine Central.
Yeah.
St. Catherine Central when I ruled by Babsy. I remember say other seat that Bruce Golding did have before.
Yeah, Bruce did have before him got MDM.
Yeah, St. Catherine Central. So all Babsy other seat that which consists of Tie-Spen, Wallaba Road, John's Road, Job Lane, come right on. You understand me I say? So that's it, that area that Babsy. So on the south side now you have Andrew Wheatley on the south side that Wallaba Road.
Yeah.
Like I'm heading back across to Portmore. And that is south side St. Catherine South that.
You know how much Babsy win by the last time? 2016.
No. You know, so I not really follow up them figures they like Uno. That's why most of the time I sit back and listen to Uno.
Okay, me not have the figures.
But all the while, Babsy, from she get the seat there, from Bruce days the seat there never really.
They not switch now.
Never really switch now because
no.
Remember one time when Bruce did there, one brother named Jingles. Remember Jingles?
Yeah, man. Skate last.
Jingles they run against Bruce one time for that seat and them couldn't win.
No, man, him can't win nothing.
And then when Babsy get that seat that when Bruce did left and go farm MDM,
then Babsy get the seat and live it.
Yeah, and from she there, she never lose a seat yet.
No.
And from Bruce there, he never lose a seat yet neither.
No, man, that seat that we do from 1980 or longer than that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's I mean that seat there is a sure seat. We can't tell her that's a sure seat.
So we happen to Tickman with here? What the people am I say?
Yeah, they know say other old Labour right now go switch. You see what I say?
Okay, all right.
Labour right now go switch. Straight.
So,
Can't tell her.
So the place locked regardless of Tickman.
Yeah, man. Them now go switch straight.
Okay.
Them die there really.
Okay.
I remember say I don't think my whole pattern pass through before Tickman, you know.
Yeah. No, we mention him because him are recent.
Yeah, but a lot of man pass before him because you have Bunman, you have Booba, you have Plaka, you have Milo. You understand?
Yeah, man.
So all the pattern pass through before Tickman, but you don't know all the things that I.
Yeah. You think so?
They kind of govern like that. They govern. We can't start like out port area them like where we can't give an account say yo.
No man, no. If you know your area, that's all we need to know, you know.
Yeah, man.
We need to know one or two people from a certain area and we're good.
I mean I tell you
there's something I want to ask still, you know.
Yeah.
In terms of the young youth them now, you know, in terms of heart and work and things, how it go with the young youth them? Where you see any changes with the young youth them?
Well, as in my little era when me and most of the little youth them when me them monks in my age bracket, over my 40s. You see what I say?
Yeah.
Over my 40s, but the youth them like when I fall beneath me in my bracket, all of them are working out. Right now I talk to you and I work me there.
Right, good. And we make money, eh?
Yeah, I mean.
We make money? Rory.
Yeah.
Well, the youths make money, legal money.
Yeah, man, we are not tradesman, we now do the mason work. Now do the mason work. I do this and I do that, man.
Because you know, so we have mason work for the next 50 years, non-stop.
Yeah, man,
Under this government. Building work.
I don't know as I tell you, say, I own do mason work, they might drive taxi. You see me? Yeah, man.
But then go learn a second trade still other than driving. Only driver still enough.
Yeah,
but
man.
then go learn a second trade.
As I say, most
go
of
learn
them
some plumbing. Some plumbing and some carpenter. And some painter.
Well, as I say, most of them, but in my bracket, me and them, we are really the part. I mostly mason work them do.
We need other trade, right? Now tell us, if who you can influence, then you learn a trade.
Kingston, me can't force them to go do with them no.
No. We influence people, man. We not force nobody.
Them want mason work, lay black, cast building, and all of that.
Yeah.
And I feel them in that. If they want to do plumbing work,
Hi.
they can't think about that.
Good afternoon. Can I say
Good
something?
afternoon.
Can I say something when you guys are finished? Or?
Yeah, man. Yes, Miss Marcia.
Go on, Miss Marcia. Okay. So I just want to highlight what is happening in the country. There are 3 investors that line up right now.
To invest in what?
3 investors line up to invest in Jamaica between $1 billion with a B to $1.5 billion. All 3 of them are coming in to do some investment based on the tax relief that the government is giving them. Again, Jamaica is ripe for investment. So based on the act grants with the income tax relief to mega investors, the government believes that one way for Jamaica to create and build generational wealth is to participate directly in the economic growth derived from large-scale projects. Jamaicans must be afforded more opportunity to participate in the billions of dollars that flow from large investments in the country. And this is RJ Mark's statement. Now, what I like about these investments that are coming in is that the government told them or stipulated that the investors also been told that they should list at least 20% of their shares on the Jamaica stock market to ensure local ownership. And they must source at least 20% of their service inputs from locally owned suppliers. What did I say? The government said it is not a requirement. They should list based on what you're getting from the government, these tax breaks and everything. They should list at least 20% of their shares on the Jamaica Stock Exchange to ensure local ownership. Go ahead, you want to say something?
Yeah. Why the government never say they must instead of should?
No, that is not good investment. We're not going to force somebody to do that. You can't tell them they must do it. These are people who are coming into the country and you want to create that environment. You don't want it to say that, well, you're forcing them to do it. So that's why he said they should. But in terms of the local, the service input, they must source. So
this is the service input, they must get local people. Yeah. All right.
No. Well, local people plus local produce. That is what he said.
That is a must. That is a must.
The service part of it, you hire local people, and the produce part of it is you're gonna use at least 20%. So that is the part he said you must. Now, in terms of this, the shareholders, he's saying they should at least list 20% shares on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So that gives local ownership if you chose to do so.
So I didn't watch the debate on Friday. Usually I do. but somehow I didn't have other matters dealing with. So it took us
And
all
guess
the time.
what? And guess what? They have agreed to, in principle,
To
these
those
proposals.
that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
They
Do we know which era they will be invested
No, they
in?
didn't say as yet. They didn't say,
so
but
it
based
is-
on, if they're gonna use local produce, I am thinking there might be a hotel or two or
Okay.
three hotels.
Okay.
If so, that's where they're asking. Somebody else wanted to say something?
No, just
Okay, just you and I. Okay. Right. Yes. So at least, so again, this is where the government is not only looking out for investors to say investors should come into the country. He's asking that the local people should at least own 20%, and this is on the Jamaican stock market, stock exchange. So anybody can go. Now, this is not the Tapanaris where the 1% of the JPS that was available, private investors own 80%. The government could this person mute, Pablo mute. Oh, I hate when people come in the box and they do that.
It's part of the open forum, Miss Marcia.
Hold
I
on
don't
a
like
second.
it, but
Hold on. This person need to mute, man. Come on, guys.
I know that you don't like it, but it's part of the open platform. You get everybody.
Yeah, but it create. But as soon as they come in, they need to mute. It create havoc on your hearing. If you're not, if it's not doesn't bother you, it's really bad. Yes. So like I said, it's not like with JPS when 1% of JPS was up for sale, right? It wasn't listed to the local people. It was listed to the Tapanaris. So you think of when it was sold under the PNP. So that means that the PNP politicians and hierarchies them could have access to that.
I'm gonna cut you. I'm gonna cut you. Stick up in. And we must remember, when people are doing things in the dark, they do as they please, and when they think that we are not watching and listen, they do as they please. Mark Golden making the comment that he and his Tapanaris friends are going to run Jamaica was not a joke.
Well, you see what happened.
It is.
But you see what happened.
Because
the
is his true intention.
The 1%.
True intention.
The 1% of the Tapanaris, them are enjoying everything in the country. Meanwhile, this crumbs, the fight for scarce benefits and spoils are amongst the lower class people.
Very good.
Right?
So under
1%.
a PNP, that would continue.
Of course it is.
Okay, so we have to drive these points.
And what they do is to tell you, no, we will give you. We don't want you to give us. We don't want any handout. Because a person who depends on another person to feed them, you are a slave to that person. If you have to feed me, hand out to give me food, to give me money, to go give my woman this, that is handout. You come when you feel like, and anybody receiving handout, they come with stipulation.
Always, you know.
Always.
Yeah,
I can't do what I
receive after submit.
So I don't want to be a slave to any party. I want you to give me the opportunities, make it be available so I can go earn my bread. Because that's what the Father told us. In the beginning, when Adam and Eve sinned, he said to them, because everything was available to us on this earth. Everything, you just go and pick it. Man was without sin. And when Adam and Eve sinned, he said to Adam and Eve, by the sweat of your brow, you shall eat bread. In other words, you should walk for everything.
If you don't work, you not get it.
If you don't work, you not get it because it's not free anymore.
Well, we as labor rights, and I tell Jamaican people all the while, they are JLP supporters and they are labor rights.
Yes, hold on a second. Yes, my
we
friend.
As labor rights know that.
Exactly. Yes, my friend, kind of investment hotel. Definitely. So you know me, a tourism girl. Trust me. That was my first major job, and I just have that passion for that industry. And I spent over a decade in it, and I've learned everything, and I have no regrets at all. So yes, I love that industry. It's one of those industry that you learn everything. And I can tell people, I have 3 major jobs in my life. The first one was in tourism. The second one was in the banking sector. And guess what the third one is?
Politics.
Government. Well, politics. Exactly. The third one is in government.
Well, I major in one, farming full of myself, and I continue doing that.
When people come and trying to tell me this, and I said, you know, I've done it all. I've worked in one of the largest industry, which is the tourism industry. In any country that tourism is the major earner there, I work in that industry. I know it ins and out. Then I moved and I worked in the financial sector as an investment advisor. I was selling mortgages, RSP, any kind of investment, derivatives, all of those things. And then I left that one and I moved to the government. And I think this is my last foray before I said enough is enough. No, but whereas the only thing I would go back into tourism, maybe to be a stewardess. And nowadays, I don't think I would be able to do that with these rude people on these planes. But that's it for me. I don't think I want to go into any other industry, because what else is there? What if you've worked in tourism, the banking sector, the government sector, what else is there to working for?
Yeah. Well, it can be a consultant in any of them. You work when you feel like, when you need it.
Or I can just go lie on the beach and drink pina colada.
You get unconscious, and when you're ladies unconscious is never a good thing.
No. Just enjoy the beach. That's it.
You're not going to enjoy just the beach. You're not fortunate for going to go on a beach to just enjoy the beach. Somebody is there going to wish other things.
I'm not business what they want to wish. That's not my business what they're wishing.
Okay.
What? That's not their business what they're wishing. My beach is the beach. But yes. So again, for people who have put aside some money, there are gonna be some additional potential additional stocks that's going to be going up on the stock exchange. And this is a good way to invest for, especially if you have young kids, where you can put that money in there and let it grow there. And you know, when they reach college status, you have some money set aside for them, even to pay for their first year of tuition. To pay for the first year of tuition. Because if you're taking 3-4 years of tuition and you can, afford 1 year of it, that is a big saving for that child. At least that child won't be burdened when they're finished with student loan.
No.
So if you can save at least 1 year, that is helpful. So put some money aside for those young babies. Instead of you going out to buy Air Jordan sneakers for them, and you're gonna buy these expensive what you call strollers and fancy clothes for them, because they grow so fast. You don't need to do that. No. You don't. Put that money, that same $1,000 or that $50,000 or that $60,000 money, because one of those little tiny Air Jordan sneakers for baby, they cost around $200.
Yes, ma'am.
And in 3 months, that child can't wear that shoes anymore. What are you gonna do with it? Look at it, just to show the village that, oh, my child is wearing an Air Jordan. Put it in an investment account for that child. Go to Walmart and shop for babies. That's the best place to shop.
Yeah,
that is the best place to shop at Walmart. They don't need nothing expensive. So go.
We Jamaican like to pull up.
I know we Jamaican, the poor Jamaicans them.
That's exactly.
I know we Jamaican.
Exactly.
You ever see the rich? You see them Rihanna and the rest of them. So all of them baby clothes, get the door.
Yes.
For advertisement.
Yes.
They get it free.
Definitely.
To advertise it for you and I to buy it.
Right.
For the poorer class. The rich man not buying it.
So we look like their children, but only difference is that their
the rich man won't buy it. Because they get it. When you hear about Rihanna have baby, if you see all of those fashion people, the Gucci, the Prada, the this, the that, a pair of those come at them house boxing and boxes just to advertise it. And then now the poor man below said, oh yes, I want my baby to wear that outfit as Rihanna's baby. And Rihanna is not buying it. I can tell you that. Because if they have to buy it, they're giving away their brand. You have to pay them to wear their brand. That's what they do. But no, we are taught this look good mentality.
We're taught consumerism.
Consumer, they taught black people to be consumers, not producers. Right. That's what they taught black people.
Yeah, that's true.
To be consumer of goods, not to be producers of goods.
No.
Right? Same I was talking this morning. You know, these young, instead of them putting their money together and they team up and let's open a big supermarket. Let's do because we can do it. Let's do a chain, get a theater. I was talking about Morant Bay. How Morant Bay is booming now. They're going to need a movie theater there. They're going to need some hardware stores. Well, instead of you trying it by yourself, those scammers and whoever they are, put the money together. Don't buy no Hennessy. Put it together. If you buy 3 bottles of Hennessy, how much is that? Around $50 a bottle. 50,000 a bottle for a Hennessy, right? Approximately for the big one.
I don't know.
I don't know myself too. What somebody could tell us. But if you buy 3 bottles of Hennessy, each of you buy 3 bottles of Hennessy for your friends, that's 9 bottles. Why not use that same 9 bottles and put that money together and see if you guys can rent a store hardware, stock it with stuff, and uno make money. Uno stop, give them people, them Italian, uno buy these marks to these Benz and 2,000 uno crash it. Uno gone back pound uno dry foot again. Uno gone back, gone walk again.
But another thing, Miss Marcia, is that with Jamaica, it is so easy to get money to buy a car. You will not get the same amount of money to invest.
No. But what I'm saying, most of these cars that they're buying, they're cash. Most of these cars, because
that is not that's the case. It's not legal money.
No. But listen to this. If you don't have a job, how the bank gonna give you money to buy a car?
They do.
No, they're not gonna give you. You have to be working because
try. Go Jamaica and try.
No, if you are not working, if you're working, you will get it, because how are you gonna pay back the loan? How are you gonna pay back the loan?
They can forward sale the earning from a car, but they won't do it for a farmer or a business.
No,
person.
they're not. Like I said, you must be working. You must, because they have to take the money out of your bank account. Because
I agree, you're working, but it's easier to get it for that than
no, but that's what I'm saying. I am targeting these boys who are buying these Hennessy's and have party every weekend. Those are the people I'm targeting that waste the money. And as soon as they crash the car, then go buy a new one again, because the money comes so easy. What I'm saying to them,
easy come, easy go.
But what I'm saying to them, if you're gonna buy a car for $1 or $2 million, right? 1 or 2 million. Why don't go 3 people put that 2 million together? That is $6 million. I want to open one little hardware store. Why don't all of you know? It's 3 of you know, just 3, or even let's say 4 then. Let's say 4 people. That is $8 million. And you put an average of $3 million. All right, go back to 3. Put an average of $3 million into the business. Because how much is it for a Marks tool? How much is it for one of those Marks tools?
I really don't know the car prices in Jamaica.
Marcus, good afternoon, everybody.
Markets, thank you.
Yeah. Market, how many I used to?
Approximately how much for one of them?
All $4 or $5 million depends on the year.
All right.
Okay.
And if you can come up, 3 people come up with, let's say, $4 million. Let's say 4. Let's say, and then go back to 3. Make it easier. Boss man, mute na man. You have a beeping sound. If you can come up with that, why don't this record put together?
Top up the live, please.
Master, can I weigh in the conversation?
Yeah, man, anytime.
Yes, man.
All right. the point you're making, I like the principle. I like the general principle. And this is what the Chinese do.
Okay, I keep telling them that.
Why they are so successful in business.
Yes.
Well, you know what happened with us?
Bad mind.
The moment you get in a business, you know, you start to find a man to go analyze me, you know. You take over the business, you know. I feel all I feel is with thief out of the business, rob me and thief out the business.
Do you remember this? Do you remember this brand called Roadrunner?
Yes, man. Yeah, man.
You know what happened to Roadrunner, though?
No, I'm not sure.
Yes, Roadrunner were two friends that put together their money and came up with Roadrunner, and that business was successful. Remember? I think it was in the 80s.
Yeah, man. I remember Roadrunner downtown all over the place.
All over about the place. You know what? To start to break the friendship, one of them went out and bought a Benz.
Oh.
And the other one decided he want a Benz too.
Master the business.
And that's where it went down from that.
Black man mentality, that man.
Because we're not taught.
No.
We're not taught how to, you know, let the business grow, let the business do this, like that. And you know, to be honest with you too, it's not only black man, because if you look at this company, Samsung and LG, it's kind of the same thing. It's just that they split. Samsung was the father who created Samsung. He willed the companies to his two sons. And they had a disagreement about how to run the business or whatever.
The two sons?
Two sons, yes. And the other one decided to take his share out of Samsung and go open LG. Life is good.
But obviously, the company had been built in such a way that they could do that.
No, Samsung, that is when, this is Samsung who took away the market from Sony, because Samsung came in with the flat screen.
Yeah, man.
And Sony and Panasonic were late with the LCD screen. Sony and Panasonic were late to catch on to it. Samsung capitalized on it so much that when them ready, the market was already in Samsung way. Saturated by Samsung. And then now the two brothers had a fight, a dispute. They decided to split. So if you buy a Samsung TV, it's the same components as the LG.
LG, yeah. It's like you buy Samsung, you buy LG.
Same way. But I am a LG girl. I don't know. I love their stuff. I really love it.
You know, there's a case in Jamaica here where a son paid a shutter to analyze his father, who was a businessman, to inherit it. And they analyze, I go to the father, you know.
Oh, Lord, please and mercy.
He was charged, you know, the son was charged. You go on a picnic.
Yeah, boy, may I tell you.
The man take you out. We can't wait till the time come.
So those are the little things that we.
Yeah, man. They tell the man the bad mind is
yes,
alive.
we have to. It's the slave mentality.
The bad mind just to go by BNP.
It's the slave. Yes, it's the slave mentality we still have.
Yes.
The slave mentality, unfortunately.
I want to go back to something you had said earlier about all the PMP manages. And you know, sometimes some people wonder why we go back so far. But the PMP's ideology or their modus operandi has not changed.
No,
young policeman. As a young policeman in Kingston, Tiaga won that election in October. And a few months after he took over, I don't remember if it was late 81. I don't remember now. But we were told to go out by Delacree Park Housing Scheme to oversee the handing over at those scheme houses in Delacree Park, Spanish Town Road, right? Spanish Town Road. And the contractor who did that scheme was not only an active PMP, he was a PMP caretaker, and he lost the election in 1980. He was a caretaker of Southeast St. Mary. He was the contract, the scheme suffered millions of dollars, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars in that time, of overrun. And Siaga had to harder him to go put in the fixtures out of his pocket and put the police out if you go in charge of the scheme until they was him. You had to sell them under price. The government lost money. I think it was, I don't remember if it's NSC or which company, but whichever one of them sell the houses. They lost money because Siaga had to reduce the price so people could buy them. You understand me? So this is what I imagine if the caretaker had one. So he sent me. I was the one. I know you that Master, are you background so nice? If the contractor had one that seat out there, he would still be the contractor for that whole scheme. That's what the PMP does. Them bring in them henchmen and them cronies. And that is why they have so much overrun and so much nepotism and cronyism and contract overrun and corruption. Because they select their people very deliberately to run these schemes. And this is what they did with Operation Pride. Look how much money spilled over in this, and then PMP companies platform talk about corruption. No PMP with a mark goal and none of them are bloggers, have the authority and the moral authority to speak about any corruption. No, not even one of them. This is what happened with corruption under the PMP for the entire. I mean, when Michael Mann won 1989, you know, the corruption allegation started finding in the first year, you know. You know the furniture scandal.
The furniture scandal, yeah.
Yeah, you remember the furniture scandal, and
yes.
When Michael just when Sandals Otius, that I don't know, Mama be there. Sandals, Don't River was first opened in '92. Michael Mann was a guest speaker, you know. I was in attendance at the opening at Sandals Don't River. No man, I know 81 and 91. I think 91. It opened 91, somewhere there about early 90s. I was in attendance as a police officer. And then take the furniture. Because Michael was very skillful that way, you know. He take the furniture scandal and make one big, everybody must laugh, you know. The man, Sandal don't do a pretty place, you know. They have one swimming pool right now in middle, so. And he described the property. I think he walked the property a little before he contact, and he described the white sand beach, and he described the cascading kind of like a waterfall like pool, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a pool bar, you know, circle, semicircle pool bar, you drink. And you know, pool I drink same way. That's that. Nice place, pretty place. And then describe the whole property. And then he said, you know, not to mention the wonderful items of furnishing. Everybody must laugh about that. Because Michael Mann, you know, he mouth sweet like a sugar.
Yes, man.
Yeah, but he just one for him out, you know. So the furniture scandal was very early after he took over. And then they have the zinc scandal. Can you imagine? Let me show you the difference, the difference between the PMP and the JLP. When Siaga called the election for February 89, Siaga had containers, on top of containers of zinc, all kind of lumber, all kind of building material because of Hurricane Gilbert. And my information is that there were some persons in the Labour Party who tell him to use those things for win the election, and him say no, not on a body around them way. That was Siaga. But look at the difference now. The PNP win the election, you know, they won handsomely. I think they won 44 to 16 seats or something like that. I don't remember now, but it could be that. But it was a landslide for the PNP. And they got Jamaica House. So there was absolutely no need for them to distribute the building materials as they did. The JLP, knowing that they were behind in the poll, I would understand if they attempt to use it to win. But the PNP win, and they still disgracefully distributed the building material to their henchmen and to their supporters, and they must sell left, right, and center all over Jamaica. PNP do that. And there was no need, absolute no need for them to do it. Like I said before, I don't want to see the party that I support do those things. But if they did, in my heart, I could have said, boy, they might try win the election. But the PNP win. And they told them out, then supporters and the henchmen, and they were selling them left, right, and center all over the place. And the persons who were supposed to get them did not get them. Because the PNP did that to them. And so, you know, when you look at those things and see what they are doing now, when you look at them back then and see what they are still doing, it's the same ideology, the same PNP, the same things they're coming with.
Exactly.
Yes, the same thing.
And it's the same people. Couple of them are still around.
Yes.
Couple of them are still around.
And Mark Golding was a part of this.
Part of it. And this is the reason why I always said, let's go back to PJ Patterson, because that is where Mark Golding started from. Mark Golding started from the PJ Patterson as a mentee, and his mentor was Omar Davis. Pardon me? What was that?
Don't leave out Omar out of that.
No. That's why I keep telling them. Yes, that's what I'm saying. He was the mentee. Omar Davis was the mentor. And if we elect Mark Golding, it is Omar Davis 2.0, right? Anything PJ Patterson and that administration sold for Jamaica, it was sold at a loss for Jamaica. Who gained from it? Who gained from it? The bauxite that the Jamaican people lost over $30 million US. Who was the gain? Who gained on it? Jamaica lost. Jamaica lost, but who gained? Any loss? The Gatwick, or was it Heathrow or Gatwick Gateway we had? We lost on it. Who gained from it? JPS, we lost on JPS. Who gained from it?
Rollins, Shell.
Aye, the Rosal Bridge, the Rosal land, when Siaga refused John Rollins, and PJ came and sold it for $30 Jamaican. $30 beach properties. Beach property. High value property. Over 2,000 acres. Liquor or nothing. Who gained from that?
Prime beachfront lands.
Who gained from it? Was it the government of Jamaica, or was it a personal gain for some people? Any gain Jamaica suffer, any loss Jamaica suffer is a gain for them. Any loss Jamaica as a country suffer, the people suffer, it's a gain for who sold it. And then they're talking about, oh, we are selling out our beach. Where did we sell on the beach? Talking about we sold the port, we sold Duns River. Nothing is being sold. It is being leased. It is being leased, nothing being sold. Everything returned to the government when the contract ends. Look how long we lease. Is it Goat Island? Was it 200 years? We lease out Goat Island to the US. Is it Goat Island or one of those little islands here that we have off the course? When these people are talking, please, must sell out everybody. And when you ask them where you sell, yeah man, go Google it.
You know something, Marcia? A lot of Jamaicans don't really understand what the PNB has done to Jamaica. Because the PNB keeps spewing these lies.
You know why they don't understand? Because of the freeness mentality.
Yes. No, but there are some people, some younger voters who don't understand.
You know, hit them in the freeness, that's why they don't understand.
You see this Rollins land? This Rollins land, you know, it's not something that we should just gloss over, you know.
Thank you. I keep talking about it.
It was Siaga who bought those lands, you know, as a part of Jamaica's investment.
I keep talking about it.
2,700 acres, 700 plus acres of land.
Yes.
All of the Rosal stretch. Where all those hotels are, including Rosal Great House.
Windham.
With all of them.
Sea Castle.
Sea Castle. Out of where I had Ziva and Zilara. Out of where Hilton there. Half Moon, the whole where Hospital is.
Yes.
Hospital, all of them places were bought by the Edward Siaga government. And because the JLP always want Jamaica to own a piece of Jamaica, you know. And they had planned to develop that. You can imagine now, if we had those lands now, we have the money now to
listen to me. Oh Lord of His mercy.
You know? And this man named Rollins had apparently approached Edward Siaga, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Yes.
To sell in the land. He must see that man say, but I'm mad, this man mad. And run him away for go the business and run him away. And he went to Congressman, yes. And lied and Eddie about the CBI, the Caribbean Based Initiative. You know, Ronald Reagan had given Eddie a lot of roles to play.
Right, yes.
He got the authority downtown because of coming out of that experience. And Eddie got a lot of money to engineer the CBI, Caribbean Basin. It's a big thing in the Caribbean in the time.
Yes, the Caribbean Basin. We not even talk about that.
Yes, Caribbean Basin Initiative. And this man got telling Congressman, they go apparently plan against and schemed against Siaga. And they told Ronald Reagan that Siaga was wasting and squandering the money. And
they did an investigation.
An investigation was done and Eddie accounted for every red cent.
They fired his ass.
Congressman was fired, you know.
And look, he ain't got prison too.
Congressman was moved from Congress. So all Rollins did was wait until the black man came in.
Yes.
And James Screechy. But for context, the valuation, I'm going to speak about the valuation of the land. I'm going to give you not the highest, but the lowest valuation of those lands. $101 million US dollars.
Yes.
And the finance minister led by PJ Patterson sold it for $1 million US dollars. 1 million.
1 million.
This country lost 100 million US dollars back in the early 90s. You know what? How much 100 million? You know, first of all, you know how much that land would value today. You know how much that value today? Those lands. A PMP make Jamaica poor.
But look at it. He I think he's part owner. Correct me if I'm wrong. Of the Palmyra Hotel out there, right?
Well, I would be surprised. I would not be surprised.
And I was checking the other day, and how much they're selling a studio out. Well, last year or year before, they were selling a studio apartment out there. They were asking for over $500,000 US.
US dollars.
$500,000 US for a studio apartment.
I would not be surprised if I don't know. I've never checked it. I never fact check it.
Yeah, I was looking into it.
But them busy I clean up Google, you know. Them busy I creep everything about Google. You know?
Oh yes.
And the internet is against them. You know some. I had a PMP lawyer, you know, looking about an issue for me. Back in about 2011 and after that, the case started 2011, and I sent a message to the person, and when I would have had reasons to question the person's integrity in the case, so I sent a text message to the lawyer. I think I'm bang at the time. So I sent a text message to the person, 2011. But then later on, I confirmed, it could be 2011, 2012, I sent the text message. I later confirmed that the person was working against me. I later discovered that the Police Federation, which I serve as General Secretary, was actually paying that person millions of dollars. Sorry, not millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the person was working against me. So I wrote the law firm a very strong letter outlining the circumstances. I quoted, listen to me carefully now. I quoted the sometime before that. You see, after I quoted the text message, one day I was checking the message on my phone. So I look at the message. The company, apparently the phone company, moved the message out of my phone. You know?
Yes, they retrieved the message.
They moved the message. They just a part which was relevant to the conversation, you know, and put it in another conversation with my wife and I. They take off the end part of my wife's message and put it on the liar and vice versa. I said, what can go so? But the PMP can't get anything done they want, you know. The PMP can't get anything done they want, you know. Anything they bandolo is him. I mean, when I saw the thing, I said to myself, wait, all the phone company? I said, no, sir. But you know what eventually happened? I think after 3 years, the message was corrected. You know, like it can't last forever. It corrected itself. When we look at my message, it corrected about 3 years after that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man, it corrected itself. We returned to the normal. So they probably can't change. They probably could change it again. But it can't stay forever. It does seem that way to me. They can't change it for a time. But anything in Bandolo is a man. In the force, anything in Bandolo, then do is appoint that Bandolo commissioner, PMP commissioner.
But remember,
PMP commissioner.
But remember this one here that died now. Same thing he did when he wanted to slander Darrell Vaz. What's his name? Professor Rowe.
Yes, man.
When Professor Rowe wanted to and when they asked, he said it wasn't him. And Darrell never stopped trace until when they found out that the ghost account was his.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how Darrell got a settlement, I think around $3 million US from him.
Yeah, man, he won him in court. I must say that beginning.
Yes, of course, because he couldn't pay that.
No, don't forget for till the dead.
Okay.
$3 million.
Yep. Yeah, that's what Darrell did to them. So
Darrell probably dropped the case, but that's who he missed it.
Of course, it passed on to his estate.
Yeah, man, that's who he missed it. Then too bad, man.
Because him still have a pension getting. Because he used to lecture at, I think, Florida, University of Florida, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And you sit down there at a phrase, so them in, what you call it? Name. Ghost name.
Yeah.
And a spread propaganda.
If the PNP, God forbid, in the next election, I know that Dr. Kevin Blake gone. When the commission again, they couldn't handle him. They could not use him.
No, they would not.
He's too strict. He's too clean for them. And then can't bend it. You understand? So they find a way, they change the service commission, and then they use for them appointed service commission to find some way to get him off. But I would encourage the police and Black Road and demonstrate with the commissioner. No PNP change him. The police them love him, and they support him 100%,
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, man, they must support him 110%.
That's what I'm hearing, that he's doing good with them.
I stopped at the police station Friday gone. By Watchers. I spent years in Watchers working, Okay. And I just walk in the city. No, I drive because I go for one car, so I'm public transport. I go for 1 week in at all. I take the drive to Watchers and I come off at the week and I say, no, I go straight to the station. I'm going to walk to the station. Use the bathroom. I only saw one policeman that I had known before. As a matter of fact, it looked like him as a district constable because he was a civilian when I was in Watchers, so he can't easy now. And he recognized me and asked, so when him again, boss? I'm tell him his name. And then I whisper to the other police. And I tell him, say, boss says when I went in the bathroom clean like whistle and when they smell nice. The station clean, the floor then nice. Watchers is about almost 50 years old now, the station, but it's a strong building. A 2-story building. And that station is so well kept and properly painted and look so nice and smell good.
I mean, when I was the man them have a gym and washing machine and dryer.
Oh man, washing machine and dryer.
A police station.
You want to call me back, man? I beg them to call me back. Trust me.
And the pension good.
Me 100 more and go back.
Serious, the pension good.
Look at their salary now.
Look here. Look here.
Overtime.
That police that they unalive on duty. In the line of, he's a police officer. Not that he was working, but.
Well, there's a clause, that if you leave out and going to work or you're coming home from work, you still until you reach the house, you're still on duty,
Oh yeah.
Yes. He's still covered.
His kids then gonna get a good pension to look after them.
Yeah, man.
A good pension to look after them.
And it's cold.
Exactly.
Listen to me now. The police force. You're nice in the bad master.
Oh, sorry.
You got your cook.
Yeah, me I cut up some spinach.
Yeah, cook. So the police force today has every reason. All the PNP want them. This is me 2 eyes. And see some PNP police that get promotion to senior ranks in the police, very senior ranks. Because I know them, Me can't tell us that I know them. But the fact is, and I'm going to be very honest with you, I not call them PNP police, they probably just work with the PNP because they want to be a part of what the PNP believes in. Generally speaking, policemen and women don't care about PNP and JLP. The average policeman and woman does not care about PNP and JLP. They are concerned about professionalism and doing their work professionally and going out here. So for me, turn on and call them PMP, that's not accurate. The PMP, you use them. You would use them in the past. And so they some of them bow to it. All I come so we will get a promotion on the PMP. I mean, I bow to no foolishness. Them called me 20 years ago, 2000 December. One of them surrogate called me to be to run the federation in accordance with this lady who was at the time a senior member of the NEC, National Executive Council of the People's National Party. Yeah, man, a PMP surrogate, a police deputy superintendent called me and gave me Ada Robinson's name and said she must call her and she will give me some instructions as to what kind of items of claim salary negotiation when we was sign off. I was in the general secretary of the Police Federation.
Right.
And me just list. Well, I have a number on my phone already, so I need the number. And after that conversation, we just go down for me to need them and pray to God and ask God to guide me as to how to run the federation and to guide me to lead them because they need leadership. I didn't make the call then and I would make it anytime after that. I tell you something. If the JLP was that and called me to do that, I would be very offended by that call. Although I support the Labour Party, but I would be offended by that. I don't want anybody to call me and then go to run the federation.
Right.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I tell me that we must go to the bonfire. Derek Smith and I used to have conversations going when I was on the federation and he never one day put it to me. He do nothing for this what the PNP who was in government. Never. These people have class. That's right. Never one day. He used to communicate. And he used to tell me to go buy racers. We don't buy racers. We don't buy no racers. I don't think I'm loving racers and things. But we used to communicate at a level and he never one day tried to get us to do anything corrupt and illegal to overturn the PNP. No. Never one day. Just before 2007 election, by then I was half the executive and in Ochorio station. I got a call one day to go to Treasure Hunt. Me Maka is gaming now. When we go down there to go arrest one man, the man string up in a pure green. Everything for Bruce Gold and Shiny Rabbit is man Havani. We take him to him in a jail same way. Lock him up. Yeah man. Mr. Rabbi called me. Mr. Rabbi called me. Take him Morgan and see one of my party workers in jail. What is the charge? Let me tell her the charge. She was crying about the person's welfare. She can he get bail? I said, yes, it's a bail of offense. Send somebody come bail. Let me tell her we get whatever we get the paper them and tell her what to do and she get him bail. Man got caught and plead guilty. Never called back after that and asked me nothing about the man. Never called me and asked me nothing about the case. The man got caught, plead guilty and paying $5,000 and go about him business. 2007. You understand? They never ask you to compromise your position and if you do anything. A PMP and if you do anything. One night, me lock up one man for some illegal pose. One evening, pulling his license weapon from somebody and pointing upon them and me charge him. And the super called me. Immediately after the man got to jail, the super called me. On PMP soup. I called me. At that time, I realized I man a PMP. I never even know that before. Called me and asked me about bail. I said to him, super, are you a purview that? I said, I'm the arresting officer. And two man out of jail, bail out for illegal pose and for assault man with the weapon. Bail. You understand me? So hear me out now. Brother Black King. Brother Black King, hear me out. Me I go put on the dinner now too, but before me leave, me have to go now. I run on my list so me have to give the 60 persons on the chat so.
Okay.
I have to give them a run on my list. Starting with the PAYE.
Oh yes.
PAYE.
Oh yes.
620,000 under the PMP in 2016. Next year, go to 1.9, the following year, 2 million. PAYE. So if you're earning $1.8 million or less as at last month, you pay no tax on your income.
Let me get mine too. Hang on. Stop, let me get mine.
All right, when you're ready. NIR is up to just under $6 million US. We have a stable US dollars, no, the American dollar, the Jamaican dollar versus US dollar is now stable. So is the interest rate stable? So is poverty in Jamaica down? Unemployment down?
Hello?
Lowest, yes, Marcia. Lowest unaliving rate in 25 years. By the way, I need to inject right here so that the Jamaica Labour Party has so far spent $90 billion on the national security apparatus. And this is 21 times more than what the PNP spent in the 19 years straight. 21 times more. In 9 years, the JSP spent 21 times more than the PNP. Debt to GDP ratio down from 147% under the PNP to 68.7% under the JLP. Social housing, big thing that. Social housing, social pension. Significant increase in the pass benefit. Marant Bay Urban Center, Montego Bay Commission Road, Portmore Resilience Park. Talk about Portmore, we bring back to Montego Bay again with Harmony Beach Park. We have under this government, the shipping pier was resurrected in Port Antonio. Ochios, as we speak, is under significant upgrading. Ochios Pier. Upgrading. Ochios Pier. Portmore will become a parish maybe this calendar year. Unemployment is down by to 3.5%. Cornwall Regional Hospital upgraded significantly and has been opened. 19 consecutive quarters of economic growth before COVID and 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth after COVID. Highway being built from Harborview to Port Antonio. Archos NTA. Not only has this government removed the fees for heart, but they are now paying you $67,000 per month just to enroll and turn up to class. You get $67,000 monthly. Yes, more than the minimum wage. Student loan. The restrictions have been removed. In other words, you need no guarantor for student loan. And they put a stipend in your pocket to help you pay rent. In other words, if you're going to learn a trade hard, you're better off under the JLP. If you need money to borrow to go to do university education, you're better off under the JLP. I now jump to the NHT benefits. The loan limit has moved up from 5 million under the PNP in 2016 to 9 million under the JLP in 2025. Talk about that. Jamaica now has a dry dock, you know. You know that?
Yeah.
Where ships can dry dock. Where ships can dry dock.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you understand me? And there's another thing that we are promotion from the finance minister under the Labour Party government to become the deputy managing director of the International Monetary Fund. It's a huge achievement, you know. Only a JLP government could produce that, you know.
Only JLP government.
Only a JLP government could produce that.
Shower.
Every time.
Only JLP government.
Major water infrastructure projects are being, some water turn on at some place and work still going on. 100 water project. Public transportation is being transformed. Another major project is the one, the agro park down by Parnassus in the Yorktown, Clarendon. Just grown just broken with it. Major again, very major, is the $50 billion Spark and Reach program and the patching program. $50 billion one time, 50 roads. And I'm moving now to the reduction in the GCT from 16.5% to 15%. Every time you go to the shop, go buy something, any goods and services that you purchase. Andrew always put money in your pocket. And the $20,000
Credit.
income tax reverse. And another $20,000 for $50,000 reverse. And another $20,000. The wealth creation fund for past students is a big thing to you know.
Yes, I have it right in front of me.
A big something that you know.
Yes.
From starting from 2022.
So say 600 to 800,000.
Yes, a big something that to eliminate poverty. We have that already. We have no new tax again, but we have that already. But there's something that I see me. So I'm going to allow you to chime in for what we leave off now.
Right, so let me go into as you talk about the farmers. So I'm going to go a little bit more in depth. So some of the treatment plants that the government is building. We have the Rio Corbe treatment plant, and that will ease the water crisis in Kingston and St. Andrews metropolitan area and Portmore. Then we have the Pedro Plains irrigation system, which is over 3,000 hectares of land in South St. Elizabeth. And this largest irrigation program in Jamaican history take water from the Black River. And it is designed to help productive for farmers in Flagaman, Greenfield, Southfield, and Top Hill. Another one is called the Southern Plains, which will another 1,400 acres of land between Clarendon and St. Catherine. We also have the Essex Valley irrigation scheme between Manchester and St. Elizabeth. As you talk about the funds, so for part children, if you know the state owns them in a sense to say, not really own them, but they're the parents. The state is the parents for them.
Responsible for them.
Correct, right. They immediately get $600,000 to $800,000 when they turn 18 years old. You also have at least some of the health centers that are being opened. Now we have 5 new healthcare centers in Montego Bay, St. James being built, and also the Cornwall Bridge. St. James been under a massive refurbishing. When it's completed, they're gonna have 800 beds. They're also gonna have a children adolescent hospital there. They're also gonna have housing for the doctors, nursing, medical practitioners. The 5 new health centers are Farm Height, Norwood, Maroontown, New Hampton, Adelphi. Right? They have a new one also. The Old Harbor Health Center has been renovated. The Sandy Bay and Remond also been renovated. The one in Hanover is renovated. The Linstead Health Center renovated. The Central Village in the Central Village there is a type 1 facility. The Port Morant Center is now a type 4. Falmouth, Noel Homes, Savalamar Hospital, all those hospitals were renovated or retrofit to accommodate the patient that were at Cornwall Regional Hospital. Catherine Hall Health Center, which is I think is a type 1 clinic, is now open until midnight. Midnight, my dear. So you don't have to go to the emergency. Go to Catherine Hall if you're living in that area. Let's see what again we need to talk about.
All right, I'm going to chime in one more thing that is missing us. I'm going to give clarification on something.
I can ask one question before you move. You go connect.
Yes, man. Yeah, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. No problem.
May I ask a question? Oh, you sound like you, Blair, so.
Hey, Bridget.
No, me ask.
No, I know your first beer that, you know. I know your first person asked me that, you know.
I think he has a sharp end to his sentence. And I think that's the same with you, Blair.
Yeah, you, Blair, Bridget.
Hold on.
No, man, you Blair switch.
Let me give you another one. Don't forget, why we're getting now 3 new investors, each willing to invest approximately 1 to 1.5 billion with a B into Jamaica, all because of the Prime Minister's friendly tax towards investors coming in. The Prime Minister or the government has asked them to put aside 20% of their shares to be listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange for local people. Also, they must include the producers in the country and for goods and services. All right. When we talk about the credit rating, Jamaica is now a BB minus. A BB minus. That means with a positive outlook. The economy going forward, they're saying not only are we giving you a BB minus, we're saying that, right? When the poverty rate in 2015 under the PNP administration was 21.2%. In 2016, when Andrew took over, it was 17.1%. Immediately, that cut down. 17.1 from 21 to 17.1%. Give me a second if you want to chime in the National Reserve. This is what they're after. $5.79 billion. We have just increased it last month by over 12 million US dollars. $5.79 billion. And this will feed the country for up to 24 weeks if there is a crisis or something. Talking about crisis.
I think that is up to closer to 30 weeks, 29 weeks. I think
yes.
The last injection up to 29 weeks.
Right. Talking about a crisis, the government also just in case we have a natural disaster of a type class 4 category hurricane or class 4, we're now insured. So just like how you insure your house if your house burned down and you have the insurance come in and pay you out whatever it is if it's no cost, if it's not deliberately done. The government has insured Jamaica against hurricane and other natural disaster. So we have a pay down to get if we're hit with a type 5 or type 4, category 4 or 5 hurricane. This is what I think in government does.
Last year during burial we did not draw down on the fund.
We didn't because we had enough.
Right, exactly.
We had enough, so we didn't have to, take out any money of it. As I was saying before, PJ Patterson sold the bauxite company in 2001 at a loss to Jamaica of $31 million US. Who gained that? Not the Jamaican people. What else?
All right, I want debunk one IPMP line. I want to put forward some facts. They keep telling the public, they keep repeating, a pure lie about they keep repeating that Cornwall Regional Hospital sapped up $28 billion for the repair. That's a fat lie again. You see the hospital that you mentioned, Falmouth, Noel Holmes, Sav, and I want to put in one thing that you missed out. You can note this too. On the compound of the West Jamaica Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, there's a type 5 clinic there, with 4 operating theaters for those patients who would have been cared for at Cornwall Regional before the repairs. They established a type 5 clinic over there. Maximum is 5. You can go higher than 5. And that clinic over there has 4 operating. I think Pastor Glenn Samuels facilitated them in this space. I don't know the arrangement with the government. Obviously, charging some rent or something. I don't know the details. But I actually went to the clinic. I benefited from that clinic. I was stunned when I went over there and see this space over there and about the doctors over there and people busy over that work. I began to ask some questions and then say, is 4 operating theaters inside it? 4. So the money, a lot of the money was spent fixing up Falmouth Hospital, fixing up Noel Holmes in Hanover, fixing up Savannah, and establishing this type 5 clinic over by the conference center.
Yes. West Jamaica.
Right, West Jamaica conference. The PMP put everything together and say, then spend 28 billion, then lie, then to lie. And these are some of the things that we should consistently remind the people of and let the people know the truth. Those persons who have anybody in St. James, you can call them and ask them. I think up till now, I think they must have gone something like about $5 billion at Cornwall Regional.
Yes.
About $5 billion. And but note, that the rundown of Cornwall have in a PMP 18 and a half year long. It's a PMP White Elephant that Carnal Regional Hospital belongs to the PMP. It's one of PJ legacy. You understand? And Andrew Wallace, as by the way, you know, they start opening already. They start opening already.
Yes, they opened the administrative section.
Yes, and the phase opening has started. And they're building like crazy, you know. Even the windows and doors then change up, you know. Everything brand new over there, you know. The doors and windows then change out, everything. It's like a brand new hospital. And this is what the JLP does. They build the health sector so that persons who want to come back to Jamaica know that they have a better health care facility. Persons who are sick, they don't suffer.
Don't forget, yes. Most of the major user fees are gone.
You know, all of them, they are all gone.
There you go.
I did show you at Cornwall last year, July. And what I realized is that even if the ambulance take you to a private lab, the government pays for it.
Yes.
The government pays the money, you know. They want to arrange you to the lab.
Yes.
They do the diagnostic test. So that they don't have the machine and the machine break down.
Yes.
They send it to a lab and they do the test and you don't pay a dime. The ambulance can't pay back.
Go to a private lab, yeah, that is true.
Yes. So it doesn't cost you anything. So all of these things are being done and we leave what the one important big ticket items, you know. No new taxes.
No new taxes.
10 years.
And what do you think then when all of this, they're talking about the healthcare is in a shambles? It was what's his name came here? Marco Rubio, who came and says, yes, crime has gone down and we have seen improvement in the country. You're fixing your hospital. So we're going to be reviving the travel ban that they had on Jamaica for crime on the healthcare that we had in Jamaica.
Indeed. And what I have noticed, so Marcia, is that almost on a daily basis, some improvement is taking place. Some buses are coming, some ambulance are coming, some fire truck, some garbage compactor, some house, some NHC scheme are breakdown. Almost on a daily basis, there's improvement in the water, improvement in people getting electricity, improvement.
Guess what, too?
Police coming in.
Guess what? Yeah. We forgot about the social housing program.
I say, never dive in it, but I didn't mention it.
Okay.
The social
I mentioned the pension and the housing.
So what, pardon me, Carl?
Social pension too for the elderly over 75 years.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I because I have so much, Carl. I can't delve into them because I about 30 of them again.
You know what we should do?
Yes.
We should whether anybody wanna do it, we do like you do some of them when you talk for you do half of this, then somebody do half of this.
Man.
Something like that. And you just continue naming because we have enough material for 2 or 3 people to name them. Without repeating
all four of us.
Exactly. Not even
if 4 of us do 10,
Did we mention this the Spark program?
Yeah, man, we mentioned the $50 billion. Spark, Reach, and the Hurricane, we believe. That's a huge program,
Yep.
First in the history of Jamaica, any government has distributed so much funds to repair the roads. And don't think it's regular repair, The Spark program is to dig up the road, dig trenches with water escape, put in pipes. If you need water pipes and anything, the Spark program is going to do that. So it's not just fix road alone.
Connecting to Marcia. So why is it that some people are saying that the other side is leading in the polls and some people are forecasting a close election? So with all of what the government has done over the 9-year period, right, and not to withstand, you leave out one which is not supposed to be belittled. I think the opening of the Morant Bay Urban Center. I think.
Yeah, man. I missed out on it very early.
Yeah, that to me, that coming like the 1.5 that the Labour Party proposed leading up to the 2016 election.
I totally agree with you, Carl.
Yes, I think.
If I may answer your question. If I may answer your question, you see, I am no pollster. I have no experience whatsoever in polling. But I'm very experienced in Jamaica with the politics. I had said in 2020 that some of the scenes that I was seeing in Jamaica reminded me of some of the scenes that I had seen in 1980 when Siaga went 51-9. I had predicted that between 48 and 52 seats would have been won. We got 49. Right? what the kind of energy that I'm seeing now in 2025, no other leader. Michael Mann was a very popular politician, very charismatic, very popular.
You have to give him that.
No, you can't take that from him.
Yes.
He was a very popular politician,
Mm-hmm.
very charming.
Yes.
They used to call him girls man on that time, you know, man. Man, the man, women, if you call the women in love, and you know, so women used to love Michael, you know.
True.
But never in the history of independent Jamaica, Brother Carl, has any other leader experienced the level of popularity that Andrew Michael, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael is enjoying, and the cusp of winning a third term. And he's going to win it very convincingly. I can tell you that.
And
If the election is going to be close, the PNP would have to win back East Portland. That's one of their strongholds. And they can't win it. They can't win East Portland. Take that from me.
And Carl, do you expect them to come out and tell their supporters that they're losing?
Exactly.
No, I'm not saying that, but when I look at the ground, when I look at the groundswell at some of the meetings that the People's National Party is conducting, a matter of fact, I was seeing a groundswell from before the local government election last year. And I was saying that, you know, look like there's some form of resurgence. But I am saying that undoubtedly, I think the Labour Party, the party is going to win back the election. But what I'm saying, if the party win like 31 or 33 seats, yes, I will take the win. It's a win, but I'm going to be disappointed. I think with the
31 would have lost, you know. 31 seats would have lost.
No, me say if the margin is at 32, 31 or 33, 30
okay.
was the Labour Party. If it's that close,
yes,
I will take the win, but
yes,
I'm going
disappointing.
to be disappointed because
Understandably so.
Huh?
True.
Understandably so.
Yes.
Yeah, if the Labour Party with this record of performance don't win at minimum 42 seats to maintain two-third majority, I don't know. But you see, with the level of groundswell that I'm seeing, well, we don't know if it's a groundswell yet until the polls over. But to the level of support that I'm seeing coming out for them, and you know, the level of propaganda, a lot of people still believe in lies that that is out there.
But Carl, this is why I maintain that they should never allow them to go back to conference.
Oh, yes.
I maintain it that they should not, because if you do that, you rev up the crowd. They should not allow them to go back to conference for the 17th of September.
Listen to me, Marcia. Listen to me now. Even if the election is after the 17th of September, the people will have no conference. They can't have no conference.
Yeah, man.
No, man. They can't. They have to be on the ground, you know. Although the conference could get good. But listen,
no, they will do it.
The bones that you are talking about, you know, Carl. Even if you look at there's the Carlstone, you can't compare Carlstone with Danantism. Even the Danantism poll, you know, is showing that the PNP has lost its bones from February. They did a poll in 20 last year, February. And they lost ground in September 2024. And they lost further ground in February. You realize they can't continue a poll after that. They can't produce a poll, you know.
Well, when the poll, when I look at the poll, that answer poll look a little bit suspicious to me, because in all of the eras, them answer positively towards the Labour Party. But when it comes down to the numbers, the answer is something different. For example, them say which government, right, is better at providing jobs. Them say the labor. No, them say which government loves the poor more, right? Them say the People's National Party loves the poor more,
right?
And the question is being asked: which party provide the more? Is better at providing jobs? Them say the Labour Party. So I'm saying to myself, that kind of puzzles me. If you say a person love the poor more, and yet the other side not love the poor, but they provide more jobs for the poor. Something right there, so don't it?
Exactly.
Because, right. So you will think that the party who provide the more jobs will be the party that would be the party that is being loved by the poor, because rectifying the poor problem. So and then when I don't know, so I don't really want to go by that analysis per se, but but when we look on the grounds and the sentiment, I don't know, because you know, say we election come like a carnival when they come on Jamaica, you know. So I don't know if the people them probably just show up, but when they come down to election day, them vote might be different. I don't know. You understand me, Samasia? So me wait and see. Well,
and not only that too. Remember with the local government election that just went by, lots of people don't normally turn out for local government election.
No, but you can't discuss local government. No,
I'm not. I'm just saying that normally you always have a low turnout. The PLP had a lot more to lose in turning out than the JLP. The reason for that, they want to show Mark Golding. They want to show that he's electable, which they did. There is no two ways about that. They did it. But from I know of parish council election, as we used to call it, it's not always a high turnout because people said, oh, it doesn't matter. Which, of course, that's not true. That is not true. But going back to the general election, I would prefer for them not to go back to conference. Don't allow them to go back. Don't let them rev up that crowd to bring out, to unite. Because remember, they still have, what's his name, over Andrew's head. The IC has it not been certified as yet. And that won't settle until October. Now, you think when they go into their conference September, they're not going to mention that?
But they mention it now. Just Wednesday.
Okay, exactly.
The opposition leader mentioned
Put it back.
But go back to the local government. The local government election. If you because I've been studying it, you look anytime you see the local, whoever wins the local government election, more than likely is going to win the parish council election, right? But there's
a question for you. Who won the local government election last year?
Well, Labour Party won the local government election.
Okay.
National Party just win. But what I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying,
they put up a reasonable good showing.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The popular
the last election.
Right, the last election, but they won the popular vote. But the popular vote is not so much. You can't go by that because if you look in Kingston and St. Andrew, because they have so much garrisons, the People's National Party always win the popular vote in the KSAC. From even the last parish council election, it was a similar margin. And I think the Labour Party only win one seat over them, and they win the popular vote. But we got the mayorship because we have one municipal council over them, municipal seat over them.
You remember the details of that one?
Yeah, man. The last election was 2016.
Yes, man.
Yeah, December 2016. Yes.
What I want to ask you is if you remember how the JLP won the council.
Yeah, they won the council because they have one more seat than.
Yeah, man. Let me remind you the details. I don't seem to be able to explain what I'm asking. Rosie Hamilton from the Raytown division.
Yeah, she won by one vote.
One single vote she won by.
Yes, she won by one vote. Right.
That's what we are trying to find out if you realize that.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I say with the level of and you can talk to this because you're so like a man understanding disconnecting, right? With the level of pushback we see the government will get from civil society, from the all those bodies who oversees government spending and new on the list, well not new. We see them gone to the judiciary now, which is a legal arm of government. Because you can't tell me, say, right? 3 learned judges sat down and look at the Constitution and says that the level of crime rate that we have in the country, murders per year now. So the murders per year coming to good prospect now. If you look at the murder per year, the murder per year we have, especially for the last 10, 15 years. And even from before 2016, a lot of people were saying, even some government officials were saying that it is a national crisis. is a national crisis. And you are going to look at that and say the government is no need. Go ahead, Mira said.
No man, the PMP also agreed that it was a national crisis.
Right, they also agreed. And remember now, developing countries, the countries to the north, America and especially, and Canada, we're not so much Canada, but more of America, where we get the bulk of our tourism from. Took out travel advisory against us because of the crime situation.
Exactly.
So why the government wouldn't see it necessary now to try to cauterize that, to try to put a check on that? Meanwhile, the strategies are being worked out to sustain it on a long-term basis, right? So you sat, those 3 persons sat and said, listen, the state of emergency wasn't warranted because it doesn't match what the Constitution says about why a government should call a state of emergency, right? So sometimes we have to look at things from a wider perspective and say, listen, even probably it fit the criteria for a state of emergency. The fact that we have murdered so much people for the year and year, and it a cripple the
economy.
Our tourists. It cut up. There you go, because them say it the level of crime we have is taking away like 5 to 10% of our GDP. So that's a national crisis. And it just looked to me that it was concocted, purposely so, to counter what took place with the opening of the Burrup Bay Urban Center. Because if you notice how it is labeled in the news, is that they are saying it's a big win for the People's National Party. So right now people are talking about that now more than talking about the opening of the urban center.
Exactly.
I don't know how you see it connecting, if you agree.
All right. I want to bring some perspective to the thing, It is well established. The PMP themselves admitted that they think it is best for them to run the country, and they will do what it takes to run the country. When one juxtaposes that with the statement made by Aluna Samba, former PMP Minister of Tourism, that we packed it up with PMP because we have an agenda. When we also include the fact that I am aware that the PMP pack up the police force with PMP activists and use them for the agenda. For example, the first invasion anti-bodyguard was 1997. PJ was the Prime Minister, Kelly Knight was the Minister, Francis Farr was the Commissioner, Renita Adams was the Ground Commander. When they came back with a more deadly invasion in 2001, the Prime Minister did not change, the Minister did not change, the Commissioner did not change, the Ground Commander did not change. So PJ was the Prime Minister, KD was the Minister, Francis Farr was the Commissioner, and Adams was the Ground Commander. In 2001, the polls was carrying the JLP and Siaga ahead.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah. You
remember what Adam said? Adam said during the invasion and CVM TV.
Remember, him said this is going to cost the country dearly.
Jamaica.
Dearly. Yeah, Jamaica. Right.
Things will never be the same again.
Yes, I remember.
We're going to pay dearly.
Yes.
Dearly.
I remember.
Dearly. What do you think you mean by that?
I don't know. You tell me.
And the polls, things will never be the same again. He's saying to the people that if things remain the same, the country, remember, Adams seems to be a very popular crime fighter, We are going to pay dearly. That, to me, as a matter of fact, at the time, the leader of the opposition said it had political overtone. Edward Siaga said that.
Yes.
It had political overtone. And I believe that it had political overtones as well. Now, look at it this way. After the by-election in 2001,
Shiny Rabbit,
when Shiny won Northeast Centre, which is a PMP enclave, the election date changed from 2001 to 2002.
Yes.
The election year was 2001 originally, If you notice, PJ called election 4 years.
No, yeah, because guess what, As you rightly said, there was tipping on the scale towards the Labour Party, you know, with that,
Absolutely.
with that victory in Northeast St. Ann.
Yes.
And what PJ Patterson did, if you can remember, he took Maxine Henry Wilson and Dr. Paul Robertson from out of the cabinet.
Take him out of the cabinet, yes.
Appoint Maxine Henry Wilson General Secretary so that they can boost them chance to win the 2000.
Yeah, what's the thing, man? But I know one thing they're doing, several things they did.
I people say, I watch behind this thing from a 15-year-old, you know.
Yeah.
So, I still I watched the 1989 election when I was 15-year-old. So, I a long time I follow. I remember it just like yesterday. Yeah.
So, this information that I'm able to provide now, I am only able to provide it because at the time, I was on the Police Federation Executive, and I know that the country was on election watch. I know because we meet with the commissioner every month.
Yeah.
We meet with the minister every month.
And you know you're right. You know you're right. PMP always call them election just after 4 years. They never wait a full 5-year term.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So election was 2001.
93 to 97, and they were going for 2001 again.
Yes.
But for the result, the Northeast St. Ann.
Right.
And they did a lot of political gymnastics.
Of course, yes.
Some of them corrupt too. Omar Davis told us that he spent $10 billion. That's one of them. I spoke about the policemen who complained about giving cans, hundreds of cans in the trunk of the car, and instructed to go nice up JLP stronghold, especially in marginal constituencies. So they confused the Labour Party supporters and they couldn't go out to vote. Policemen and bike and in radio cars and in police units went through these areas and pack up a whole heap of can in the areas and drive in the neighborhood. The PNP used the force to do these things.
Right.
Another set of police complained that the two men armed with 16s, two policemen armed with 16s, two each, were allowed to offer close protection and security for 2 dons, one in central Jamaica and one in East Kingston.
We have to call them. We know them.
They were issuing millions of dollars all over the country and have policemen every day armed guarding them. That's what the PNP does. You know, must have nastiness and alive in Jamaica and people that control people and world of crime, and world of lottery scamming and world of extortion and racketeering. And the PNP gives them a free ride to do these things. You must have an alive going up in here. You have to have that on a PNP. You understand? So I experienced these things firsthand. And if Marky G wants to send me to the Steve Wilco show, I will go. I will go to the polygraph test. I will go there to do it. You understand? I can be polygraph on these things because I know that what I'm saying is factual. And they did all these things and they still barely won, you know. They barely won 2002, you know. And then you know
because that election 2002, you know, I was on the campaign trail with the Labour Party. And I was even at on the verge of joining G2K. And I was saying yesterday that we keep a mass meeting in 2002 in Mandeville. Just after the PNP keep for the mass meeting. Never good turnout in Mandeville. I mean, Manchester I come from. And I remember that 2 meetings we kept with Ali Shah, Edward Siaga, and a couple of the party stalwarts in Mandeville, uptown Mandeville. And all of the businesses open just like any other normal. It was a Friday evening, I remember. All the businesses open just like there was any normal day. You was just a handful of Labour Party supporters turn out to that meeting. But however, we did well at the polls because I remember now. I mean, you remember if it wasn't for the rain that fell on election day, would have gotten a better result. Because remember now, you know, we were coming from 52 to 8, 52 PNP, 8 Labour Party.
97.
Right. And we won 18 seats and carried up to 26. And some other seats that the PNP win during the 2002 election was just marginally. Like East Rural, St. Andrew. And
very marginally.
So if it wasn't for the rain, we probably would have done win more seats, if not win that election. If it wasn't.
I believe every word you say. I worked in the election.
But I was there. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I worked in the Southeast St. Ann constituency. I lived in the constituency at the time. And the fact that I was a member of the Police Federation Executive, the chairman said, you know what, gentlemen, when you go to assist the members them on election day. So I took it over myself and go drop off the officers them and carry food, go give them when lunch came and water and all kind of stuff. I was assisting them. And it through the entire constituency, through the entire Jamaica. It fell, the rain fell continually for the entire day.
Yeah, I remember.
You know the swing voters now come vote.
No.
The swing voters who would have voted for the JLP didn't come out.
So he left up to the diehards because them happy.
I think the Labour Party would have won that election.
Yeah, a lot of people say. A lot of people say.
I believe that.
And I remember on Power 106. I don't remember if it was Durban Malcolm. They were discussing whether or not the PMP have a mandate because they lost so many seats. It came down to they had going into election, I think 52 seats. That time the total parliamentary seat was 60 at the time. Right? They went into 52, Labour Party 8. And they came out after that election with only 34 seats, right? So, so I'm saying
if some of them were won very marginally too. Very marginally.
Yeah, some of them was I think Northern Clarendon the one when originally won back that seat. We could have picked up that seat, Northern Clarendon. You know?
You know, we would have won too. Maxine Henry would have lost, you know.
Yeah, she came I think over what 300, 400 votes, I think.
No, well, whatever she win by, she couldn't believe she win. That was one of the seats that the report came to us. That was heavily targeted by the police members of the police force.
Yeah, we know them strategy.
Heavily targeted.
We know them strategy.
That's the report I got.
Yeah, and that is why them fight so hard now because they know if they lost this election coming up, they know the fourth term is going to be almost done and almost sealed and signed.
Yeah, man. And they know very well. As a matter of fact, Steve McGregor said it in the interview with the discussion with him on Lawrence show. He said if PMP lose it, he said PMP dead if PMP lose this election.
Yeah, man.
Steve McGregor said that. You understand? So and they know very well that the danger of them losing this election mean a fourth and a fifth and possibly sixth term.
Yes.
A lot more persons.
Yeah, that they tell us if them lose this, then know the fourth term gone.
Them out for good.
So that's what they fight. That's what they use the integrity commission, man. They use the integrity commission and them use the civil society group like Jump and what did that one name?
Don't leave out JFJ, no. Don't leave out JFJ.
I was going to just say JFJ, but we'll hold it back a little bit. Because it's really and truly, you know, JFJ, I used to like JFJ, you know, especially when the doctor lady was in. What's your name again? The gynecologist there. What's your name?
Dr. Caroline Gomes.
Caroline Gomes. Because I remember when we have the Breton 7 and Agana Barrett, you know, the JFJ really, and that is why when Labour Party come in the Commons Forum, you know, because they were pressing for an oversight establishment, because the police really can investigate themselves, you know. So, but of late, they have a particular head in the JFJ, you know, that is a male. He doesn't hide his support. Because I heard him on Nationwide, and he was asked to give his position. I think read the IC, the Integrity Commission report, and he was giving his personal opinion, and it wasn't favorable to the government. I don't know if Michelle, what's her name? Michelle, what's her name? Michelle Jackson's her name?
I think Michael Jackson's name or something like that. Michael.
Yeah, Michelle Jackson.
Jackson, her last name.
Yeah, Jackson. Michelle Jackson. Michael Jackson, something like that. I don't know if to read that lady, but anything with the government, they are quick to come out on it, because even Friday, when they have the ruling that the Supreme Court ruled that the state of emergency was unconstitutional, they were among the first to comment, so that, you know, they support it, and they were saying it for a long, long time, you know. But I know people are saying that the mandate of JFJ is not to support when there is murder in the society. Their mandate is only to come out and speak where it have to do with the state against against civilians. In other words, police excesses or extrajudicial killing. That's their mandate. But they still can, even though that is not your mandate per se, you can still have a position towards the murder.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
You still have a position, you know, and that is why a lot of people have problems with them. So whenever time you have these heinous killing, especially with the murder and rape of the little girl in
correct. Yeah.
Right. They said nothing about it.
They were forced to.
Well, I didn't hear them say what they said. I didn't hear them. I didn't hear them.
No, they came out, and that's when they said it's not their mandate. So you see how condescending it is? They came out and said, you know, that was a heinous crime and whatever, you know, all the good words. But remember, our mandate is to talk against the state.
Oh, to talk against
yes, they did. And I'm like, wow. That statement that she made about the girl, it's like you were forced to do it, but I'm just letting you know that this is not for me to talk about.
Oh,
to me, basically that's what she's saying.
Yeah, you know why? You know why they say that though? They do not want to set a precedent now that to speak on these subject matters as it relates to crime against civilians to civilians crime.
Correct.
Their mandate is just to come out and talk about when police carry out extrajudicial killing. They don't want to say that then, well, you speak on this matter, but how I know you're on this matter. So they just put that caveat in it that say, listen, even though it's not our mandate, we are saying this. Just to let the public know that they don't want, they're not to look forward from them to speak on these matters as it relates to crime against civilian to civilian.
But let me ask this question. And before I ask it, what I know of human rights around the world, when you're into countries, they normally work alongside the government. They normally work along with the government to see how they can solve these problems. Not to go out there and create these ruckus where you have demonstration and you're selective in what you do and how you say it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for instance, they're talking about, the focus first was the 105 unaliving that the police did between January to April.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was the initial talk about it. Until when I heard her on Cliff Hughes talking about, when she said it's not that they're demonstrating against the police, what they're talking about is the cameras, that the police are not wearing these body cameras. They don't have these body cameras. Now, my point in that, if that is your main concern, why not sit down with the commissioner of police and ask them what is happening with these cameras? Are we going to be getting more? Because so far, the government says that they have approximately 750 total in Jamaica. They have approximately 100 and something doing something else. It's around 600 they said, total throughout the island. Now, if this is your bone of contention, why not call a meeting with the Minister of Security?
But Marcia, Dr. Kevin Blake said they know. They say they called even before they went and protest. They called them into a meeting and explain all of these things to them.
Exactly.
He said it. And they still go ahead with the protest.
So what is your political intentions then?
Agenda. I don't know.
Agenda. Thank you. What is the political agenda for you then? Because he came back out and said they have secured all their procurement. He said there was a problem with the procurement. That's why they were delayed, but now they have fixed that glitch out. We're supposed to get 1,000, which gonna cost, he said, over $100 million. And they have secured another maybe 2,000 or 3,000, they said, for the next couple of years to come into the island. Now, if you know all of this, then what was the purpose? So obvious it was not the camera.
No.
Obvious it was not the camera. That's all.
Boy. I don't know.
And then, sorry, another point. Another point. Hold on. Another point she made. Hold on. Another point she made against the ruling, this ruling that, she's happy with it. She now came back out and said she's disappointed that the government is appealing the case.
Exactly.
She's now saying she's disappointed. And I'm like, oh my God. So you're not telling the government what to appeal and what not to appeal. The government of the country. And that's why I said, what I know of human rights all over the world or in countries, you work along with the government. You don't be a bone of contention. You don't pick a fight. Because it's the government, whether you like it or not. And she's threatening with the government to say, oh, by the way, you're too close to abusing. She didn't use the word abuse, but technically that's what she was saying when they reduced the sentence, because they were asking for 20 years for the children who are committed this heinous crime. They cut it down to 15. And then now she's saying that, they are teetering on. Breaking the human rights rules and regulation. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I'm just reading some comments. I just book up and call comment when me so like you.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. And some persons in the chat there.
Oh, Kingston 11. Who can add him? I can't. I don't have moderator over here. Kingston 11 want to be added.
That sound like a black king.
My sleep.
So like in the band lunch and tea and break time, everything in one.
I'm going to the 9 o'clock now, England now, so.
Yeah, man, in Ghana. Okay. Anyway, somebody say something in the chat, but when they want to go into the language them use. Them say, Adam did send for some pie from the East Kingston done. But they what came out of the trial, I remember, I think that's the one he was charged right now. The crawl. Unaliving.
Well, okay, the crawl unaliving.
So, yeah, man. So, what came out in the trial is that he went on his phone and made a call to the person there and we sent 4 sweetie come.
Yes, I remember. He came out in
I can remember these things, I can remember.
Yes, I was on the trial. Yeah. And then they said that, they're not going to admit it in court. I remember.
Aye. No, I want to touch on something, but I have to be very careful how I touch on this.
Sorry, let me just ask. Am I to assume that the sweeties are the same shoes?
Yeah, the same shoes. The shoes.
Yeah.
The shoes. The sweetie are the shoes. But you had also speak in code, so tell the man who sent 4 sweetie come. The East Kingston man. So now, based upon the decades that I spent in law enforcement, and I was a major criminal investigator, so I would have arrested numerous persons for numerous crimes, and would have taken them before the court. So I would have met all of the senior judges, most of whom are retiring now. Very few of them are still serving. I would have met a lot of them, and would have had a chance to see how they function in court. In addition to that, in the earliest part of my career, I worked at the gun court for 4 years. And the judges are rotated at gun court. Gun court was on South Camp Road at the time. Right? Camp Road, South Camp Road. I think a Camp Road. Remember, I 2 different roads, one a Camp and one a South Camp. Put it on what I soon come, yeah? Cool, thanks. Sorry about that. So I would have had that opportunity to watch some persons from the prosecutors at DPP, some clerk at the court, until some of them die now. The late Sarah James was a darling. She was a decent lady. I met her first when she was a clerk at the court in St. Anne. She became a judge, a resident magistrate, and she went to the High Court benches. She was a decent human being. May her soul continue to find eternal rest. And so I know all the senior judges, a lot of whom have retired. I appeared before Wolf several times, Justice Lindsay Wolf. Right? His daughter is now a High Court judge. Justice Seymour Panton, I would have met him years ago. Justice Marva McIntosh Bishop, who is the president of the Court of Appeal, somebody I know well. So Justice Brian Sykes, I appeared before him on more than one occasion. All of them, I know them, and I know them modus operandi, and some of them. And if you have any sense as a detective in court, I sat through a number of these trials. You can know, you can see through some of the dancing around and the gymnastics are taking place. You can identify it. I sat out the 2 baby boys, 2 7-8-year-old boys who were unalive in Top Hill, St. Elizabeth. I sat out that trial. I was in the gun court. I remember, once a pipe was used to unalive them, the case would be coming straight to gun court. There was only one, like they have now. You have the gun court division where they try cases all over the island, Montego Bay, Chilani. They have the gun court. One place used to try anything that had to do with pipe. It used to be tried on South Camp Road or Camp Road, right across from continuation. You continuation studies there. They used to call it Red Fence one time. over there, so they go to Subi for years. And I worked in that little building for 4 years straight. And I would have seen all the prosecutors and the DPP. Because what happened, they rotate the judges and the prosecutors, One judge doesn't sit there at the night. They move them around. So I would be there in Justice Bingham, Howard Cook's son, Howard Cook Jr., Howard Cook, as a son, Howard Cook was a former PNP Minister of Government. His son became prosecutor, then High Court judge. I would have seen Justice Edison Downer, them retired a long time. You have one named Clarence Walker. I mean, I know these gentlemen very well and the ladies. One named Madge Morgan, tough like a rock. I sat before Justice U.R. Parnell, who died years ago from in the 80s. But some of them know well. I know them. I see them operate. And what I realize is that when there are certain cases to be tried, you would have a specific judge come for it and a specific person from the DPP office. Anytime a certain controversial case, because it's the Chief Justice responsible for assigning these people, Ultimately, the Chief Justice is responsible for assigning these people to these cases. So the 3 judges who tried this case down there the other day, the SOE court, they were assigned by the CJ. And I would not be surprised if they were given a certain mandate. Now, what do you think will happen now? The JLP will appeal the case. If the JLP should win the appeal at the local level, or if they lose, they're going to prove accounts and they're going to win again. You remember the traffic road case? The PNP appeal it. The court have appealed it. Rather, the High Court in Jamaica ruled that the PNP Prime Minister and the other people should testify in open court. And the PNP appealed it to the local Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal said, yes, you have to testify. The PNP can't have proof accounts because they were biding for time. It dragged out for 15 to 16 years before the result came. So this is how they manipulate these courts. So even if the Court of Appeal should resolve the case in favor of the JLP, the election gone already. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. The election gone. So we have to understand how this thing is unveiling, I'm able to sit down because of my experience and exposure with these people and see how they operate. I know exactly what result, because they are very, very specific, They are very deliberate in what they do. They do these things and they have a deliberate motive and they probably network and discuss these things and they arrive at consensus. And that is why I'm so terrified by even the thought of a CCJ. I don't like to hear about it because it could be manipulated. With this PNP will believe in every pack of the place with them people. Remember, see, all of them go to school together, You have some young boys from over in the Caribbean islands who attend school, high school in Jamaica. They attend university together. I don't want to see that no time soon. What we need to do is clean up our judicial system because we have the competent judges. We have the experience. They are highly read. They're very brilliant. They can manage. Jamaica could manage our own final appellate court. But for the big C, and not being for the big C and the PNP, I would say don't go to the CCJ. Let us manage that ourselves because we have the competence. But I'm afraid of the PNP domination of these because they have they deliberately pack up these places with their surrogates. Sometimes when I watch the judges, over the period that the PNP was in power, that long period, and when I see the promotions, I say, wait, who the name that again? I'm going to take a good look and go back in my brain box. It's somebody who know from the DPP office, and they keep promoting. Look at the case with the bulb case. You know the bulb case?
Yeah, man, light bulb case, remember, man.
The bulb case. You know what happened? The DPP at the end of the trial. No, I said the DPP prosecuted the case herself, Marshal evidence,
Mm-hmm.
She said that if Jamaica had the benefit of an appeal for after an acquittal, when somebody is acquitted, if Jamaica had the benefit like South Africa, she said she would invoke that law. By the way, we know of the law, If somebody is acquitted, the DPP can appeal right to the Privy Council level. Right? And the judge who presides over that case, the next time the PNP came in power, she was promoted to the High Court bench. She's not a High Court judge. So let me tell you something, man. We better hope we hear them, you know. We all hear in our head back, you know. We not think about what we do, you know. We have to have all hear in our head back. Watch on some point.
You know, me have to run off, leave one know. I got to attend to some business, so we talk again.
Yeah, man. Thank you for your contribution.
Yourself. All right, respect.
Okay, have a nice day.
All right, Carl. Respect. So you have to watch the thing. I say most Jamaicans, they know that most Jamaicans would not know the history and be able to articulate it in a way like somebody like protecting Jamaica. All of the people, Marcia dive in the arm, in everything, and Marcia devoted a good while and understand. And when him politics and sports.
Yeah. I don't trust the Caribbean Court of Appeal. I don't.
No. That can't stay one side.
Yeah, I don't.
Stay one side. You make it stay a Privy Council for the time being.
Yes, I totally agree with that.
Let us stay there. Because the Privy Council is far removed from what happens out here, you know. So make it on there.
Yes, because it's who have money will get justice.
Yes, I don't trust this PMP sitting. I don't trust them.
Exactly.
I don't trust them.
Yeah, I don't trust them.
And with very good reason too. With very good reasons.
Yeah. I don't trust them at all.
No. So the fact is that I sat through the top hill analyzing of these boys. And the judge, the same judge who tried that case, I am our next case, our next controversial case. DK Duncan was also charged. I sat through the trial. And the same judge tried. I want to understand what I'm saying. And then shortly after, he just retire. So then look for one whole ratoon come with the system and assign him to the case. They have a Jamaican who don't understand this. Without my law enforcement background, decades of law enforcement background, I would know these things. You understand me? And they assigned a certain prosecutor to these cases. And you can bank on the result. I remember charging a member of the police force in 2007, you know. Well, I wasn't the one who charged him, but I investigated the case. He and I were the same rank. At the time, we were both detective sergeants. But I did the investigation from start. And when my senior came in the morning, he said, all right, he must hand over to him. He said, no problem. I understood. You want a rank, at least one rank above the rank who allegedly committed the offense. But I was integral to the investigation, so my statement was a big part of it. So during the night, I mean, for the entire night, I was concentrating on that investigation. The member involved, allegedly involved, was actually fired on by his colleagues. So I asked the question. He had a weapon in his hand and he was fired. And I asked the question. I asked two of them the question. Two of them fired at him. I said, where was the weapon pointed? And the both of them said, towards the ground. So I noted that. Now, me know in my head, so then there's some problem for this. Me know that. Because you're not supposed to Papa have can't pan a man who have a weapon by the ground. So I write down that in my notebook and I write down my statement. By the way, the member being investigated was a PMP, you know. Come from Concrete, come from a Margolin place. Come from Concrete, PMP from me. As a matter of fact, he was once my supervisor.
Okay.
In the 80s, he was once my supervisor. So, and a friend of mine, a very close friend of mine. So, I decided to investigate the case clean like whistle. I'm not telling no life, but I'm not telling no neither.
Exactly.
Yes, clean like whistle. So that night, I was put to the test because everything, me dropped down everything, all the statements, collect them. I didn't sleep that night. I go through the case. Like, I mean, with a fine-tooth comb. The Monday morning, I get a call from a senior. They notice a discrepancy in my statement and the two officers who fired him statement. And Biden responded to them and said, no, you can't write in a statement. So the weapon was pointed towards the ground. A problem that.
But this is what you were told.
I was very deliberate in asking them because I wanted to know. You know, so the suspect are a PMP and the two police officers are PMP and my supervisor are PMP. And they want me know as a showerman to go tell like on the man. What for the PMP friend, you know? They want me know as a showerman. I say, no, not do that. Tell them say, I would never do that. I say, even if he wasn't a police, I do most of them my colleague. I say, me I talk the truth. I say, me right, I say, me not change it. You know, so they mix with me.
Yep.
They mix like bull.
Yep.
Me not tell like on them PMP colleague, you know. Who are them a PMP and they want me to tell like on them PMP colleague. Them bad though, you know.
Yeah, man.
I say, no, me not do that.
But let me ask you this.
You know, so the man get away. The man walk.
Of course he must. Because if you say that the gun was pointed down, he...
And them tell me so. And them tell me that.
Exactly. But let me ask you this. When the PNP was in power, did they not apply for a state of emergency?
I don't remember, you know, I don't think so.
But wasn't there, well, yeah, they had the gas riot.
No, I can't remember if they, no, I don't think so. I don't think they were, apart from 1976, I can't remember no more.
No?
I can't remember anymore, honestly. All through the years, you remember, say the unaliving rate, you can imagine unaliving rate moved from 439 to 1674, and then I have no emergency.
Yep.
They're no business. They're not care. From 400, you know. Yep. And then come now in 2025, one fully people can talk about numbers, can talk about and Dr. Holness, the highest number. We should not allow them to get away from it. But what we must take away from what they said, you know, is that Peter Bunting said that the movement was 25%. I don't think it was 25. I need to check that number, you know. Because if it moved from 1208 to 1508, it's like about 25% for Joe. It moved from 1208 to 1508. Then it may have been 25%. But that is a high increase on the JLP. The PMP have 500% increase, 400+% increase in the other time that they governed. And it also increased under the PMP when they came back the third time. So 4 times the JLP in power, 4 times we have a low unaliving rate. 3 times the PMP, 3 times it goes up, it went up. And in large percentage, very large, as 500 and 400 respectively. So then can come back and tell you, no, after them left, 1,000 had given. And it go up marginally. It must, the number, kind of left 1,000 had given, you know, them, for them sitting the 1,000 had a year. Mark, you know, the first time unaliving crossed 1,000, 1,038, you know. It's under the PMP 1997, you know. And they had 1,000 plus several times after that. Including the last 4 years they were in office, it's still past 1,000. Right? Yeah. Now it is coming back down to 600 plus 500 to 600 plus. My prediction is going to be between 570 and 620 this year.
That's a 600.
Well,
I'm going to go at 600.
If it slashed by 50%.
Yeah.
That's why I want to add, you know.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, and that is not far-fetched. But if it's at 40 now.
You know what I like? You know what I like? Even though the JFJ came out demonstrate and have their chat, the police they're not covering. They're still doing their job.
They get same way.
Yes.
That no one never do.
That's what I like. Exactly.
Yes. So I sit down the chat and foolishness. You know, one of my disappointment with JFJ, they come out swinging for the suspected unalive. They come out in favor of the person alleged to have been committing these heinous crimes.
Yes. That's what it comes out to be.
And they never tell them one time to look here. If you lift your hand with pipe in your hand, the police is justified in taking you down and out.
Exactly.
And that is justified homicide.
Exactly.
They should be educating these persons and warning them and telling them to do not do that.
And not only that too, if the police have a warrant out to say he is armed and dangerous, don't expect the police to go there with pepper spray. Don't expect them to go with pepper spray.
They won't go with pepper with no spray.
Okay.
Take that from me.
Yep.
And I've always said, Marcia, that anytime the police go left the station, you know, and come for you, they have one single solitary intention, and that is to return to their base.
Thank you.
Unarmed.
Thank you. Exactly.
Their intention is to return to their base and then their home.
Exactly.
And to their family.
Exactly.
Unarmed.
And that's what people are missing.
Don't expect anything less than that.
That is what everybody keep missing to say. The policemen need to go back home to their family.
You can imagine this one reach a yard and man go ambush my yard.
Okay, exactly.
Right in a yard.
Right in a yard.
Yeah. And JLP come out with them rubbish.
And did you hear anything from them?
No, sir. They not say none.
Okay.
I must say caution. I say no police not alive in recent time. Like them, I look for police go down. But I can guarantee you that apart from them ambushing you, the police don't have to raise their level of awareness and alertness. I used to drive past me house, drive past me house and go and turn and come back.
But listen to this. Remember, I was talking about it. I don't know if you were on the line when I said that. Back in the days, police they got work for minibus or taxi.
Or Joyce bus.
And Joyce. Man drive man board bus. And guess who they unalive?
Police.
When last year that happened?
No man, when I was serving, you used to have about 20 odd members going down in the line of duty 1 year, 20 odd and a PNP.
Yeah, but when last year that a police officer while traveling to work or on his way from work got unalive?
Policeman in car.
Okay, all right.
Policeman in markets.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
That's what I mean. When you go to station, you have to park on the road.
All right.
You have to park on the roadside.
Just to know a morning time to get parking.
Yeah.
Just to know, everybody has said, boy, I go early because I can't get no park.
Can't get no parking on the base.
Okay.
The school yard is the same thing now.
Okay. Aye. Them is the next one. And them no drive car sedan anymore, you know.
No, sir.
SUV
something.
Yep.
That's what I mean. So our people in Jamaica, we just outlined approximately 40 achievements. I mean, no more, whole more today.
And you know what? Back to JFJ.
Yes.
Human Rights International that is watching us. You think they don't know what is happening?
All of them know.
You think they don't know what is happening? You think that if Andrew was doing something that is teetering with their law, there would not have been a write-up already about it? Huh? You think so? Because they know we have a high crime rate.
Yes.
They know, the whole world know that a small country of just a little bit over 3 million people, and we're killing off over 50% of 100,000 people.
Huh? And this year is a big year for Jamaica, a big year for the government, a big year for the Labour Party. With the analyzing it, a big year, because nobody. I mean, I was talking to a PMP farmer colleague of mine. At the matter of fact, we are in a group, and he used to bodyguard a farmer PMP Minister of Government. And the man would say, boy, he respect the man. And to be honest with you, I have some respect for the man too. I don't want to even call the name of the man because I don't want to give away his position. And he's a police group man company. And the man come out, and when you hear the man say, the JLP as his vote in 2025, he said, can't vote with Mark Golden. There's no reason at all he can't vote with Mark Golden. Okay. He shocked the group, but I'm not shocked. Because I have been listening to him. I sensible policeman doing it, man, I sense. I'm a business too. And in my business is a very volatile community.
Oh, there you go.
And the man said, apparently in business, turn up your now. Because the community is so volatile that the man was losing business. I can't realize, that they're not alive with tumble down. Yeah. Everybody have come out and support the business.
Okay.
Last night I was at home. I live in Montego Bay, I was at home last night. I wanted to go on the street. It's about 12 o'clock. I'm going to jump and I can't drive out, I'm going to do my and come back,
Wow.
12 o'clock at night.
I don't want to join anything. Don't put me in any box.
How would this?
We're in the box already, Patrick. Or Anthony. You're in the box.
You mean you don't want to join anything? Join something. All right, genuine one.
Miss Marcia, okay.
Hold on a little. The genuine one. I agree with you.
Well, because I watched the.
You open. All right, go on talk.
Yeah, man. I watched a thing on YouTube the other day when they killed the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Works. I don't remember the
Unalive.
Sorry, Unalive. Yeah, the Unalive that
What do you don't remember?
No, I'm saying I don't remember which agency he was the permanent secretary for. I think it was Ministry of
Ministry of
Works.
Work. Ministry of Work.
Yes, and the PNP would have
Genuine one,
when
mute. Mute genuine one.
I'm the one talking.
Oh, you're the one. You're my background. Or is it Art Love? Is it Art Love?
Somebody else.
Art Love, mute.
Patrick mute. And Art of Love, everybody mute. We're not talking.
Art of Love and Patrick.
Patrick mute. Art of Love mute. Art of Love no is the problem. Art of Love is the problem.
Blocking Car Mountain.
Art of Love mute.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
So I was watching it on YouTube. I think the name of the channel is Jamaican Chapter, and that person would have featured a number of popular unaliving that would have made the news over many periods or decades, so to speak. And I watched how the PNP would have manipulated the justice system back then and to allow the suspect to run off to Cuba. And when they won, the person returned back in the 1990s, and because the time of the case and witnesses would have died and everything and so on, those persons would have walked free. And I say, what a wicked aki. And then look here again.
Can I support you with that one?
Yeah, man, you can.
Was one. Yeah. Ted Ogilvy. Ted Ogilvy was the permanent secretary of Work.
Yes,
this was in 1977.
Yeah, 1977.
The two suspects, the prime suspects were
Tony Brown,
Anthony Tigger Brown, and George Flash.
Yes, and
I went to work in 1980 to look for them. I didn't find them. By then, it seems to me that when they sent us up there, they were already gone. They probably distracted us to put a team up there to get us away from where they traveled to the airport and so. But they're gone. And they were away for over 10 years. You're right. The case would have been destroyed by the time they came back. Some witnesses were unalive and some gone and they can't find some. So they couldn't try the case by the time they came back. So you're perfectly right. And then you have Douglas Chambers, as I mentioned in the chat.
And then Douglas Chambers. So what you're finding out is that whenever the JLP see corruption is happening and they try to stamp out corruption in whichever agency, right? The persons who are charged with the responsibility of overseeing those agencies, they come on a serious threat. Because Douglas Chambers, as I say, would have been another one. And for me, I can't understand why people are backing a political party that have supporters that are unaliving public sector workers who are doing their job and trying to ensure things are streamlined in such a way that there's accountability and control and you get value for money, right? And then these are the same set, and then you have PNP supporters who are ball out about, oh, corruption, this corruption, that corruption, that. Look at these two cases that PNP supporters would have unalived public officials.
I hate to stop you, I hate to cut you, but I want to bring up to date on another one that you might be bypassing. You remember a judge who died out in Doncaster in the 1990s? A judge was unalive.
I don't remember that one.
A judge was unalive in his home. They went to his roof in Doncaster. As a matter of fact, he was promoted from an RM court judge to the registrar of the Supreme Court. The registrar plays a very important role, you know. And my information is that he stumbled upon some files, which were file 13, with massive tax evasion that was placed before the court, and then dashed down some old this, and then dig them up. I was pursuing the person. This person was from East Kingston, a big man from East Kingston. and the judge was unalived at his home one night. It is alleged that the unalivers were themselves to be unalived when they would go to collect the money. But they apparently the unalivers grung tell them what as old time people that say, and they diverted. A policeman was believed to have been the prospective unaliver of these two men. But the men changed course on them, and that's how they lived. You understand what I'm saying? So these people I can't go into full details. Just to say that the person being investigated for the tax evasion was from East Kingston at the time. And he was a big out in East Kingston in that period. And the judge, the registrar of the Supreme Court, would be responsible for putting back these matters before the court. And let me tell you something. Next thing I want to say is that sometimes they do not resort to violent means. They sometimes use people even at your own inner circle and pay them to put chemicals in your meals and take you out. You know, when I saw a old young teacher drop dead, just a tumble down on that picture like fall sick. And some young people just go down. I wonder, you see even some councillors that perish and they have this by-election that people we want some of them. We have to be careful of this organization, you know, man. We have to be very careful, you know. I am at a stage now because they use it in the police force, you know. But then take you out with using chemical in their meals, you know. Yeah, man, they use it in the police force. If you go against them, they actually put chemical in my food. At the mercy of the true and living God when me there talking, you know. Yes, man, because they wanted me to work against, they work in favor rather of the PNP by the surrogates calling me to tell me to work in their favor. I mean, don't tell me, this Holy Spirit said, no, you can't do that. Because I'm a father, you know, and I know my Bible, that the Bible said the sins of the father will visit upon the third and fourth generation. The father sucked the sour grape and he set the children teeth and hedge. So I am serious about my discipleship, you know, and about my afterlife, because there's an afterlife. I'm serious about that. And I can't come here. Everything when me say can be checked. Well, somebody might not be able to check because it's my personal experience. Right? For example, the experience I'm having at the court, and see what the judge, some of the judges, not all of them. I have the greatest amount of respect for all of them. But there were a few of them that I saw this kind of gymnastics, legal gymnastics, if you may, going on. And all these cases eventually pan out. You know? I remember I saw a case with the same judges, let me see, these judges who were specifically assigned to these cases. There was a case going on with some shooting at stadium. And a policeman was there giving evidence. Man, let me tell you something, the prosecutor called some senior detective out that road and tell him, say, come out that door. Say, come listen to good evidence. Come sit in court and listen. The policeman was tap evidence him give. And when the case was almost ready to be closed, the prosecutor called the policeman and said, you know, when I started giving evidence, I believed you and I had confidence in what you were saying, but for some reason I don't believe you. And the man walked scot-free. Something happened in between. The same prosecutor, you know, we are back on the policeman. And I said to him, say, I called some other colleagues, say, come listen if you want to hear good evidence. Come listen to this acting corporal, I give evidence. And before the case finished, the man make a 180 degree turn. And the case done. The same one when me tell you say, you see them with them maneuvering and skillful maneuvering, like people like that in a court. And everybody stupid. And right there I was able to psychoanalyze what happened. You know? I was down in St. Ann. I wasn't finished with the policeman. The policeman that I arrested. The judge that came for the case came for no other case but that case. The judge put off every other case. I'm saying, I could stand up. I said, but my lord, the last time I came here, the only trial judge told me that if no other case was tried, the judge said, next circuit. And the case put off. The only case we didn't keep up was that policeman case. And that judge had to try that case. The man get to walk scot-free and gone. You never reached the stage where they call upon him to answer the charge. Then just kick with the case and that's where him and his son get away and gone.
So No cross-examination of the
Not like that, man. The case just done at no case submission level. No case submission open. And done. Done this up. Because that judge came on a mission. That judge was sent to come on a specific mission. So I saw them operating in court, you know. I have seen them. But that judge was very close to retirement. So they usually send one close to retirement so that if that one name taint, then gone. Then gone with them tainted name because then they retire, collect them pension and gone with them business. But the PMP told us that they deliberately set up these PMP operatives in sensitive positions because we have an agenda. You understand? So trust me. When I looked at what happened when I just met Michael Mann in 1980, I came to Kingston I came from a strong PMP background. And I came to Kingston. First posting was Kingston Eastern Division, Michael Mandy's constituency. I remember one night there was a exchange of con between a single man initially. The man was hit and his weapon taken. We had to run out of the constituency. We were right at my Brighton Street, right in the Michael constituency, Brighton Street. To come to Dunkirk there. We had to take away yourself. The man fell and grab a piece and take away yourself. Because, I mean, a lot of things start to happen. Like a Chinese Christmas after that. All over the place. So we move out there. And we went back up there with a contingent of 53 by 1. A deputy super led 53 more. We have to run a second time. We have to get up a second time. Because by then there were positions atop some high-rise buildings. One man was injured. One officer was injured in that exchange. And so the morning, the PM came to his constituency and did a walk. Of course, you know, he called the police and we went up there together. Walked through the constituency. And he came back to his constituency office. Right, and let's read the name again. We Michael Man the market depend. Oh Lord. You have Brighton Street there, so you have Wild Street. The name was Wild Street. Wild Street at the street. A little complex, a little housing complex on the left hand side of the street there. And inside the apartment building, downstairs was his office. And he went in there and he spoke to he interviewed some persons inside there. We weren't privy to that. And then he came back out and, you know, he come back with a strong speech. I'm full of that in the man. One thing with that, man, I tell you, man can talk. And he said the security forces have to find a way to close ranks with the citizens and to lead and to have a good relationship. And the citizens, on the other hand, have to cooperate with the police and, you know, and want perfect behavior. Nice speech, man, you know. Nice. Because I'm full of that. Him have that lot. Him no short of that. You want to support that, no? You need a grumbling. I can't hear myself. I'm grumbling and throat. Until it's like he couldn't hold it back the more and say, ooh. You can't go and talk, you know. Your boss, you can't go and talk. You can know, man, I tell you, say, man, want bigger pie. You can know, man, I tell you, say, man, want bigger pie. So when me hear man say that, I said, no, man, immediately click out of my head and I said, no, but at least he knows that they have. Because they had that conversation. He get very upset, he got very upset at the man, you know. So when we went back from the buy station, you know, they show up police, you know, whole appear show up police station, you know. Then gang me up, you know. All of them gang me up and I try to get me to come over to them. I mean, no, man, you talk about, man, I can't let go my family. My family think this, you know, brother. This is one deep for me, you know. They can't tell me nothing. Because I was always like that, you know. Independence of opinion. I'm an independent thinker. And you can't change me. You have to change by my own. And even though I see that and I found something wrong with it, still a PMP. Even though they run away from up my constituency and we have to get up and my colleague can't rip you in foot. I'm going to go after the treatment and come back. It's still a PMP. But this particular day, everything changed. There was an operation in the constituency of DK Duncan. And one of his supporters, I think the member might have won that from the contingent of police officers. He may have won that. And some police are like that, they take them a walk and wander away from the crowd. And he was stabbed multiple times. injured multiple times by stab wounds. And his SLR to take his SLR. Tall up in those years name SLR. So me did vex, me not lie, me did upset about it. Me did my colleague get tap up them with and I say no sir, me no rate that. But me still a PMP. And until 7 o'clock news the night, by then me reach home and watch the news on TV. Them live Harbour View. And it was the lead news and television at that time. JBC TV was the only station we had at the time. And when I hear Michael Manley, the Prime Minister, came out and began to account for that incident, a policeman was drunk and abandoned his rifle. My supporters protected his rifle and handed it over to my party headquarters. And I have since handed it over to the police commissioner. And I don't take orders from the security forces. As a matter of fact, I give them orders. And these are my orders. No comrade should be roughed up unreasonably. No laborer should be roughed up unreasonably. Me no one hear not more. Turn off the TV. Me no hear no more news. Me do me mad. And right there, so me kicking in my brain and I say no. Me parents will teach me honesty and integrity and decency. If me not switch from this, me will let them down back again because they teach me. They may follow on PMP. But they also teach me decency and honesty and integrity. I said, no, me can't support this. And right there so, I said to myself, no, I can't do this no more. And I turned off the PMP from that. I almost went back in 1989 because most of my friends were going back. And I considered going back. You know, when I say in my head, most of the Holy Spirit talk to me, you know. I began to reason myself and I said, no, you have to go back. Not because your heart is going back. Your heart is going back, but your mind is not going back. Your brain not go back. You have to go back because you're bridging them. All your bridging them go back. And then you have to follow. You're a leader, you're not a follower. I mean, I go back 1989, I vote JLP, same way 89. But by 93, when things began to unravel, I said, no, sir. We can't go back to PMP. But in my heart, between 80 and 89, you know, because remember, no, excuse me, I'm not a natural supporter of the Labour Party, you know. So I was always searching for a reason to go back to the party. Because, I mean, that by nature, I'm a PMP, not a JLP. At least what I thought then. But the longer me stay away and the more me find about the PMP, I mean, if the Labour Party should do anything, no, substantial enough for me to waive my support for the party. I couldn't go back to support the PMP either. I can't. There's no way I could support the PMP. There's no way. Absolutely no way.
It's the thing about it, connecting it that way. You see, they come from the point of principle and integrity and decency. If you see where, if you have evidence or anything to substantiate that, listen, a political party don't have any of those attributes, any at all, right? I don't see why to support them. I can't say this to you, let me just give you an example. I come from a PNP family just the same, you know. And I remember I was going to, I was coming from a wedding in St. James of a family member. And while we were in the motor vehicle, we were talking about the light bulb scandal. And my family, them, you know, are strictly PNP, you know. And they said to me, if I were Colonel Spencer, if I wouldn't do the same thing. I tell them, so no, I would never do the same thing. And I said to them, in fact, me a labor right. And the people, them stop, no family, them stop the bus. Them on the bus, you know. I want you to let me out. Is my grandfather, I forget mad pan them and tell them, say, no, let me out at the bus. And I can say this to you. My family member, them a kid you not. And me I talk about uncle who is a pastor, and everybody in there go church and claim them a Christian. And I go ask me, say, if me and Kern are the same, if I were a Kern, I wouldn't do the same thing. I said, Jesus and peace. I said, them people only go church for convenience. Because I can't, and I couldn't understand it. And this very same night, I can't tell you what happened. I'm not a religious person, to be honest. But I pray. And the night, I prayed. And there was, when I reached Borg Road to make the turn for go up John's Hall, right? There was, at the stoplight, if you know St. James well, at the stoplight, I saw a motorbike, 2 motorbikes.
That is how we the constant guys.
I haven't been here in a while, and probably change up now, but I'm just telling you about in the
Yeah, man,
early
they have to drive
2000s.
past Granville to go up to John Dad.
Yeah, and right at the stoplight, I saw 2 motorbikes. The 2 motorbikes came close to my uncle's vehicle, my uncle bus, and only here when one of them rev up the bike, and something chicken on my mind, you know. And I said, Uncle, something right here, so you know, because it looked like they more or less saw when we were coming from the hotel, or they looked in the vehicle and realized that we were coming from either wedding or foreigners were, you know, more or less amongst us. When we turn left to go up, to drive on the road to go up John's Hall area now, the bike turned with us. Because if you come at the stoplight and you start rev up your bike, we think you would go straight. The bike gently turned with us and then go up the hill. And Mr. Uncle, listen, look right, and a police vehicle drove close to us and stopped our vehicle. And I said to the police, may I ask them to go up the road, monitor first that something will look right. And but we were driving past the police, I cussed them and them and take off 2 guns off of them. And I might see him family member them, you know, and show me out a bus. I said it still. Even my mother here know that that is living with me. It's a strong PNP. I cannot support the People's National Party, none at all, because they don't stand for Jamaicans, right? They stand just for power, and they stand for gains. I'm talking material gains. And now we are seeing a situation where you have this time come message going around. I know persons on YouTube listening that are in the public sector, and I'm saying this time come thing, don't take it for a joke. If the PNP were to come in power, this time come meaning that you, as a person who's working in the public sector, that is not aligned with the PNP, or you're not aligned with a political party, right? As long as you're not aligned with the PNP, you will more or less be pressured to leave your job, because what they will be doing is coming to your desk and telling a time come our time now, and those sort of politics have to go. But I never wanted to segue, but it's just how I feel. I want you to continue on the justice system regarding how the PNP manipulated. But that is just, I kind of segue a little bit.
Yeah, man, you're perfectly right, you know, and it started to happen when they won the municipal council. It started to happen, but apparently somebody called them and said, no, wait until after the general election. If you realize to the fire at the dump, River Tantas, the dump, as the PNP win the fire start back, you know, that's why they're feeding tree. So the people in that Portmore and the corporate here, you know, can sit down there in their apartment and say them are uncommitted. They can stay at their house and chat crap, but they're not committed to not have the two parties the same. Yes.
Don't take what this guy says like a joke. And every well-thinking Jamaica who is looking on and listening tonight or today, this afternoon, this is a warning to us. Time come for what? Their time. This is no joke. We know what the PNP did in the 70s. We know what they did in the 90s. We know what Sambasa said, or whoever her name is. We know what she said. And even till today, there are people in government agencies sabotaging the government. But we cannot kick them out because that is not how we were taught. But the PNP is coming to make themselves and set themselves up again. They are coming. So if we play a fool, now I was on a live sitting this morning just listening, you know, to the PNP them, Alvero and a couple others. This woman, I don't know if she even be it because she depend the live just spread out in her bed all day. I don't know who she or who could have stomach shame. If you follow them, you will see that she's always on 24/7. Just like them big white hog.
Is it Bev?
You know, call her name.
The same
But
one.
if you follow the PNP live, you'll see her. Brown lady, big brown lady, too big. And I was hearing them trying to tell each other to watch the police. Now, this is the tactics that you would have mentioned before, Connecting, where the police should have gone in and do them thing during election. And this is the very same thing they are accusing the government of today. Time comes, it's for the Duncans and the others to get their hands on the city. And that time come for you. Yeah, listen to you. Keep it going.
Master mute.
You not have any bottled water?
Master mute. Master mute. You're in the kitchen.
Mute, the kitchen I make nice, eh?
Yeah, and connecting and thanks Kingston Level for contributing to that. Connecting to that.
Take it lightly.
One of the things that I have a little pet peeve with, to be honest, is the fact that the Prime Minister would have unveiled the Morant Bay Urban Center, and immediately after that, you have this constitution reading, or what you call it now, ruling, so to speak, that the SOE, you see how strategic these people are, and it makes me wonder whether or not the justice system is being hijacked to be used as a political weapon against the government of Jamaica.
It's not one that genuine. Me can put my life on the block for that. It's been hijacked. All of it is been hijacked. From the integrity report that them budge up, we drag on. No, connecting as an officer and somebody who has been in the court. The opposition have no right to be mentioned in that integrity commission report, because it is before the court. The integrity commission should come out and tell the PNP that they cannot go on their platform and make any comments about the report.
You think the PNP doesn't know that? They know that more anybody else,
They should not.
But you're a liar. They know that. They know, but it's a political tool and a political campaign.
But the integrity commission, if it has any integrity, it should come out and say that it is not allowed for anybody to mention it in the public spaces. The DPP, when she get the report for the SSL commission, she said to them, one of her first act was, Jamaican, please do not try this case in public. I'm asking you to wait until we go to court before you comment on it, because you are only going to speculate and you might just come with a false narrative. That is not good. The DPP have the report, and they of course the defenders have it. But the DPP come out and beg them, said, Jamaicans, stop it. It is not good to try the case before the case is before the court. Why the IC Commission is not honorable enough to do the same thing? Why? Since they are the commission of virtue, why them don't come out and tell the PNP to stop? Because it is not, and the IC Commission is going to lose. Because in the provision, in the first section, if you read it, section 5 at the beginning, I don't remember which one I've dropped down, if it's 1 or 2. It is mentioned there what the Prime Minister should submit to them. And the Prime Minister is not obligated to submit no expense to them. If they want it, they must go and find it, because everything is there in the transaction. The expense of no member that they are allowed to investigate is not allowed, or is not a part of the law for any member to submit their expense to the High Commission, to the Integrity Commission. It is not in there.
I want to chat to the accountant, right? And if I come to you and ask you a question, if I come to you and say, give me your personal expenses over the last 2 years and summarize that and give me the total sum of that, you can't give me that. You cannot give me that information. You're unable to provide me with that information spot on. So the Integrity Commission request, what they request is your bank statement as of December, the December 31st of each year, right? And if they basically want to ascertain whether or not what you spend your money on, right? They have that information in the bank in the bank statement.
In the bank transaction, yes.
Yes. So for me,
all the money is there.
All the money. So I don't know what they're digging for.
But not only that. Not only that too. How did the money enter the account? Where did the money come from?
They have that information.
Because I thought you would look, because even if you're moving around the money, that is fine. But how did, because if you're moving the money from one account to the other account, how did the money get into the account?
You will see the main source, the original source of the money.
Okay. So if you can ascertain where the money comes from, and he's moving around the money into different accounts, what's wrong with that? Huh?
No, the PNP would have noticed that the Prime Minister wealth has grown through his hard work and his investment. So what they're doing now is mudslinging. And if you look carefully from September to today, the PNP has strategically attacked the Prime Minister through their surrogates, the NIA, JAM, and the JFJ. Michael Phillips, you know, the woman in JFJ was the secretary for Peter Bunting, you know. She was Bunting secretary, you know.
Who that?
Michael Phillips.
Is that all it was?
Well, we can speculate, otherwise I have no more.
Nikia Jackson.
Jackson, yes, Jackson, yeah.
Is that all it was?
That's all I know, Miss Marcia. You can't tell me like more. Remember me knew, you know.
Is that all it was?
So yeah, the PNP put out them trap, but it catch nothing.
Oops.
And I must thank you guys who are here and on other platforms that stand up for the Prime Minister, because you were here before me. You did a wonderful job in debunking the PNP and pull the rug from under their feet. They have nothing. The PNP have nothing at all. This constitutional court that come up and strike down the SOE. Remember, it was the government and the PNP. The PNP is a part of Parliament. So I don't know how the PNP is going to sue itself, because all the extension that were given to the PNP, voting for it. 1 and 2 members might object it, but the PNP and all their supporters had to support it. So do we sue the PNP also? Because they were part of all these SOE. Any SOE that go over 2 weeks, the PNP was a part of it. So
Totally agree with things, I agree with you totally.
yes, the PNP 1 and 2 members might spoke against it, but they vote for it. So do whoever is going to put a lawsuit against the government, because then again they will never reach that, because the case to appeal it is stronger than what they came with. But all of these are delayed tactics, as you have correctly said, connecting earlier. They're just delaying things, hoping that they could get a story out of it. But they can't get in it. There's no traction in nothing that they're trying. They're not getting no traction, because every day we get more. The longer the election lasts, the more the Prime Minister do, and the more PNP switch. And I'm welcoming all of them. Every single one of them are welcome to vote. You don't have to be a laborer. Just come vote for the government and the day, and go back to be what you want to be. But I'm begging you to come and vote for the government. Choose Jamaica and go back to where you were and what you want to be.
What they're trying to do is to point themselves as for the people.
They're not for the people, Miss Marcia. No.
That's what I'm saying to you. When they took the government to court for the SO.
It's all rigged. It's rigged.
No. That's what I'm trying to say. When they took the government for the court for the SOE, right? It's nothing about the Constitution. It's they're trying to prove to the people, and even if they were to lose.
Miss Marcia, listen to me. If it wasn't for the PNP, the crime rate would have been off long time ago. Long time, because you had the criminals on the run and the PNP said no.
Correct. But what I'm saying to you, what the PNP spin politics and what they're trying to do, they brought the government to court, trying to show up to the people them that we are for you. The government is against you.
They're not showing up for the people. They're showing up for the criminals, Ms. Marcia, not for the people. For the criminals.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
So we have to be more.
Well, the average person who in the street who are against the government, what the government is doing right now. Those are the people I'm talking about.
The average, average person. Remember when they went into Montego Bay the first time? The people welcome it, you know. The people welcome the SOE.
In what I'm trying to say.
No, what I'm trying to say is to tell you that you have to be specific. Don't say the people, say the criminals. The criminals, not the people, the criminals.
I am not going to say criminal because it's not only the criminals that are supporting what the government are anti-government. It's not only the criminals. As a matter of fact, most of the people them who are anti-government, you don't hear the criminal them coming out. It's the regular citizen them. The regular citizen them, but they call to say the police abuse them. That's what they're trying to do, and that's what those are the people that, including the criminals them, that PNP is trying to say, yes, we are with you. Because the 105 people that got unalive, right? The 105 people that got unalive, why is it that correlation between the death of them, the unaliving of them, and the 40% reduction, around 35% then? Look at this.
Marcia, you had a point a while ago, it seemed like you're muted. But for me, there's no clear correlation. I would have watched Politics Watch, right? And he would have presented the number of criminals or alleged criminals that would have been unalived by the security forces over the years. And it would have been even in years when the murder rate would have been significantly higher. The unaliving rate, I should say, the unaliving rate would have been significantly higher. The unaliving of criminals would have been far more than even now.
No.
Right? So for them to basically use that, they are just playing what they call it now, intelligent gymnastics with people. As if and for me, people need to, if they're going to use that, they're going to use that as a correlation. What people need to do is to look at the trend over the last 10 years and to see that the amount of unaliving done by the police relative to the overall unaliving rate in Jamaica, if there is a decrease or there's an increase. And when you check over the last 10 years, there have been significant increases in the unaliving rate. But the unaliving rate hasn't, significant increases in the unaliving rate of criminals. But the unaliving rate of the country would not have decreased. So there's no connection or correlation in it at all.
Hold on.
Right?
What I'm trying to say, right? We have 109, let's say 105 people, because it was up to April. That when the crime, it went down to, I think it was around 35%, right? We had 105 alleged criminals. I don't know how much is in front of the Indicom for criminal charges. I haven't heard of any as yet, maybe one or two out of them. What I'm saying to you, there was 105 alleged criminal that was unalived by the police. The crime also went down within that same period from January to April by 35%. I am just asking the question, could there be a correlation? Is it that, are those part of it and the other people them now alleged criminals are hiding because, hey, they're coming after us, so just leave it. Is that what it is? That's what I'm getting at. I'm not saying.
Marcia, there's a direct correlation.
Thank you.
Between the unaliving of alleged criminal suspects.
Thank you.
unaliving of ordinary Jamaican. There's a big correlation between that.
Okay.
Because one number is growing up, the other number is
Exactly.
plummeting.
Exactly.
No, it has to be ready to it that there's a correlation between the two.
Exactly. Because just as the police start stepping up their games, 105 of allegedly of them has unalive. And 35% of the crime. And most of who got unalive are leaders, are dons. Most of them that got unalive.
They're obviously were the ones ordering these unaliving.
Thank you.
So, well, so no, what I agree with you, you know. I agree with you, you know, but I'm saying I was speaking from the perspective of Jamaica for Justice, JFJ.
Oh no.
They are indicating, you know, so they are indicating that the unaliving of the suspected criminals, right? Alleged criminals. And they're saying that the police is tying, and they're saying that the police is tying this to the overall unaliving rate within the country. But for me, I said I would have looked at, just by watching Politics Watch, I would have looked at trends over the last 10 years. And while criminals would have been unalive, suspected criminals would have been unalive, which exceed the current rate now, the overall unaliving rate within the country would have spiked. I think what has happened now is that there is better policing and there is more targeted policing. And as you and both connecting the dots would have rightly indicated, they are targeting the leaders of these gangs, right? Not the little pia.
Exactly the point.
Who are organizing.
Exactly.
And the persons
the
who are
organizers.
leading.
Yes.
The organizers. And there's another spin toward this. Outside of just the JCF, the Prime Minister is basically leading the charge in terms of setting the culture and the tone. If you look at Spanish Town Hospital, when they broke ground to renovate and rebuild Spanish Town Hospital, so to speak, right? He would have said no extortionists, no criminals should come here, even if I have to put the security forces here. And I can say this to you. I would have been to Spanish Town Hospital a couple months ago before one of my cousins would have passed away, right? And while I was there, the workmen felt at ease and they must say, boy, give thanks to the government, because I know the government they can't lose again, you know, because no man can't come over here and come bad up no man for no work, and man can't sit down on the work and just collect money. All of them things they change. And the Prime Minister would have also broken ground at a what they call it now, a logistic facility out by Mandela. And he'd have said the same thing. So we now have a leader that is not only just leading from an economic perspective, but is also a leader advocating to the criminals. Listen, your time is up and over, and we don't want to see you doing the same things. And the economy and training facilities are now open up for these persons now to basically, I would say, move our transition away from criminal lifestyle to get in a skill and to get a trade. So the government, and I can say this, and I want to jump at another point. When we look at other Caribbean countries that are smaller than Jamaica and they are growing at rates of 3 and 4%, right? Even in periods of stress. The reason they are able to grow at that rate, you know, despite the fact that they don't have the level of resources that we have, is because they don't have the same type of criminal activities that are happening in Jamaica. Where, for example, if I were to see a nice prime land in Spanish Town, and the minute my land, the first material, steel, sand and stone or whatsoever, somebody approach me and tell me so them can't secure the site, and them not secure the site. No work can go on. You don't find that happening in certain other Caribbean countries. And that is what investors look towards when they look at the crime situation and the type of crime, the criminal activities. And if we do not get this criminal activity under control, right, the way we ought to, they will look to other shores that don't necessarily have the type of resources that we have. So the government, when some persons just believing that the growth agenda and the strategy of the government is just to train people up on whatsoever, bringing crime down and eradicating certain types of criminal activities that basically discourage economic development and economic activity, the government has to find a way to get rid of those. And for me, this is the right government. Right, JLP has always been the right government. Edward Seaga have tried it, and Andrew Holness is basically executing on it in the best way possible. So the police, for me, is basically assisting, and I assisting in this regard in terms of the growth strategy and the growth agenda by eradicating certain kind of criminal activities. And for me, I would want the entire Jamaica to look at what is happening and support the police. However, if there are unlawful activities being done by the police, if you have evidence, you come forward, but whenever criminals that are plaguing the society are being taken out, I want people to support the police.
A good place to land. You know, I have been taking a very deep look at leadership of Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Rowley. I've been taking a look at who he's leading. And when he first started to lead the party in 2011, Elaine, mute that mic, Elaine. I think I hear your mic that I'm overnight. Elaine. Mute your mic, Elaine, please. You can't talk. Not even at all. Too much noise. So thank you, Elaine. I was actually observing. I remember, you know, I would have been accustomed to seeing Eddie leading the charge. I would have been accustomed to seeing Bruce, and Bruce handed over to him. And I was watching, because I'm very observant, you know. I pay close attention to details. I have never even said this publicly. I have not been saying this publicly, but when I hardly challenged him, I'm not a delegate or anything, but I was hoping that hardly would win. But the Prime Minister won the runoff. So I kind of started a new career back in 2015. I was doing a business. I mean, kind of get taken up from my business and never depend on social media and just because I knew business, so I try to get the business together. And then coming at 2 daughters at university at the same time. So I focus on those things and build up my family as well. So when I pay attention to the thing, the next time me start pay attention when the campaign started 2015, and me start to look at this man named Andrew Michael Rowley. I said, no, sir. This is not the same man we were seeing in 2016. The man totally different. I have never seen somebody transform so quickly. I mean, that 4 year, that 2011 loss, you know, was a good loss for him and the party, you know. When the man rolled back in 2016, I said, no, man. I mean, 2015, when the campaign started to gear up. I started listening to the man. I said, no, man. Until at the end of the day, even before him win, I said, boy, it looked like God not this, you know. God must not this because be glad to see him win back. I mean, he win hardly in the runoff. You understand? And when he win that clincher, I started to govern Jamaica 2016. I started to watch the man how the man govern. And I realized that the man have the interest of this country at heart. The man is focusing. To the reach point, you know, I hear the Prime Minister saying that he's not even too concerned himself about the politics anymore. He's more concerned about his legacy. What is it that I left for Jamaica? What is it that my leadership that Jamaica benefited, all the Jamaica benefited under my leadership as Prime Minister. He's talking about legacy. He's not talking about the politics anymore. And I mean, I saw the last budget that he presented, that he was presented to Jamaica. If I under the PNP, you know, man, they mash up the whole budget, you know, the whole of Jamaica mash up, you know, mash up the country. And when they done win, to make sure they win, you know, they would have mash up the economy, mash up the country, mash up everywhere. And just a dole something all over the place. I know when they win, what they would do? After they win, they would have start to fling some tax from we. And they would have gone back at the multilateral borrow money and put in a pure pain again. This Prime Minister is leading a responsible government. You see how him, do we see how he unpicks the persons for the cabinet? I knew that he would have picked favor, you know. When I began to look at the resume, at the various potentials for finance minister, Christopher would have been an excellent finance minister, but he didn't want to disturb what he was doing in head to put somebody to it would lose some momentum, you know. So he probably took his eyes off Chris early. But when he went for Favour, I wasn't surprised because Favour is the most qualified on both sides to become finance minister, on both the JLP and the PNP side. So I wasn't surprised when he went for Favour Williams. And as it turned out, even our first budget, this first female Minister of Finance ever in Jamaica, presented a very classy budget, a very good presentation. And she even draw out back and draw him out and set a trap for him and walk right tonight. With fins at 2.0. You know? So the fact is that one of the things that I mostly admire about him is his ability to select the right person, to pick the right person, to appoint the right person for the job. Another game-changing move that I observe is him bringing back RJ Marks to join the cabinet. Big move that, you know. Understand? And Nigel Clark was another game changer. And all remember, look what Floyd is doing.
And the water minister.
Water minister.
Look at Nesta Morgan.
Young Mr. Morgan. Look at what is happening in tourism. And everybody is pulling their weight. Everybody is carrying their weight and performing. You know? And what I realized so is that he's not afraid to appoint women as members of parliament and to appoint into the cabinet. He's actually putting these women in leadership positions. You know, over the other side, unalive them and kick them out of the party. Look at it. Done to Lisa. Still has a lot of respect of Jamaicans. She's well loved outside of politics. Lisa is loved across the political spectrum. You know, she's loved by PNP and JLP alike. And so, I have so much respect for the leadership of the JLP led by the Prime Minister, Dr. Owens, that whatever they do, I just allow them to play their cards. If I can make suggestions, I quietly do that. I would never go on Facebook or any public forum like these and protest against the government. No, man, that is not in my DNA. If I have some suggestion to make, I inbox somebody and say, send on this for me. Because I'm not looking for praise and no recognition from this, you know. I just want my country, Lady Jamaica, to be run in such a way that I can get benefit, that my children can get benefit, my grandchildren can get benefit. Sometimes they are not even aware of what their father and grandfather is doing. And they don't have to even be aware now, but sometime down the road, they will come to the realization that, you know, what Daddy was doing was the right thing. I'm doing it for them. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm doing it for them. You know, and I'm doing it for me. If I were doing it for me, I would still continue to support the PNP. I would still continue to tell lies. But I wouldn't tell any lies, but I would follow them and tell lies. But I realize now that the PNP is out of options. So what they have to be doing is to be lying to the people. They have to be telling lies here and lies there about this and about that, and trying to convince some persons with their lies. But, you know, their greatest nightmare is the proliferation of social media platforms. Without social media in the past, they successfully deceived the people. But now, let me tell you something. You have a team of JLP vloggers. I can't remember all of their names. But a number of them were on here this morning, protecting Jay, Mr. Vegas, Kingston 11, and everybody else who know a little. Myself know a little, and all of us together know a lot. And we don't tell people lies. We make mistakes, you know.
Yeah, man. Hold on. Connecting. I want you to change the name from bloggers and call it fact tellers. We are
truth tellers. Truth tellers.
Yeah, truth.
Truth tellers.
Yeah.
You can't call yourself the same way people call for themselves. Truth tellers. By the way, I am trying to send you a friend request. You can get page private. So every time I click on the plus, it plus come back. That is the genuine one. So you need to go look for my page and send and do something about that. Every time a person,
I'm following you, you know. I'm following
every
you.
time I try to follow you about the plus, come back.
So and the reason I private my page, to be honest, is that Jay Bryan and a number of persons would have taken down, would crop my picture and my brother picture and had it circulating around the place. And I work in the public sector. So when the election is over, probably more or less I will unprivate the page. But for now,
okay, no problem. All right.
Yeah.
I just click on the plus. It just come back a while ago, and I click on it again. And every time I click on it, or the indication that I'm trying to follow a private page. So two will come back.
All right. So I will take a look at it. But I'm following you. So
yeah, man.
I will
right.
say
So I can follow you back.
Yeah.
I look for you and follow you, but I click on it a couple of times, then it come back. So I realize your page is private. Yeah, man. We must follow each other, man.
Yeah, man, definitely. But I can say this to you. You made a very good point, you know. Whenever, like, I live in a community now. I live in a gated community since last year, November. And I don't necessarily have to drive to work because they provided JOPC has provided us a bus that drops me to work in the mornings. Right? And to be honest, every single day I go on the bus. It seems like a strictly labor right. Yeah. I'm identifying. Because when I start to have certain little discussions, this is the people that put up them 3 fingers and put up them 2 fingers. And they've done. Them in the bag of talking, you know. And when you engage them in any conversation, just like what you would have said earlier, they are saying, I vote for the JLP because it's not necessarily me. I'm a pitney, I'm a grandpitney, them future. Because if you were to do otherwise, you will not be voting for your kids and your grandchildren them future. I just want to.
Hold on a little. Actually, remember your point. I Soji asking to be added, but I make Soji know say Black King depend tea time, lunch time, break every time in Japan, you know. Quite a while over the year. So
I'm Black King in our country basically it was 6-7 hours, you know, same thing.
I lit the night up, you know. So it looked like him connect out. So when he rise up, and nobody's there with lad in the night, I would just him alone can have it here.
Jump up.
I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm around. I'm here.
Big up Soji because I always go on some live and see. I never get the chance to really speak to you. Alright,
go on, General.
I'm there.
Yo, me I say no, man. Yo, me I say brother. God not like ugly, you know. I can't tell you, you know. And nobody can tell me otherwise, you know. So you see what the PMP is doing won't work for very long. You know? Because I hear when they have Raymond Price, so the PMP is for the people, and the people should be for the PMP. I'm wondering, so I'm not in Jamaica. Apparently, I don't live in Jamaica, and I'm not people. I'm not part of the people who has been blinded by what he's saying. Because what he's saying is total garbage. That PMP is for the people. PMP has never made Jamaican people better by doing anything for them. Nothing at all.
Can't remember get a tax break from PMP. Can't remember getting a reverse income tax. Can't remember take off income tax and we can pay and get back some money. We don't have to pay to all our money in income tax. Can't remember the guy one police station for work and get somewhere to sit down and sleep on the floor. Can't remember so me did afraid to go to health center. The health center them run down. Afraid to go in the place them man. Health center them was at this place. Can't remember. Everywhere you go, you see somebody check out their hand to you. Now everybody I do something for themselves who want to do it. When we here now working in Jamaica unless you don't want to work, you can tell you that. That's not a question.
I can say the state soldiers. Central Kingston, you know, which is Michael Manley farmer constituency that is now held by one of the Williams.
Williams.
Right?
Williams.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I can tell you the crime rate in that community has dropped significantly. And what you're finding is that
I think it's done by 60 at least.
Yeah, thanks for that connectivity. And what you find happening in that little space is that almost everybody I find something for do. I see quite a few people in New Kingston now. I work some are security guard, some are working in the restaurant, then some are work at call center. You understand? Because what has happened now is that you find that while you might find criminals hunting down criminals now or what have you, if they get a chance, they might hurt them. But the decent citizens in these spaces are going out to work, right? And so them not really have no time for idle. So for me, as I said before, if we are able to bring the crime down a little and the type of crime and the type of crimes as well, you will find that people are confident to leave the community and to work. And as you rightly said, when Raymond Price talked about PNPs for the people, what kind of people? When me scared in my house and afraid to go up on the road?
Bro, listen to me now, man. Listen to me. And you see, let me tell you something. You know, every JLP blogger, I may have a number of them, maybe 10 or so of them, they jump, as I see them paid, me jump on it. You know why? I learned something which I didn't know about, brand new, and when I research it, it's facts. When I do my own checks, it's facts. Every time I go on one of them live, I learn something new. And when I check it, it is facts. You know, the other day we had a debate and I said, the JLP government put in now, say, any child born after 2022 will be, what them call the program again? What happened? Can somebody help me? When you're 18, you go and get the money. And if you start a business or go university.
I think is it for the park students only or is
no. Every student, baby. Every picnic, every baby born after 2022. Yeah, man.
Me need to get my little boom in here because
yeah, every baby. Yeah, man. Every baby we're born after 2022. Every baby.
Every year them get is a trust. That trust for the child.
That trust fund them put up. So
them get it.
Yeah, man.
Either them
understand me?
Or them go do business
and start a business.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen what I say to you, now. When me look pan a man where over 75 whenever paying on tax and all these things, but the government can make sure you get something every month. There's something that big deal.
That tax gone up, you know. That pension gone up.
Yeah. But we know. Me hear a man attack on one program, you know. I say just in the one of them boy program right now. Attack say the old man will sit down on the veranda. We provide for the old man to sit down on the veranda. Old man because there are people them running to make sure and get it. We provide for that. We provide for the old man to sit down on the veranda whenever paying on tax before. All of that we provide for. So this government here with our children and our children. And then they'll put a thing in place where now if you don't work, if you don't want to work, you don't want to work. You understand? It's simple. So when these people come and talk, they can only talk because they don't have any facts to back up what they're saying. Not one of them have a fact. to back up what they're saying. And we all know that. We all know that. You understand me? So they are hanging on desperation. When, look at this. We had state of emergency in St. James where I live for 1 year. And believe me, a police or a soldier never stopped me. Would you believe me? You hear me, Mr. Genuine?
I believe you.
Yeah, man, a police or a soldier never stopped me. You know why they never stopped me? Why you think they never stopped me?
Because them see I go in and out of work.
No, they know who them I look for.
Yes. Yeah, that too, me said before.
Yes. They have a full idea of who them I look for. You understand what I say to you?
Yeah.
So that is to show you it could never be unconstitutional as the Supreme Court. And these are the people who, remember, you know, PMP government farm with lie, you know, they couldn't roll out the full slate of candidate for an election, you know. First time them farm, you know.
No.
And these are the top honors people who might go to talk about.
Yes.
And we mustn't take it for granted.
No.
These are the people who are holding back Jamaica, who think that them alone should have it. Because what is happening now, you know, yes, what is happening now, you know, I don't find nobody come to me with the information. Since 1980, how many criminal lawyers have we had since that period? Because what we have to understand, you know, with crime going down, it's going to be less jobs for these criminal lawyers.
Yes.
Less jobs. You understand me? So they want to have, so it's going to be, say you have 5 cases, 50 them are by feet, but first time you used to have 100 cases. They could have do what them please. They could have do what them please, but with crime going down, they have to go look at a job or start new business. Because they're not going to have nobody to go try a court. Because nobody know they are committing on crime. So we have to look at it, you know, deep, you know. It's a deep thing, you know.
Security
homes. Watch this, no, man. When you hear a lawyer can come out and say, man, forget. Literally, I say, man, forget 2 years. So guess what? You do 2 years and come out back and commit more crime and get him to defend. But when you get 50 years, at one time, I get free work for him. Just think about it, you know. You understand what I say to you, sir? Yeah, when they get 2 years, he might come back out, go in a crime again, you know. So you have him to defend again, you know. But when he lasts 50 years, he not get back no work off of him.
No.
So you see them come out a chat about, I mean, never know, say we vote for judge and lawyers. We vote for politicians to make rules to it. We never vote for judge and lawyers to make rules to it.
Yeah.
That I never will vote for. We vote for politicians to make rules to it, not judge and lawyers. And then if you understand that, you understand me? So when you hear them come out and attack them organize, it's about their own selfish gain. It's about what they're not gonna be able to get again. Because me, I don't know, say if you crime go down, criminal lawyer have no work. You understand?
I had a business.
You have to be best at this. You know you have to be best at this. Yeah. If you understand what I say to yourself.
This one.
Yeah, man. So a lot of forces, you know. Again, but guess what? Tell us something. One thing, you see, internet, it has wised up a lot of people. It has exposed a lot of people. And each time, Mark Bolin come out and tell a lie. There's something he would have said before to repel what he said because he lied on it. It's just like when he used to come and say in Barnia and say how his ancestors fight for Jamaica. How can a British man ancestor roll in a slavery for so long, fight food? How can that ever be? Me here say ancestor fight for Jamaica. Me I wonder if me really ever so then this is why I tell you them take with a fool in a Jamaica.
Toji.
Yeah.
Travi and the next magazine, I forgot the OMS when next name. They pick up Mark Olin filing. And within the last 30 days, it's 500 times them editing file on Google, you know.
Really?
Yes. So if you go, you Google him and go in a Wikipedia search, you can find it. In the last 30 days, 500 times them editing file. So go look on it.
Really?
Yeah, if you go on Travi, I forgot the Travi and who did I work it?
But
Travi
one
and
thing with I
somebody.
like,
Eh?
King say level one. I don't want somebody who, one of his classmates to come out and tell me that they went to high school with him up to
Can't
now. Me
find it.
can't hear once, man.
Bro,
So
cool
that,
man.
so,
Cool man. Me I know say that's a big lie. Once you go to Jamaica, somebody else go to high school.
Of course, somebody
somebody
else.
ever said them go high school. Somebody ever recognize and say we went to high school
Yeah.
together. Somewhere, I probably went to high school in England. I'm not certain because I went to Kingston College. And if people see me as a public speaker or a public official, they must say, yeah, man.
Yeah, me know
Such man
what
went to
I know that.
Kingston College.
Yeah.
Campion is same way. Same campion when saying go. Campion have one of the biggest old boys association.
Yeah. Association.
Me you know that.
Student. Yeah.
Campion them have one of the biggest old boy association.
I would call it alma mater because it's both.
And no nobody. No man. Me not talk about them. We talk about the one when say so.
Campaign a boy and girl, so I know. So yes, I know alma mater for them. Like for Kingston College is all boys and JC all boys.
Yeah. So him come out and attack him and rubbish things that people food. What them think is that them can lie and they do the top. I say they care about Jamaica and I'm not say PNP have never done anything for Jamaica.
They can't identify anything that they have done positively for Jamaica too.
No, I can't remember, sir. I can't remember. And I will say this. The start of the highway is the only thing PNP have ever done for Jamaica. The start of the highway program.
But it was Mike Henry.
But even so with Mike Henry, I can't say this to you. All of those plans, was developed, and designed by UDC, under Edward Siaga back in the days,
In the 60s.
The economy was not performing at a level to execute on those projects.
Those programs. Oh,
yes.
Okay.
So I remember, remember we just came out of the 60s, and then we entered in the 70s in the Cold War.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then and then the PNP went on this type of set of policies that destroyed the economy. And then in the 1980s, Edward Siaga had to be flying all over the world to ask the business people to come back to Jamaica. And then in the 1990s, the PNP crashed the economy and messed up the business people and back again. So what you find, and then with this high interest rate and borrowing money left, right, and center, the government back then never had any money to support or execute on those projects.
No.
So now is a different time.
Genuine, I not cut you, but what is now? You know what I meet one work for Canada and come back. So then left Jamaica in the 70s, come on vacation, them and then grand picnic and great grand picnic. So I would have loved to really know how much people run away in the 70s in a car. The man said them to pick up themselves and left, Would I really love it?
The whole heap. Some of the brightest set of people them in Jamaica. Very bright.
Yeah, man. Look for themselves, man. Can I tell about them people that come back, genuine? And I tell you, say, now accept they have the dollars, You hear me say to you, say, they have the dollars. And I hit them did have a Jamaica and then run away with it. Because man, let's say them if you take what, 5 flights a day?
5 flights a day.
You chose one.
And you really, I tell me about this man was a with Jamaica. All of them are mad people, man.
But then again, them coming out of the 90s
people to leave the country. Yeah?
Them coming out of the 90s
and then
keep them again.
And Eddie have to run, Eddie have to go all over the world to take the people them to come back.
You can imagine that, man. The man run out with people them with the money out of the country. And we are revering. We are mad people, man. We are mad people. We are mad people. Mad people.
I will come back again in the 90s and we take away everything from the working class again.
From who they are? Take away everything we fix up.
That's why people are afraid to come back and invest right now, Unless we get the third term, nobody not coming back.
Hello, but I can't tell you, say business people, I'm make sure anti-homeless get the third term. I can't tell you that.
Yeah,
I'm afraid of PMP and their business. I tell you. The business people, I'm make sure anti-homeless get the third term because they know under PMP what come with that. Them know.
Soldier.
Them the full
Soldier, Soldier, there was a time All right. Even though you're business people and glued to the TV, right? During budget presentation, they are glued to the TV, you know, looking for to see what sort of incentive coming, right? And whether or not and the plans for the economy and whether or not the government will try to maintain or improve on certain variables and don't let those variables move in an adverse direction, which can impact them business. Right?
Yes.
But back in when I was going to high school in the 1990s, right? And I was listening to the budget. Every year the government back then attached onto the people billions of dollars in taxes.
Yeah, man.
Them tax cigarette company, them tax alcohol, them tax this, them tax that. To the point where... So I'm finish. To the point, let me just kind of finish this. To the point where you had sales representative working for these distribution companies and manufacturers. What they would do is to pile up on these goods at their own homes, pile up these goods at their own homes, anticipating
a budget.
Anticipating that the government will be imposing certain taxes, and then the people them run the bar, so they can benefit. So the people them want to run the bar and the wholesale or what have you. Them tell them so the goods scarce, and then them come and sell you at the inflated prices. So but then people used to say, boy, under PNP things nice and this and very this and that, but what you are doing at that point in time is destroying the business people. And no country can survive when you put the business people under unnecessary stress. No country. You can't start back, soldier.
All right, Julian, what is now? I started working in the 90s. See? 93, I joined the army. Now what is now? Well, 18 years old. And you see, from that time until PNP come over government, when the budget got read, you know, I had there anyway, then I'm 6 feet 4.
Yeah.
You hear what I just said to you a while ago? I had there anyway, though. Because I said, boy, you money gone down with Jane and all. You hear me say to you, sir? You hear me say to you, sir?
Well, I know. My father joined the army in the 80s. Right? And my father left 1996. And my father left the army because he said he can't stay in Jamaica and take care of 2 boy picnic. He couldn't stay here.
Impossible.
Because there was a time when the government would have been promising them all kind of this and all kind of that and have all kind of band where them put them in instead of giving them salary increases. And where are those bands now? Them not even materialized to nothing. So they would have.
All right. They promise you house, you know, all who serve in Haiti, you know. They promise you say them how much we get. Boss, you know. All who serve in Haiti. Allow me not see that too. No about that. You don't know how the part they go. So they are a set of tricksters. They always have been a set of tricksters. That's how they do things. They are tricksters.
PNP is
you understand me? Yeah, man, for themselves and their friend. Have always been. Have always been. And you know what they do? They come back like they're new. They're always coming back like they're new. That is one I think where the Jamaica people need to smell. They always come back like they're brand new.
Project, I want you to realize that the risers are different people from one PNP. Remember 2020, them are the risers and one PNP? They're different people. Current class are one PNP. These risers are looters. They are the one that come with what is a genuine. Time come for their time to get rich. That is what time come to mean.
We get the NIR.
Yeah. You understand? And it's true. I will support that and back the time. Time come for them get rich. I feel them time now.
Yeah, why is it that each and every time that there is a change in the PNP leadership, they end up with somebody coming with something far more dangerous?
Yes.
Michael come with team foolishness. PJ come destroy the economy. I think Portia was probably would have been their best.
PNP.
It should have been their best PMP prime minister.
I said that.
Right?
I said
to be
that.
honest.
Yes.
You understand? Because despite the fact them try and manipulate her, she was a woman and she had to prove herself.
Yes.
Them
Yeah,
go and look at Anki Panky.
They rubber out, you know. They rubber out, you know.
Yeah,
They rubber out.
go and
Them see a man.
yeah, but then go and couple fools with Traffic Gora
It's
and the
true.
outer many.
Fine, Joe.
Yeah, but yes, but she would have been of all of them would have been terrible, but she would have been the best of all.
No, it is true. It is the truth. It is the truth. And then don't even mention her. When them attack, they don't even mention her.
No.
And she would have been the best out of all of them.
Yes.
You don't mention her any at all. I tell you, she would have been the best out of all of them.
Yeah.
Because just you know, she was from the common people also. Like Dr. Andrew Holness, you have to understand. She was from the common people. And that makes a big difference when you are from the common people. You know how you govern. Whether you like it or not, go ahead, Jimmy.
So, and as you rightly say, Andrew is from the common people, and he basically is from Spanish Town, and that little environment there, he wants to leave a mark, and that is why he has invested in the security forces, right? And Dr. Chang is basically overseeing what is happening with the security forces, because the Prime Minister wants to see that area that he comes from become a serious business hub, a commercial space where people can function without have to worry about criminal activities, especially extortionist type of activities. You understand? So as you rightly say, he is from what you call it now, grassroots level, right? Yeah. And he's trying to improve the space that he is from. When you look at it now, Mark Golding is proper uptown, and you look in his constituency. Big patrol in Nigla Road,
Shabby man. I've always been
shabby. No order in the space.
No, man. Jeez. About that, man. What is the man? You see, back in the 90s, early 90s, Spanish store I live in, and I saw that Spanish store I live. See? You hear me? Just hear me. I said yes. See, back in the days, the early 90s, then before PJ make crime get out of hand. I walk anywhere in a Spanish store, you know, anytime of night, you know. It means from Grove Lane to Johns Road, to Marchpen Road, to Thompson Pen, to anywhere in a Spanish store. You hear what I just said to you a while ago? The only problem we didn't have in a Spanish store in a little bit of time there is wet liner. Lot of man thief off the clothes off a line. You see going up to the 90s, the late 90s, all hell broke loose in a Spanish store.
Because they would have allowed the Klansman gang to basically to get it stronger and stronger over time.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's what they would have, and they were protecting that type of leader. Right? So they are the ones that caused the whole extortionist foolishness to get out and in a Spanish Town, you know. Them start.
What is? You remember when he bus park, I don't know if you know Spanish Town good. It's when the bus park finished up two, I used to have only one gate, you know. You only used to have one gate to go in the bus park. See? The man them say them whatever them are be, them are collect. Them are collect extortion. So now they have two gates. One set the other gate and one set. But one man say want the whole thing. They don't want it to them. So I succumb the whole war broke out between them, you know, between one another and Klansman. You know. So comes, you know, because one man say him to get the food, and next man say, no, you have to share. You understand me? But they knew who these people were all this time, because they have to go into people's business right now. They have to. So you don't have to set up for them. You don't have to set up for them. One time. You understand what I say? There could be a trap set for them. One back in the days there. You understand what I say? But they didn't want to do anything. because they want to control the mass. They want to do everything. When me used to look at the condition when you used to have to sleep in when I got some police station, I say, man, really? When you look on camp now, come like I want. Really? You don't want to know we live in condition enough time when we live in it. You don't want to know we live in condition. And I tell you, it was dire straight under PMP, dire straight in the 90s, early 90s, going up to the late 90s, 2000. The condition was poor. Nothing could be replaced. Nothing. Anything in there, everything in there. Nothing can replace. There no money there to replace nothing. Nothing at all. Uniform, everything, same thing. Gun them old, everything. Everything old. Everything old. Nothing to be replaced. Because what? PJ, them, all them do is look for them friend. PMP, all them do is look for them friend. They know look for growing economy and spend it back on the people. And look for give them friend, big contract all over the place and take the tax dollars. Because what I'm saying to you, we have been paying the same tax for the past. We've been paying the same tax for the past 10 years. No new taxes. And the amount of work we are getting done. Money going. Where was all our tax dollars going back in those days? May I try to figure out? Can somebody maybe can help me? Where was our tax dollars going back in those days? Because no new taxes in the last 10